foremost, I would like to take the opportunity to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come support and view my capstone presentation. For those of you that may not know me, my name is Cynthia Vidrio, and today I will be discussing the organization involvement impacting the empowerment in individuals' view and identity formation. So to dive right into studies that have been conducted, studies show that adolescence is a period where most boys and girls start to explore and define their views, values, and self-identification through life experiences, childhood bonds, and continual shaping by societal pressures. As proposed by Erickson, identity formation is the key developmental task of adolescence. He suggests that the formation of a strong and coherent sense of identity was the crucial developmental step associated with the transition from childhood to adolescence to ultimately adulthood. One important component that he talks about this lifestyle, which may potentially facilitate or complicate the formation of personal identity, is that of leisure activities and other free time use, such as any type of hobbies or just leisure activities that the individual may have. Now, according to the developmental theory, the development of personal identity is a sense of The development of personal identity of sense of self includes the dual processes of both individuation and social relatedness. Social relatedness is defined as the need for group identification, to develop relationships with one another, and to see oneself as someone located in a particular social world, whereas individuation is the need to separate oneself from the other. So in a sense, they're both complete opposites, but they're both necessary in order to develop and fully reach that sense of self-identity. At such a young age, however, the need for social relatedness gives way to what is peer pressure. In Kowalski's 1999 study, focuses on the relationship between peer pressure and the impact that it has on identity formation. He does this through informational interviews. He interviews 30 high school students along with 10 pro staff members, which include teachers, parents, and psychologists, and any other type of pro staff around the school, to kind of get a feel for what their views on the topic is and how they personally feel that that peer pressure impacts them. Results show that the people that one surrounds themselves with are going to have a very profound impact on the individual, because it's going to influence their views and start essentially shaping their personality. So how does any of this relate to my capstone project, you may be asking yourself? So I'll tell you a little story behind my capstone inspiration. Last year, Adelina Padilla, a very close friend of mine, initiated this on-campus organization, which is the American Association of University Women, and introduced myself along with a couple of other young ladies to its mission and what it stands for. AAUW is a nonprofit organization that was founded in 1881 that aims to advance equity for women and girls throughout advocacy, education, and research, as well as aiming to promote gender equality and justice. The experiences and connections that I was allowed to develop through AAUW have been life learning, because through this experience, I was able to be nominated and attend the National Conference for College Women Student Leaders in Washington, D.C. There, I was able to meet many individuals, both men and women alike, that had like-minded goals as well as aspirations as myself. They had the desire to learn, educate, and advocate for various justice issues that they felt very passionately about, and the conference empowered us to not only learn and dig deeper within ourselves, but empowered us to make those actions and bring about that change that we wanted to make in the world, as cheesy as that may sound, by allowing us to see and hear and experience the experiences that our fellow attendees had generated, created, and paved the path for themselves. And it allowed us to network and build these relationships that I have been fortunate enough to bring from the conference and still keep in contact with them. So how exactly does all of this relate back to Marymount, aside from the fact that it was through MCU that I was allowed to go to this conference? Being there, it made me realize and it challenged me to want to see where our student population stood in this regard here at MCU, and how that those theories follow through with you through your college experience. Because I don't believe that you just end this personal formation in your adolescence, but obviously it's just like an ongoing experience throughout your lifetime. Which led me to my capstone study. I was interested to find out if there was a relationship between a person's involvement in an active empowerment organization, in my case particularly AAUW, and see how it impacted their views, identity formation, and sense of empowerment. I predicted that a person's involvement in such organizations would therefore relate to a positive impact on their views, identity formation, and sense of empowerment when compared to individuals who were not involved in such empowerment-like organizations. My participants consisted of a total number of 41 participants. Of these, they were of the ages of 19 to 57 years of age, with a mean of 21.8. I had a total of 26 females, 9 males, and 6 individuals who did not declare a gender, and 55% of them considered themselves to be Hispanic or Latinos, and 15% of them considered themselves to be either Asian or Pacific Islanders, as well as Caucasians or whites, and African Americans or Black. As far as my materials went that I used to conduct my study, we created a consent form and a procedure script. I used a 3-part survey using materials that had previously been created, such as the UMIC scale, the self-concept clarity scale, and the feminist identity development scale. We used pens and clipboards, and a debriefing script was created. Some sample questions so that you can kind of get a feel of what I was asking my participants included questions such as, my student organization gives me self-confidence. My student organization makes me feel sure of myself. My student organization allows me to face the future with optimism. Now, as far as the self-concept clarity skills, some questions that were incorporated in there were questions such as, I seldom experience conflict between the different aspects of my personality. I don't really know what I want. And in general, I have a clear sense of who I am and what I am. For the feminist identity development skill, questions such as, I am very committed to a cause that I believe contributes to a more fair and more just world for all people. Being a feminist is a big thing that makes up my identity. And I feel that I am very powerful and an effective spokesperson for the women's issue that I am concerned with right now. These were only some sample questions that were within the survey. It definitely did not encompass all of them. So the measures that I was trying to test out within my study included an independent variable and a dependent variable. For my independent variable, I chose to compare two groups, one that I considered the empowerment and the other that I considered the non-empowerment. Before I proceed, I do want to give a disclaimer that while both of these organizations while the organizations on both of these categories provided developmental growth and a sense of empowerment in one way or another, for the purposes of my personal study, I made the conscious decision to separate them into two groups in order to get a better sense of the measures that I was trying to find out. So I'm by no means saying that one is more empowering than the other. They both provide a sense of empowerment, just in different ways. The empowerment group provides social and culturally based sense of empowerment, whereas the non-empowerment group is more academically based. For the empowerment group, I was able to categorize 18 participants, and they came from organizations such as AAUW, First Gen, Latinos Unidos, the Veterans Club, and Rotaract. Now, for the non-empowerment organizations, 23 participants were able to be recruited, and they came from organizations such as the Psychology and Chemistry Club, MSGA, Student Orientation Staff, better known as SOS, RHA, which is the Residential Hall Association, and Community Assistance. My dependent variable, with my dependent variable, I wanted to measure 3 values, which were the views, the identity, and the sense of empowerment. 10 questions were asked for the views to measure the views. 8 questions were asked to get a better sense and be able to measure the identity variable, and 8 more questions were asked in order to measure the sense of empowerment. A total score for view, identity, and sense of empowerment was generated, and as said, it was comprised of different items that I picked out from these surveys in order to, like I said, get a feel for, in order to be able to measure these different variables. I'm getting nervous, so I'm just gonna put it out there and be transparent. The independent variable relates to my dependent variable because it looks to see if there was a difference between the two groups within the 3 different domains. So it explored all 3 areas, but because I was looking for these 3 variables in particular, I had to dig in a little deeper, so I thought that this was the best way to go about that research portion. So for my procedures, I went ahead and collected data from both the psychology research day as well as visited student organization meetings and handed out consent forms. Before I was able to attend the student org meetings, I had to reach out to either or the advisor or someone within the student organization board at least personally, I reach out to both the president and or vice president, as well as, like I said, the advisor, to be able to get that consent from them. I then came into their meetings. I collected the consent forms of those willing participants that were going to partake of my study and distributed my surveys. Before the participants went ahead and took my survey, I made sure to read my procedure script because I didn't want to give different information every time that I presented. And a debriefing script was handed out afterwards once they turned in their survey. The survey took no more than about 15 minutes, although they did have unlimited time to complete it. There was some sort of compensation given on the psychology research day, which consisted of candy, pizza, raffle entry, and extra credit by those professors that had offered it to their classes. To dive into the results section, when measuring identity between the two groups, as you can see by the means right over here, it demonstrates that the empowerment group did show to have somewhat of a higher sense of self in comparison to the non-empowerment group. But unfortunately, it wasn't statistically significant, since the results were averaged in a one-tailed t-test that had a p-value of 0.08. And in order to be considered statistically significant, it has to be under 0.05. So while it seems to show that there was some sort of significance with it, there was, but not enough for me to be able to say that I actually had valuable results to continue using. Which was a bit of a shame because this was the primary area of focus for myself. But while this portion of it didn't necessarily work out, I was thankfully able to find statistically significant results within my other two variables, which were the view and sense of empowerment. As you can see, with a statistical significance of 0.04, the empowerment group showed to have show a higher degree of influence in their views when compared to students who were part of the non-empowerment organization. And it just kind of relates back to the theory in the sense that when you're with like-minded people, it allows you to kind of see the world through each other's eyes and learn from each other's experiences. And it's the same for that sense of empowerment. If you have people that are going to push you to reach those goals or motivate you, you're going to be able to reach them not necessarily faster, but to your personal sense of satisfaction. Whereas with the non-empowerment group, where that connection may not necessarily be there. So a summary of my findings: the hypothesis was partially supported as previously stated. It did show that there were higher levels of influence on views and sense of empowerment that were found among students involved in empowerment-like organization. But unfortunately, it did not fully support the previous findings of higher sense of identity, and that may be partially due to the limitations that I inquired when conducting my study, which are as follows. Because I had such a small sample size population, all of which were Marymount students, in a sense I was limited, and when initiating my study, as you saw, my main focus was to obtain participants from the AAUW organization, but because I was unable to collect, or recruit I should say, as many from that category, I had to open it up to the larger population, which may have, in a sense, skewed my initial views for my presentation. Some ideas for future research that I I came up with and would love to incorporate if I had the chance to once again is to have active versus non-active students to kind of compare and contrast and see if there is either a positive or negative correlation between the two, instead of comparing two groups that are involved in one shape or form. I think it would also be interesting to see the difference between a public and a private institution. Public institutions are obviously larger and have, I don't want to say a larger sense of diversity because we definitely have it here, but they do have more students, which would allow you to get a different perspective from each end of the spectrum. Whereas with a private institution, we're limited to a certain amount of students. And I also thought that it would be interesting to see and ask how many clubs each individual may be involved in, and see if, like that sense of empowerment, or if it changed their views, and so forth, because they were more involved than an individual that may only be a part of one club. And I also wanted to see, or thought it would be interesting to see the differences between commuters and residential, to see if it had an impact on their views, identity, or just simply their sense of empowerment within the South. So my take-home message is that here within the MCU community, it is obvious that it does have an influence who you surround yourself with. It does make a difference. So we should be creating more support for all of these types of organizations. Not saying that we're not doing that, we are, but I don't think that we're necessarily doing it to our full potential. So continue empowering and challenging the student population to grow and make the most of their college experience, because it, again, positively influences their views. And in the end, it creates a stronger sense of community and belonging, which is what is stated within our mission statement. Now, as far as AAUW goes, it demonstrates the importance and the impact on young adolescents and adulthood, and particularly how it benefits them to recruit younger age women and men to continue educating them and start that identity formation process, or just formation process in general, sooner, so that once they do reach these stages, they're very well off in the process already versus starting it later on. And it made me remember of this quote by some Russian proverb that says, "Tell me who your friends are, and I will tell you who you are." Thank you.
We have time for maybe one quick question for Cynthia.
You talked a lot about empowerment and kind of in the statistical sense. I'm curious, as you were conducting your research, did you have any kind of anecdotal evidence of people that you saw empowered and they're strengthening their sense of identity, whether they were your peers or people in your groups that you're studying, or even yourself?
Yes, definitely. To answer that question, it's a little bit of everyone, but mainly within myself. And like I said, initially that was what kind of like motivated me to want to conduct this study in general, just because I saw that change within myself from a very young age, and it was interesting to see how even when I came here, I still continued to surround myself with people that I identified with or admired, because I wanted to obtain, whether that be those skills, that knowledge, etc. And being in the position of being either a mentor or some sort of like having those leadership roles here within the community, you can definitely see and point out when that growth is taking place. So it was very unique to kind of like not just see it, but be able to relate it back to the theories that I was able to find that supported that.
Howdy y'all, I'm Dominique. This is my presentation on the influence of teammate interaction on on players' performance. It's a little jittery on stage, so I'd like y'all to help me out feel a little bit more comfortable. So can I get a ooh ooh? There we go. I think we're ready. This is why I chose this topic. I'm a big fan of video games. I like to play them. I like to watch them. I like to watch people play them. It's a big thing for me. The aspects of this study in relation to video games is very strongly linked to cyber psychology, how people interact with technology and how that interaction affects them. So I wanted to study more on that, get acclimated and present y'all something that would make sense. Also, I believe that the cyber psychology study is rapidly evolving, so I'd like to, get an extra foot on it and be ready for that when it comes. To a larger degree, esports is a very growing movement. There is a lot of player competition all over the world. According to this data by Superdata, they research a lot of stuff in esports. The peak of their viewership was at 71 million. For perspective, the NBA got about 18 million in the finals game between the Spurs and the Miami Heat. I mean, the Super Bowl gets more. It's whatever. Games like StarCraft, Call of Duty, League of Legends, Dota 2, all of these things are huge on a very large scale all over the world, from South Korea to China to Australia, all over the place. And there are large sponsors who are looking into these venues, avenues, and organizations to fuel and support and sponsor players. The highest that's ever been made during a competition was $11 million during the Dota 2 conference in 2014. And that's pretty great. 11 million for playing video games. So my research question was, I wanted to know if multiplayer video games are affected by how their teammates are playing, and specifically, like, do these players tend to play like their teammates? Like, if their teammate is, just acting reckless, do they just go act reckless? Or the other way around? So, to clarify, I'm going to be using aggressiveness and competitiveness on equal footing. The reason for that will be made a bit clearer later in this presentation. My hypotheses, first one, is that competitive teammates will have higher game scores than cooperative teammates. I'm sorry, I'm still a little nervous, yeah, please excuse me. My second one is that participants will, with competitive teammates, will be more likely to display aggressive behavior with those than the cooperative teammates. The third is that the cooperative teammates will have higher team scores or a team grade, meaning they're helping but also actively participating. So if they're not, that's an F. If they really are doing well, that's an A. And finally, teammates will be influenced to become either competitive or cooperative during with their corresponding teammate. The significance of this study is deeply ingrained in social theory. So I'm looking at social cognition theory by Bandura and the two-factor theory of emotion by Shetner and Singer. Basically looking at how people learn to behave a certain way based on the cognitive processes around them. I think through this we get a better understanding of video games social-cultural aspect of how people are playing and how that's affecting their performance as well. Here are a couple of articles and research from which I based my study on. This one was one of the more famous ones. This is Anderson and Morrow. They did a study where they had people play Super Mario Brothers, and they told them, okay, so your particular task is to stomp on as many Goombas as possible. So all the people who played were like, oh, Goomba stomp, boom. Other people were tasked on like helping others throughout the game. So more tasked with collecting points, smashing bricks, things like that. You know. They found that those who behaved, those who were sent with competitive tasks, were more likely to get more points instead of those who were cooperative, who they also observed tend to be having a bit more fun about it instead of just like, I gotta get points. Yeah, they killed more enemies, and this supports my hypothesis that the competitive group will score higher points than the cooperative. This article in particular looks at children in video games, and this supports that the team grade specifically, and how those who are competing or basically engaged in aggressive and cooperative behavior tend to do more corresponding activities. This study, very interesting. They had a group of men, all males, playing a first-person shooter video game. After they were done, they measured their blood to see their hormones. They found that those who were playing increasingly competitively had a lot more testosterone. Another thing that they noticed was that a lot of those players were actively, intentionally making themselves aggressive. They're doing a bit more things to immerse themselves into the game in order to increase their aggression and increase their testosterone, thus making them play better. Shatner and Singer's spillover effect, the two-factor theory of emotion. Looking at 184 college males, they wanted to see basically what happens when one is aroused in a situation and how they would interpret that situation. So they injected all of the participants with epinephrine, which is basically adrenaline. And then they had a subject come in, a Confederate, who would either behave very aggressively and angrily, euphoric and sort of just malaise, or not really do anything at all. Sort of sit there. And they noticed that the majority of the participants tended to go along with whatever the stooge was doing. So, and then they also contributed that to themselves, just behaving in that environment. And excuse me, in the social learning cognition theory, Albert Bandura proposed that people learn from their environment. They have a social context from which they gain things without motor reproduction or any sort of instruction. This is the theory for why I think that participants would be influenced by their teammates. Why do I offer this discourse? This study examines the relationship between indirect teammates' influence in competitive and cooperative gameplay using video games as the vehicle. So it's a little bit different than the other studies involved because I'm looking at it from this aspect. My materials, I had a consent form, survey, pre and post tests, PIN, PS3, DualShock 3 controller, the game NBA 2K14. I used Confederate, a debriefing form, and afterwards I gave him a handshake. My research design went pretty okay. Well, not exactly. I got 15 undergrad students, 73% males, 26% females. They were given the pre and post surveys, pre obviously before the experiment, post afterwards. The pre-test survey just measured age and gender, and also their experience with video games. So I asked them questions like, do you like video games? How often do you play video games? I measured that from an electric scale. The post survey looked at how they felt about the video game after we were done playing. So, and that was just a scale of yes, no, maybe. So after they finished the the pre-survey, we got to the video game. They were allowed 5 minutes of practice and then a 15-minute start. It was specifically 2-on-2, so there was a Confederate who was playing alongside the participant, and then 2 computerized other players. The way I went about this was the Confederate and the player always played as LeBron James and Dwayne Wade, and the other computerized players were just randomized bottom 2 players. The Confederate was either tasked with playing aggressively, cooperatively, or or neither, just neutral. By that, I mean like they were either just like aggressively would mean they were tasked with we're just gonna get points, like we gotta win, we gotta go hard, this other team trash, bottom tier players, let's get it. The cooperative team was more like we can do this, like I have a plan, some strategies, you run the pick and post, I'll go up for the layup, that type of stuff. And the neutral did not interact with the player at all besides the practice session. It was just getting the controls down. During and after the session, I tallied the game score and their player, like their teammate score, and the number of aggressive and cooperative pass participants made. So if they were running picks, tallied. If they were asking for the ball, to tally. And all of those went into operational definitions of aggression and cooperation. So yeah, and after that they were given the debriefing form, told about the study, and all that good stuff. Analyzed it using SPS. Cool. Our results were interesting. For the first hypothesis, the cooperative team did score higher than the competitive team scored higher than the cooperative team. But there wasn't a lot of difference significantly for this relationship. In the second hypothesis, the aggressive team, the cooperative team, committed more aggressive acts during the entire game than the cooperative team. In the third hypothesis, the cooperative team played a lot better than the aggressive team. Their teammate score was much higher. And on a test of looking at the influence, it showed that there was a bit more higher influence in the cooperative style. People tend to play more like a teammate who was going, let's be more cooperative. Other thing to just show you basically that what I just told you in a more streamlined fashion. Numbers, charts, it's all very nice to look at. I found a good amount of significant data that wasn't tied directly to my hypotheses. The number of aggressive acts were negatively associated with the teammate score. So regardless of the group, those who performed better had behaved less aggressive. If your teammate score went up, that meant that you weren't so much tasked with getting a high score. You were tasked more with helping out your team. Also, speaking a lot was positively and significantly correlated with whether the team was helpful, active, and had a strategy. However, the way that I had actually collected this data was a bit weird in that I kind of reversed the data input for that. So it actually turns out that the more that you spoke, the less likely that you were perceived as helpful, had a strategy, or was active. So a lot of my hypotheses weren't supported, and that was mainly because of my participants. I had very little amount of participants, and that's what I'm talking about. This study and more reliable findings in the future, it would be useful for them in looking at agency and immersion in video games, and how maybe the AI characters will go around helping you or improving your gameplay. This could also help with child learning activity programs, things like that, sports programs as well. My limitations, as I said before, definitely needed a larger sampling size. I had a control group that was neutral, and I realized I didn't really need it. Chalk it up to the birds. Bit of sampling bias because I only took participants who were from SPRC. Now that age range is like 18 to 20. I could probably adjust for the learning curve because there is definitely a lot of people who didn't understand how to play the game. And even in the practice, when it was explained to them, it would still be kind of hard to get the controls right because there's a lot of different things going on. For future research, they could definitely use different games. I used the basketball game because I felt that it had a very neutral a neutral sense of aggression and immersion. But I also wanted to increase immersion by add like large TV, boosting up the sound, but not to the point where there was like violence and stuff like that. That I felt would unbalance the scales. So incorporating different means of arousal, board games would be cool, different stuff. If you don't remember anything, please remember this. This is a quote by Wilfred Peterson, very great author. Leader sees things through the eyes of his followers. He puts himself in their shoes and helps them make their goals come true. The leader does not say get going, instead he says let's go. He leads the way. He does not walk behind with a whip, he is out front with the banner. So I feel like in this study the Confederates were definitely a leadership. Like they were leaders. They were helping the player achieve the goal of winning the game, which I also didn't put here. Nobody won. But that wasn't really the point. So in conclusion, definitely be the example. Be what you want to see from people. So thank you very much. Sorry, questions.
As someone who's played her fair share of Super Mario Brothers and NBA Jam, actually,
Nice.
I can tell you that the level of skill that you have as a player, I think, makes a huge difference because my daughter is really, really good and I'm terrible. And she spends the whole game yelling at me and saying, Mom, do this, you're not doing this right, go over here, stand over here. And I think that there's only so cooperative you can be, or even competitive that you can be, if you don't have the skill level.
Right.
And so I think a really cool direction that this study could go in is to get beginner players and advanced players and see if you have a difference in how cooperative or competitive they can be in any given situation. Because now when we play, she just says, Mom, follow me. She goes, I'm going to stand in front and I'm going to block everybody and kill everybody and you just come up behind me, you know. So that's how we play now, which is more cooperative, but she's kind of leading the way with the, you know, like your last slide there made me think of that. But I think that'd be a really neat next study to look at that.
I definitely agree.
I also think it's interesting how the ones that play aggressively, to analyze their personalities in terms of their amount of aggressiveness or cooperativeness in their basic personalities. I know my youngest son, who graduated from Marymount and is now in the Marines, and he is a big game. I mean, he's done games, the Warcraft, all of those, very highly competitive. Plays on international things, and all of his buddies. I mean, and so it makes you wonder: do they love these because they're so aggressive or competitive, or does that also? I think it's really interesting that there's a lot of studies to be done in this whole area.
Definitely agree. Yes, please.
Do you think things would have come up differently with a game choice that has a different weight in competitiveness? Like if you were to talk about like Dota or League of Legends, where over-aggression will hurt you significantly, how do you think that would have affected something like this in team scores and performance?
Yeah, I still relatively think that the results would be the same, just because of like the prior studies as well. But again, with the skill, like the learning curve for those games, I feel like if there was a study with like players who are also really well adjusted and they're already doing a lot of things, like casual gamers with it, it would be a very interesting study. Any more questions? Okay, yeah.
Hello. My project was on the Learning Center. And I picked that project because, one, I've worked there for a year and a half. I also tutor at School on Wheels and also tutor at the Boys and Girls Club, so I really enjoy tutoring. I enjoy it a lot more than being a bricklayer. The importance of the Learning Center is I know personally my first year here when they made me take algebra, they got me through. I was there every week. I never would have got through without my tutoring sessions every week. So that's how it helps. It can, if you make your time, you can do it. You can get through. The first study I looked at was a Cooper study from 2010, and it was on the amount of times people went to the Learning Center and got tutoring. And that tied into my subject because that was one of the things I tested as well. I tested how often somebody went as opposed to GPA and also confidence level in the subject. And as you see, there was a significant difference between the three groups. The people that visited more than 10 times, obviously as you would think, had a higher GPA. That didn't really pan out in my study, but in this one it did. The second study I did was a former study, and it was about online. And this also tied into what I was doing because not only my experience when I went there with the live tutoring, but also they set me up with the Khan Academy. So it was online, and just the repetition of doing something helped me out a lot and got me through. I never should have got a 69.5, but by gosh, I did. The increased study time showed it developed more with the people as well. And also, I think that maybe we can do that at the Learning Center, have some type of online thing because another limitation of my study was the amount of people. I only hit people from the Learning Center. If there were more people out there that would use it, that don't come there. It's a small group that goes there. The third study was about disabilities, and the people that tutored the disabilities or that had the same problems. So it got me thinking about the peer partner program that they have there. And also it tied in as well because when I got hired there a year and a half ago, after my interview when they ask you, do you have any questions? My question was, why would you hire me? I mean, I struggle, I barely get through a lot of things, but she says you have a high GPA, whatever your problems are, you know how to do well. So I thought that tied in. People that are empathetic to a struggle of a student would make a better tutor. How did using the Learning Center affect the student's confidence in GPA? was my hypothesis. And as I showed you, this study fit into the past research that I looked at. My methodology, the students were all recruited in the Learning Center with no compensation. Again, I could have changed that, a little better. 52% female. It was an pretty even distribution on grades. And most people were commuter students. My materials had a Likert survey with how you agreed, all that. And the questions on how they used and what services they used at the Learning Center. Sample questions were, are you satisfied with the Learning Center? As a result, do you think your grade will improve? Is your confidence level higher? And how frequently have I used the tutoring services? Procedures, I asked students if they would like to participate. I informed them all about the study. We had them sign in an informed consent and also debrief them with a debriefing letter. My results were the two biggest services were 83% of people use tutors and a coffee bar. I think the coffee bar is a little low. Everybody uses that because I know I have to restock it every day. The hypothesis testing, the self-reported GPA of the Learning Center user was 3.69. Students were tutored 1 to 5 times, were the highest of the 3 that I had. It was a little bit different. 3.84, middle 6 to 10, 3.5, and students more than 10 times were 3.7. And doing just testing people from the Learning Center, I also had the problem with 100% of the respondents said they were satisfied with the Learning Center. That could be another thing, is going outside of the thing and finding out somebody that wasn't satisfied with it, because there have to be people out there that are not satisfied. Everybody in there was satisfied. My results on the confidence level, 36% strongly agreed that they had more confidence in the subject. 45% agreed they had more confidence, which is 81% of the respondents, which is a good result. And that makes sense too, because in my past experience with algebra, I was never confident, so I can see how that would be a little bit lower. And at 55% strongly agreed their grade would improve. I agree with that too, because I knew my grade would improve. It just still didn't make me confident in the subject. So that was 87% either strongly agreed that their grade would get better. And 46% strongly agreed, and 36% agreed that they would schedule future tutoring sessions. My conclusions were the students were satisfied with the Learning Center, and over 80% of the students reported their confidence level and their grades would increase in the subject. These findings supported the hypothesis that I had, and the Learning Center use has a positive correlation with GPA and confidence levels. The limitations were, as I said, I had a limited number of respondents, and everybody that I tested was in the Learning Center. I should have gone more campus-wide, and it would have been a lot better. Everybody was satisfied. There were nobody that didn't say that, so it kind of messed up me testing some things against that. Many missed, and in my inexperience as writing a survey, I had a GPA question, and almost half the people did not answer to it. It was down at the bottom, and people all missed that, so a lot of people did not respond to the GPA. Future research could be done online, and you get a larger sample, and also maybe a more honest sample than right there as soon as they had a tutor session. My take-home message would be that the data shows this Learning Center is a successful tool. The tutors there are empathetic, they're talented and they care, and they will get you through. And repetition brings positive results. I know, just as I said with the Khan Academy. So I think it's something at the Learning Center should be done for online. That way people have more access to it 24 hours a day. And the repetition, especially with things like math, helps you out a lot. And that's what I have.
What questions have you guys got for Mike?
Well, I think that, as a supporter of the Learning Center, I think that it has great value. You know, there's no question of that. But I don't think that I would suggest that your comment that you need to find people not satisfied is perhaps not the direction that a further research would go. It would perhaps be increasing the sample size so that your sample is, as you stated, is from a broader group. And I think then that lack of satisfaction, that might rise to the surface under that. And I wonder, I mean, it would take a lot more in terms of IRB and consent and whatnot, but it would be interesting to look at the reasons going into the Learning Center in the first place. Are they high achievers trying to maintain high achievement, or are they probation students who are struggling? So I wonder what you would get if your entire sample were based on students who were on probation versus the general population. And so it might be interesting in further studies to actually try to do the research with specific populations. What about math students? If they are a biomed major, or even looking at it by major, would psych majors or biomed majors seek that Learning Center because perhaps it's a more competitive field that they're trying to achieve in? You know, it would just be interesting. I think it's a great start, and I'd love to see it by populations.
That's a good point. It should be, because again, the small number I had was the locals. And you know, as you say, the locals basically are they're overachievers. You know, they're in there all the time. You know.
The locals, you mean the locals using the Learning Center?
Right.
That's
So
what
I'm sorry,
I
the locals in the Learning Center.
locals.
Okay.
I like that.
You take the kid out of Huntington Beach.
Yeah, but I guess my point, we wouldn't ever need to go out to find people who aren't satisfied. I think those would percolate up within each group, and it would be interesting to see the comparison between two groups.
Because there has to be people that, you know, had a bad experience or whatever, but you know, like I say, the bulk is usually are overachievers that are in there all the time. You know, they're there Monday setting up their 2 per class, you know, and they're banging it out.
Or maybe even changing the way that you measured how satisfied they were, right? Maybe it wasn't a sensitive enough measure to pick up on subtle differences.
Yes or no,
And again, it would have to be there you get into surveying with IRB and whatnot, because as a student, you wouldn't be able to just take all the probation students and have access to that and just automatically survey. You know, it would be challenging to work that out, but it would really be interesting. That might be something that Sharon could help with, though. It might be something is already involved with too. And then looking beyond just Marymount.
Okay, because I know in my class, the algebra class, there's a lot of people that drop that. You know, a lot of people don't make it through. It's hard.
Well, I think you would point it out. I'm sorry, but you pointed out the confidence level and the achievement, the GPA, and I think those are 2 really important factors too that could take
You
a lot
never feel
more.
confident, but you feel like I'm going to do better.
And then maybe the next semester of use might see that difference.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Francine Haig, and my capstone is the co-occurrence of eating disorder and substance use disorder from a psychological and social perspective. So why did I pick this topic? Well, I suffer from an eating disorder for 15 years of my life, and during my recovery, I started drinking heavily, and I realized that I was an alcoholic. There are no other alcoholics in my family, so genetics does not explain why I am an alcoholic, and I started wondering how my eating disorder turned into alcoholism. And I could never understand that, you know, what the connection was. So my question was, what is the relationship between eating disorders and substance use from a social and psychological perspective? And I found out that 50% of the population with an eating disorder suffer from substance use disorder, which is a really high number. You know, it's half of the population with an eating disorder. In both disorders, there is a need for repeating the use of a substance or a behavior, and that's called compulsion. There is that urge of repeating the behavior or using the substance even when the person doesn't want to. Cross addiction from one disorder to the next seems to follow only one direction. It starts with the eating disorder and then it moves to the substance use disorder. People with eating disorders also suffer from other psychological issues, such as perfectionism, low self-esteem, and rejection sensitivity. Internalizing feelings is a common trait for both disorders. So people use what is called rumination. They get stuck in a problem and they just keep on going over and over and over that again. Drinking is more acceptable than having an eating disorder. There is a huge taboo about having an eating disorder. And drinking is socially acceptable. Everybody does that. People party all the time. Genetics does not explain the cross addiction. What genetics does is explains the addiction. Like mothers who have an eating disorder are more likely to have children with an eating disorder. Parents who have substance use disorder are more likely to have children with substance use. But mothers with an eating disorder are not more likely to have children with substance use or parents with substance use to have children with eating disorder. So the cross addiction cannot be explained by genetics. Eating disorder sufferers tend to use the behavior to cope with depression and the struggle between separation and connection with peers. They feel apart from their peers and they want to connect, they want to be a part of the group. And eating disorder are also associated with low self-esteem and rejection sensitivity, which can lead to isolation and the need to please others. People with eating disorder, they don't like themselves, so they feel like they need to please other people. They're people pleasers. They just want to connect. They want to have that connection. So that led me to two hypotheses. The first one was that people with co-occurring eating disorders and substance abuse develop the eating disorder first and develop substance use later in order to cope with the depressive symptoms associated with the eating disorder. And the second one was substance use is believed by eating disorder sufferers to be a gateway to re-enter social life. And the participants. I got 41 subjects, 40 women and 1 man, and I was really happy with that. I was aiming for 30, and I got 41. Was 35 online, 6 in person. And I was happy that I got 1 man, because around 10% of the people with eating disorders are male, and I got 1 man, so I was happy. The age 19 to 73 years old, with a mean of 35.66. And they were voluntarily recruited online through Facebook support groups and at Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. And there was no compensation. Materials, I had a questionnaire, and then I had one question about age, gender. One that was, how old were you when you first experienced your eating disorder? How old were you when you realized you had a problem with drugs and or alcohol? And then I had 32 Likert scale questions with the options strongly agree, agree, neither agree nor disagree, disagree, and strongly disagree. And some examples of that were, my eating disorder made me sorry for the things I did, and for every sentence that I had starting with my eating disorder, I had the same one starting with using drugs and or alcohol made me. For example, using drugs and or alcohol made me sorry for the things I did. My eating disorder made me popular among people my age. My eating disorder contributed to the development of my substance use. Using drugs and or alcohol made me feel ashamed. I also had my eating disorder made me feel ashamed. Using drugs and or alcohol made me more sociable. I had my eating disorder made me more sociable. And this is a print screen of the survey that I had on SurveyMonkey for the online version of it. And the procedure. In person, I met people at Alcoholics Anonymous meetings. I knew that all of them had suffered from substance use disorder. At Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, I made an announcement. And I met them after the meeting. I gave them the informed consent. I asked if they had any questions. I gave them the questionnaire and pencil. There was no time limit. for that, but it didn't take them more than 10 minutes to fill out the survey. And the debriefing. And with the debriefing, I said that if they thought they needed some help with either the eating disorder or substance use, I could give them a list of available resources. And online, I posted on Facebook on substance use and eating disorder support groups, asking for people that had suffered from both. And I told them that if they knew someone who had suffered from both, they could just send the link to the survey. They had informed consent, and it said that by clicking next, they agreed to what was written in the informed consent. They had the questionnaire and the debriefing with the same information that if they needed some help, I could send them a list of available resources. And the results. As I said, I got 40 women and 1 man, aged 19 to 73. The age of onset of eating disorders varied between 5 and 30, with a mean of 13.10. And the starting age of substance use problems varied between 14 and 52, with a mean of 22.65. So here we can see that the eating disorder starts first, and then they go for substance use. So for the first hypothesis that people with co-occurring eating disorders and substance abuse develop the eating disorder first and substance use later in order to cope with the depressive symptoms associated with the eating disorder, I ran a correlation study, and I found a positive correlation between sorrow brought up by the eating disorder and belief that substance made participants feel more confident. So sorrow is a negative feeling associated with depression. Feel more confident is something positive. So this one confirms or supports my hypothesis. Strong positive correlation between feeling that eating disorder made it difficult for sufferers to be themselves and the belief that the eating disorder contributes to the development of substance use disorder. So here again, it made it difficult for sufferers to be themselves, negative, associated with depression. They were looking for something else, so they were looking for escape, substance use. Strong correlation between the feelings of shame, another negative feeling associated with depression, and the belief that the eating disorder contributed to the development of substance use disorder. Again, they were looking for escape, a cover-up for their feelings. And another positive correlation between sorrow brought up by the eating disorder and the belief that substance use made sufferers feel more sure about themselves. Negative feeling for the eating disorder, they went for something positive in the substance use. So we can say that the first hypothesis was supported. Hypothesis number 2, substance use is believed by eating disorder sufferers to be a gateway to re-enter social life. And for statistics purposes, I grouped strongly agree and agree. And respondents strongly agree or agree that their eating disorder made it tough to be themselves, 82.9%. Them isolated, 85.4%. Them have a low opinion of themselves, 73.8%. Them want to be someone else, 75.6%. Respondents strongly agree or agree that using drugs and or alcohol made them more sure about themselves, 80.5%. Easier to be liked, 63.4%. Popular, 51.2%. Happy, 75.6%. Like people around them, 70%. More sociable, 75.6%. Braver to face life, 73.2%. So, a gateway to re-enter social life. Isolated, more sociable. Then want to be someone else, more sure about themselves. It's tough to be themselves, braver to face life. We can also say that this hypothesis was supported. They were trying to find a way to become a different person and be more sociable. So as a conclusion, there was a correlation between negative feelings of having an eating disorder and the belief that the eating disorder contributed to the substance use. There was also a correlation between sorrow brought up by an eating disorder and confidence brought up by using drugs and alcohol. And the age of onset of eating disorder vary between 5 and 30. And substance use problems vary between 14 and 52. So yes, it went from eating disorder to substance use. So both hypotheses were supported. The limitations of this study, it was self-reported data over the internet, most of it. So I don't know how accurate it was because I don't know who responded to my survey. I don't know, 35 people were people that I've never seen before and I don't know who they are. I didn't investigate the family history of these people. So I don't know if any genetics play any part on them. And I also don't know about the cultural background of them. Because eating habits, drinking habits, and even depression is different from one culture to another. Ideas for future research. Separate by eating disorder diagnosis. See if anorexia, bulimia, binge eating disorder, if there is any difference on that. Separate by substance use, drugs, alcohol in drugs, see if cocaine, marijuana, if there is any difference in that. Investigate the family history and conduct interviews, see these people, and put open-ended questions to let them come up with their own answers. And the implications. This research can help professionals treating clients with co-occurring disorders. The professionals can be aware of the first signs of fun-seeking behaviors in their clients, because it's really easy for someone with an eating disorder just to justify that they are partying. You know, I'm just having fun, I'm just partying, I'm just making up for the time that I wasted having my eating disorder. So it's really easy for them to do that. Also, professionals can implement drugs and alcohol education in the treatment of eating disorders. Professionals can start teaching sober, fun, and healthy coping mechanisms for people with eating disorders, and avoid prescription medication that can lead to addiction. There's a lot of prescription medication that lead to addiction is prescribed to people with eating disorders to help them with their anxiety or with their sleep, so they can avoid that, just if they take into consideration this information. And this way, maybe we can help eating disorder sufferers to avoid developing substance use disorder. But the most important thing and the take-home message here is that all these self-destructive behaviors are just the tip of the iceberg here. This is just what we can see. In order for someone to live free of any self-destructive behavior, the professionals need to work on the underlying issues. Because otherwise, they're always gonna find, I can say they, but I can put myself in that they because I live with that too. We're always gonna find another way to cover up the feelings that we don't wanna feel. So, thank you. Do you have any questions?
Fran,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I missed the very beginning. Is there any, I don't know if you study that, analyze that, is there really like a physical influence that makes you do that way? Like one person has the problem and another person doesn't have. Were you able to, is there something physical that happens besides mental?
What do you mean with that?
Like if it's something that you cannot avoid, even though you're trying to, be more sociable, more liked, or is that really like
That's the compulsion part of it. It's just, and that's.
but it's physical? Do you know if it's physical? Did you have a chance
about the
to?
eating disorder or the drug and alcohol use?
Well, both, yeah. But more
Yes,
like in this case
both of
because
those.
her main thing is eating disorder,
Yeah.
I don't know if it's
No?
physical or not. I haven't studied that.
Yeah, people do get addicted to the feeling. Like if you, for physical dependence on drugs and alcohol, absolutely 100%. For eating disorder, it might depend on what your disorder is. You might have a physical obsession with looking in the mirror or how it feels before you throw up, or like a physical craving to do certain things. So
it's
But
not
it's not an
judgmental.
imbalance, a physical
Like a
imbalance, you know, like some people are allergic to certain foods or something. And in this case, you know,
Well,
a person
It's
overeats.
a biological.
Yeah,
Thank you, Virginia, for speaking English, thank you.
yeah, I didn't study the biological part of it. I
Uh-huh.
was going for the psychological and social
Sure,
aspect.
of course, that's your
Of
thing.
my, yeah, I didn't put any biological part of that,
Okay.
so, but yeah, there is.
Could be, no?
Yeah, there is
Uh-huh.
biological.
Yeah.
There's a lot of research on the neurobiology
Yes,
of
yes.
addiction,
Mhm.
for sure.
With your, when you were saying one of the limitations was that it was the internet and so you didn't know who they were. And yet, you did go to with an AA group, you asked for participants. How many participants approximately were in that? And did all of them, you announced that if they all had both the eating disorder and how many people were in that group that you were able to?
6.
Okay, six.
Six,
Okay.
35 over the internet and 6 in
Six.
person, yeah.
Okay.
But 6 out of how many people from that group?
Right.
Oh, of that?
Like how many people were in the
It
AA group?
was, I went to 2 meetings
Mhm.
that I made the announcement,
Mhm.
and in each meeting there were like 40 something, and then I got 3 in one meeting and 3 in another
That's
meeting.
still a high percentage
I
of
know,
people,
that's
right?
right. Because I hadn't related, I mean, I just hadn't read any research on those two correlations between the eating disorders and the addictions. And so that's to have 3 people in
Yeah.
one group.
And I wonder if there are more because some people just don't want to admit that in
Exactly.
person. Over the internet, one of the advantages of having the survey online is that I'm not seeing the person. And it's a disadvantage at the same time because I'm not seeing the person.
Right.
But they can be more honest in a way because I'm not seeing them and they can
Well, and
admit
also
that.
we have to assume if, and this is an assumption, I realize, but if they're in an AA group, they are in a process of recovery, of some stage of recovery from the alcohol or the substance abuse.
Mhm.
I mean, self-reported, we make that assumption if they're
Yeah.
knowing,
Yeah.
what they really are, but
Mhm.
they're striving for recovery.
Yeah.
I think too, to that point, like, addiction is still a compulsive disorder and as is eating disorder, so if you have, it could be overeating, you know, you don't have to assume that it's anorexia or bulimia, and more severe, it could be someone who's switched. But actually, I have more of a comment. I'm surprised that so many people, reported positive, like, feelings with their addiction and drug and alcohol use, because in early use, yeah, you might feel more social and more popular and like all these positive things, but people, and usually people with like long-term recovery in AA will say like, yeah, I thought I was more sociable, but really none of those people were my friends, or I thought I was more popular until I slept with my wife's husband or whatever, you know, my wife's husband would be yourself, I guess, but your wife's like, whatever, you know,
Hey, that could
so,
happen
like,
too.
it's like that, the false sense of positive, experiences versus an actual positive experience, because then people will say, well, it wasn't until I got into recovery that I realized who my true friends were, or I realized that I really wasn't popular, people were just using me for my bar or my whatever it is. So, nothing to do with the questions you asked, but I'm just surprised so many people were like, oh yeah, it's 85%, 90%, versus saying like, no, that wasn't real, that was a false.
And that has to do with the questions that I asked because it says think back to when you first started using drugs and or alcohol.
Oh, okay.
Yes, so it was when they first
The
started,
beginning,
when they
okay.
made the transition from one thing to, yeah.
Got it, okay.
That's exactly
That
what
makes more
I
sense.
wanted
Okay.
to, yeah, I didn't clarify that in my,
That makes more sense.
yeah.
Also, though, that's a good point. Do you have data related to how long they've been in treatment or in recovery?
No.
Because that would be an interesting piece as well, to look at whether the people who've been out longer have a different perspective on it than the people who just started or, that's your next
Yes. To be continued in grad school.
Other questions?
But, and you had a snowball effect, I mean, people
Yes.
your original people then reached out to other people who maybe reached out to other people.
Yeah.
But we don't, there's no way to really know who those was there any way to know that?
To track them back, no, there's
Yeah.
no way to do, but I can just duplicate this research with more questions this time. My fear was that I wouldn't get the 30 people to respond, because this is not an easy population to reach. And I was surprised with the 41 people that I got. So from now on, if I do it again, I can make like a larger questionnaire, and I can try to reach out more people.
And two, I think, sorry, just to, I know that one of the, like, I lost the words today, presuppositions that you made was that, like, treatment for eating disorder doesn't necessarily cover substance abuse, but I think it's important to see, like, which treatments are covering, which eating disorder treatment does cover substance abuse, because I know that, like, in the field, it is a common, like, we all know about cross addiction, and that it's, you know, you're bound to jump into something else, you know, so, like, just seeing which places are doing that, and even if that wasn't your experience, to know that, like, wow, there are actually places that do get this, and, you know, are taking steps, and kind of what they found, really.
Yeah, and also maybe it is that maybe they didn't get the treatment for the eating disorder, but they were in AA, and so they wouldn't have heard about that. You know, if the direction is this way, but they're only getting treatment here,
Right.
you know, they might not have known about that.
Oh, I just have,
We have
I'd love to have discussion.
Go ahead, Leonore. Keep going, we have lots of time to talk.
Well, it would be interesting to know if, how many people perhaps, did they have to respond? You were looking for people who had the cross addictions, but I'm sure there are plenty of people with one addiction who has not accepted that, you know, they're dealing with the alcohol, the substance abuse, but maybe have not shared their eating disorder with anybody, and vice versa. So I'm thinking of the different age groups also. I mean, that was a wide range of eating disorders from when they first started up to age 55, I think you said?
73.
No, but the
just
age range, when a person first identified their eating disorder.
From 4 to
5 years old to
5 years.
55
No,
years?
the eating disorder is 5 to 22.
5 to
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Whereas the substance
It was
abuse
14
later,
to 55,
Yeah.
but I wonder if, like, the older people with the substance abuse, what age? It would be interesting to see when they started when their eating disorder started, and when their substance abuse started. And did any of them have substance abuse that started before the eating disorder started? Because it works the opposite way too.
Right, so rather than just looking at the means, looking at each person's
Yeah.
ages.
Okay,
So
okay,
you could do
I
that.
see.
But
I
you
missed
could
that
do
one.
that, you could,
Mhm.
you could code your subjects as for which one came first.
Mhm.
We'll do that for the final. You'll do that.
A lot of good stuff. Are you interested in going into a field that deals with this? Is that your?
Absolutely, I'm going
Is
for
it-
my MFT,
Uh-huh.
and
And you're interested then in specializing in this area?
more so substance abuse, but dealing with people that had suffered with eating disorder before, because what I saw is that once my alcohol was out of my life, the eating disorder just screamed in my head again. It was just like, now that you cannot drink anymore, why don't you start yourself? And I was like, no, now it's time to grow up and just be a woman. And I see that. I work at a rehab, and I see that a lot of people that get there to get sober and they had a history of eating disorder, they're just like, I feel like using my eating disorder behaviors again.
I see. No, honest.
And I think too, like, we can talk about age of onset for all of these things, but if the disease, if drinking is just a symptom of the underlying disease, and eating disorders are the acting out of the underlying issues of the iceberg, I also wonder, like, what about just the age of onset of these underlying issues, and not just like when you started acting them out in different ways, because maybe it's not just substance abuse and eating disorder, but maybe it's also mishandling money, you know, or gambling or relationship addiction. So, you know,
There's a
yeah.
absolutely.
I don't have a question, but a comment. I came in a little bit late, but I just have to say I'm so impressed with like this presentation and your level of sharing your story, and like this information has obviously uprooted a lot of curiosity in people. So I think it's fantastic, and I'm really impressed with what you've done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, great job.
Hello everybody, how are you all doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing fine, a little bit nervous. So, my name is Mishai Corso, and my study is on student perceived satisfaction through involvement at MCU. So before we get started, I'd like to do a little exercise. I would like, if you would like to participate, just please close your eyes. Okay? So, picture a beach, and picture the ocean crashing against the shore. Now I want you to deeply inhale and deeply exhale. Deeply inhale, deeply exhale. Okay, now open your eyes. So hopefully, with you guys being involved, you'll be more satisfied with my presentation. But that lowers my nervousness, because I'm a little bit nervous going into this. So we're gonna start out. So, becoming involved on campus provides benefits for students to engage and grow in ways that exceed lessons taught in and outside of the classroom. So according to Chain, involvement in out-of-class activities benefit students by enhancing their sense of community and social experiences. This is especially true for me because I do have a lot of personal experiences attending events, getting involved with different student organizations and clubs, and also spending the majority of my time on campus. So that's helped me and provided me opportunities with meeting new people, stepping outside of my comfort zone, and just learning new things about myself. And the example I used was a picture of my orientation team, not my orientation team, but the orientation team I went to NODA with. And that's basically a conference that teaches us about student leadership. And I've been able to just have various opportunities through being involved on campus. So, statement of the problem. Are students taking advantage of involvement opportunities here on campus? If yes, are these students more satisfied with their university as opposed to those who aren't? If no, what factors contribute to this? So does having different campuses affect the students' motivation to get involved? And are students more motivated than others due to specific demographics? And are not involved students more as satisfied as students who are involved? So the first factor I looked at was campus community and environment. So what I did, not what I did, but research done by Haywell, Boyer, Combs, and Woodward suggests that physical features of a campus and residential halls kind of dictate a student's their first, impression of what campus life would be like. I'm sorry, a little bit nervous still. And so as you can see, this is our main campus, Ocean View, but we also have this campus waterfront, and we also have different residential halls split due to freshman, sophomore, junior, and senior classes. Student involvement. Austin's theory of involvement defines student involvement as the amount of physical and psychological energy that a student devotes towards the academic experience. So he basically gave a difference between the highly involved student and the disengaged student. So the highly involved student allocates time for studies, is active in student organizations, and shares in relationships with faculty and other students. The disengaged student does the complete opposite. He doesn't allocate time towards studies, doesn't engage in social activities, and also doesn't really have relationships with faculty and other students. So perceived satisfaction. According to Hayes, the use of satisfaction questionnaires help determine customer perceptions about the attitudes concerning the quality of service they receive. So knowledge about the perceptions and attitudes that our students have on campus can help educators better aid students and help them to kind of make better decisions in serving the students here at Marymount. So my purpose of my study was to see if there's a difference in perceived satisfaction due to the level of involvement among students in different populations here at Marymount, California University. Hypothesis was that students' perceived satisfaction would be higher for those who were more involved on campus. So my hypothesis A was that students who spent the majority of their time up on campus would be more likely to be involved, and hypothesis B, that student perceived satisfaction would be higher for those who spent more time on campus versus those who spent more time down here at Waterfront, or having classes online and at Waterfront, or online and at Marymount, at Ocean View campus. So for my methods, my materials that I used was the institutional review board approval, so I got approval from the IRB, and then I did a survey distribution at Capstone Research Day, where many of the other students doing Capstones also did their survey distribution. Informed consent, debriefing script informed, confidentiality of participants were maintained, and compensation was extra credit based on what class you had, or what class you had, and also a raffle. And for my participants, I had 56 Marymount undergraduate students. I had 20 male students, 36 female students, 13 freshmen, 19 sophomores, 23 juniors, 11 seniors, 26 residential students, and 30 commuter students. So procedure. Once students came to Capstone Research Day, once they approached me and they said that, hey, I want to take your study, like I'm interested in it. Okay, I said okay, and I gave them the informed consent form, and once they got the informed consent form, I proceeded to explain to them what the informed consent form said, and then once they did that and signed it and gave it back to me, I gave them the survey, and once they took the survey, I received the survey back from them, and I gave them the debriefing form, and I also read my debriefing script to them, so they understood what was on that too, and I also gave them a copy of the informed consent form for their personal records. So results. Subjects were asked to rate their level of satisfaction at Marymount in terms of their availability of campus activities, social life, overall campus community, and overall learning experience. So 1 being the highest rating, 5 being the lowest rating, and 6 being having no experience and being involved or in any of those categories. So the average rating for the whole sample was 2.7 with a standard deviation of 0.59. And so sample question I used was, please rate your satisfaction with this institution in terms of your availability of campus activities. And so they proceeded to circle any one of those answers right there. And so these are my my descriptive results. So satisfaction levels across the board in terms of gender. So as you can see here, the women on campus seem to be more satisfied than the males according to my study. So, women. Yeah, there's a lot of women. Class, so freshman, sophomore, junior class. So as you can see, seniors and juniors seem to be more satisfied than the freshmen and sophomore. And residential life, they're pretty even between commuters and residents. And then also have work status, classes held, and hybrid with classes held. So for those who do work, it seems like having a job, you're a little bit more satisfied. And between Ocean View and Waterfront, they're pretty much the same. And for hybrid classes, so if you stated that you had a class at Ocean View and Waterfront, or if you stated that you had a class on Waterfront and online, then those were the results. But for this one, I only had one person, so I really couldn't do anything with that. So different correlations that I had, I found that there's a significant positive correlation between involvement and satisfaction, significant positive correlation between motivation and satisfaction, and a significant positive correlation between friendship and satisfaction. Also, I also found that there's a significant positive correlation between friendship and involvement. So results for hypothesis A, I said the level of involvement will be greater for those who had spent the majority of their time up on Ocean View campus. So for this test, I used an independent t-test sample, and what I found that Ocean View students, they have levels of involvement do predict their satisfaction level, but I did not find that for the rest of the other populations that I used. So for Waterfront students, the level of satisfaction did not predict their level of involvement did not predict their satisfaction level, and for hybrid students, level of involvement didn't predict their satisfaction level as well. So for hypothesis B, I said that perceived satisfaction would be higher for those who spent the majority of their time taking classes up on Ocean View campus. So I also used an independent t-test sample for this, and there was no difference between satisfaction levels between the two different demographics. So discussion, level of involvement, I'm sorry. Level of involvement did predict level of satisfaction for those at Ocean View campus, but did not predict level of satisfaction for those who had classes at Waterfront or who listed as hybrid. For hypothesis B, my hypothesis was not supported because there was equal levels of satisfaction between the two groups, and there is also significant positive correlations between level of involvement and satisfaction, motivation and satisfaction, and friendship and satisfaction. I think I'm going through this pretty fast. I'm sorry. So implications for further research, for future research. So I said that I would like to look deeper into motivation and friendship. So examining what exactly motivates students to get involved can help future researchers to understand why students choose to engage in extracurricular activities. Also, due to the significant positive correlation that I found between students and friendship, I like to examine how friendship affects students' ability to get involved, because some students may be more inclined to get involved due to having a friend who's already involved versus those who don't really know people who are involved. So that was kind of my thing when I first came here. I didn't really know anybody, so when I did get involved, I looked for people who were like, you know, the Corys or the Adelaidas, and once I got into contact with them, then I proceeded to get involved more. So I like to look at that in future research. And those are my references for my PowerPoint, and that is all. I'm so nervous.
Guess what? It ain't cards over.
No, it's like, you know, you got a camera, then you got me. A room full of women. That's another study in itself. So, does anybody have any questions?
Mishak?
Yes.
As well as a few guys in the room, by the way. But so going back to involvement and satisfaction, you know, could it be a factor that there's less opportunities for involvement down here at Waterfront? So
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's another thing too. I didn't really look too much into the involvement opportunities down here at Waterfront, and I wish I did, because as you can see, there is, like, you know, equal levels of satisfaction between Waterfront students and students up on campus. So there could be involvement opportunities down here for students that I just didn't look into, you know, and that was kind of my bad on my part, but it would be interesting to see, because there are a lot more involvement opportunities up on campus, so maybe having more down here or having more events down here and advertising more towards the Waterfront students, we can kind of boost that rate of involvement for those down here.
Mishak, how did you measure involvement again?
Involvement, I had asked questions pretty much: how much are you involved, how motivated are you to get involved, and I forget the last one. There was 3 questions.
So you said to someone, how involved are you
On campus.
on campus?
Yeah.
So I wonder if the way that you worded that maybe had something to do with the results that you found, right? I mean, because there's a difference between quality and quantity of
Yeah.
involvement, right?
Yeah.
And so I wonder if maybe in future research on this area, sort of teasing that apart, because I know there's a lot of people in this room who are involved in tons and tons of things, but I'd be curious about whether the number of things versus how deeply you go into one
Yeah.
thing, any one thing,
Definitely.
is different.
Your chart where it showed the level of satisfaction between freshman, sophomore, junior, senior, I thought was really interesting, because in student affairs we have something called the sophomore slump, where basically we find that sophomores are less involved, and we don't really know exactly why. So I just think it's really interesting that you found the same thing here at MCU. So that's kind of cool, because it's in line with national data.
Thank you.
I was really curious, and I don't know if you got to ask people about this, but if there was higher satisfaction with involvement in different organizations, like the people who are involved in student life are more highly satisfied than people who are involved in, like, I don't know, GSI or something like that.
I didn't break it down into organizations. I just kind of kept it kind of general. But that's one thing that I did regret not doing, because I did want to make my survey really convenient for those who were taking, but that kind of like took away from like a lot of the stuff that I could have found in my research. So definitely future research. Looking more into that.
Were you shocked to see that there was similar levels in being a resident, being a commuter, and then
being a Waterford student and being a Ocean View student,
Definitely,
how the numbers
especially
were close.
especially since between the resident and commuter students, that's something else for future research. I would like to look more into that because when I thought about it and after I did everything, I kind of thought back and I was like, whoa, well, SPRC is technically a campus and PVA is technically a campus too. So looking at those students and also looking at the commuter students, well, I forgot my train of thought, I'm sorry. But it was interesting to see that there's like a common ground between them being satisfied, but I would like to look at those populations more. Yeah. Any more questions? Okay.
I know you talk a lot, or at least
Okay.
we have had conversations about how you would like to either continue your research in this area, and so I'm just curious and maybe give you an opportunity of how you can continue to grow on this and share it with the group.
I got thrown off. I'm sorry.
Like how you want to continue to, I like what you would, how you would want to expand on your research.
Oh yeah, so expanding on research, looking at subjective well-being, looking at motivation, looking at the psychological needs for students, looking at, there's a lot of things that you can look at, and it's just really hard to look at everything and kind of like use that or put it on one survey and have it be really short. So like I would just kind of go really deep into like every aspect of like a student because like a lot of every student's different pretty much, you know, and every student's like background, their background experiences or wherever they come from or whoever, like, you know, however they were raised, their cultural experience, all that is different. So I like to like really look at the individual as opposed to looking at the group and kind of do my study a little bit different, like based on the individual like that. If that makes sense. So,
How long did it take for you to conduct all of this research?
it went by really fast actually. I would say for the surveys, I would say 2 weeks, and to SPSS, oh my goodness. That was a trial. Kevin, he helped me out with that, but yeah, that was a really long time, but it went by really fast. The one thing I do, looking back on my study, is one thing I do regret is not taking the opportunity with the time that I had to actually redo my research again, because there's a lot of questions that I did want to ask that I left out, and that was just kind of me not thinking in the moment, and like at the last minute I was like, whoa, like I should have just, you know, redid my research real quick and then like, you know, submitted it to Carlos and like got better results. But I mean, those are mistakes that you make now that you use for the future, you know, so definitely gonna use that in future research.
This one's kind of just to the group, because I see a lot of juniors in the room. What, based off your experience, because it sounds like and looks as though you put so much time, effort, and thought into it, what advice do you have for future Capstone students?
I would say really be patient about what you're studying and like really think about, like brainstorm the idea of what it is out to like the fullest, because then there could be like something that you don't think about, or you know, just kind of get other people's like ideas too and just collectively use that. And one regret that I had for this project in particular was that I took a motivation and emotion class this semester, and a lot of the information that I learned in that class, like towards the end of it, I was just like, whoa, like I could use that. So like, you know, looking back on your classes, looking back on your syllabuses, and just looking back on like different texts from stuff you already learned in school can help you out so much in doing your capstone. I think that's like the biggest thing that can work. Just kind of doing something that you already are familiar with too, because I did student involvement and I learned new things about this topic that I didn't know, that I thought I knew, that I didn't know. So like I'm still getting more educated in the topic as well. So definitely choosing something that you're interested in and possibly doing in the future. Any more questions?
I was just giving you props.
So for the data about waterfront versus ocean view, like I imagine there's implications to that, right? Like I can imagine staff saying Waterfront is just as involved as Ocean View. Like, have you thought about the implications of your data and what that's going to mean, like on admissions boards or even staff saying that, and how that represents student voice?
I would say, yeah, I didn't. How am I gonna say this? Yeah, I didn't really think about that, but I just kind of, not assumed, but I just thought that students would be more involved on campus because there are more opportunities. That's where I got my, start from. And when I did come in Waterfront, I noticed that it was harder for me to get involved. And I also noticed that between other people because it's always like, oh, I gotta go to Waterfront, so like I can't go, or I got class down here, or like, it's really hard. And that's another thing I would like to use for future research as well, because I would like to look at the shuttles, like how riding the shuttle to campus can affect your level of involvement, or how transportation, and it's just so much more that goes into it. But to answer your question, I should have looked deeper into that, yeah. So, but that's very important.
If I can just say something related to that, I think as an administrator and someone who does scheduling, right, we say freshmen and sophomores are up on the hill and juniors and seniors are down here, and we envision that people start here as freshmen, get involved, and then stay involved. And so this doesn't surprise me, because I would hope that all the people who are juniors and seniors started out being involved as freshmen and sophomores and continue to be involved. But as we get more students who are coming in as juniors and transferring in, that is going to be so critical to somehow figure out a way to get them involved when they get here and they're starting here as opposed to starting up there. And so that's all your jobs. I'm not going to worry about that. But that's an interesting thing that's going to happen, as we get more students transferring in.
I just want to put in a plug for you on your capstone, Corey on your capstone, Dennis on his, and for many others. You all are doing things that are collecting incredibly useful and important data that is important to the work that a lot of staff do on campus. So just as Lynn was saying, think about how you can share that. I know Dennis is connected with admissions and is sharing his capstone with them. Is collected some great information about what incoming students perceive of Marymount and how that can help them. What you are doing, what Corey has done, really impacts student life and residential life and the work that we do. So I encourage you, and you all are connected to the right people, share this with us so that we can use this and share your ideas with us, which you two already are. So for everybody else in the room, when you're doing these things, think about who it impacts on campus and how it will help us, because we want your information. This is valuable information. You've spent the whole year doing this. So props to all of you and nice work, but please share it too. Thank you.
And I step out for a moment, so if you address this, I do apologize. But as we look at our different populations of students, what a non-traditional student that transfers in maybe later in life and gets very involved in an academic study group may feel a very high level of involvement. And if they're in lab class, doing work within a computer lab or work within the media lab, they may not have joined an organization, or they may not go to things, but they're so involved with that cohort of other students that they're working with and studying with and going to Starbucks. That I don't think that is to me a very high level of involvement also, and so we would want to measure what that means in terms of involvement in traditional student organizations too, and look at how we meet those needs.
I do agree. I think, I don't know for sure but maybe you were looking at your study and measuring involvement based off of, attendance at events and how involved, if they're taking on leadership roles, etc. But, me being a senior, I kind of removed myself from doing more of those things, but I still do feel like I'm involved here at Waterfront, but involved in different ways, whether that's just going to lunch with friends or doing study groups. There's another level of involvement that I think would be interesting to do research on.
A lot of good ideas.
Maybe for other capstones.
Is that all?
The specific, this is one of the more specific research done because it ties malnutrition to depressed elderly. So my research question, is there a relationship between participants' depression score and their living arrangements, marital status, and their satisfaction with their family. And my hypothesis was that I predicted that there would be a relationship between the examined variables and the participant's depression score. So next is my methodology, how I did this. My participants I got 10 participants, ages 75 to 90, from retirement homes, assisted living homes, family and family friends. I also strive to get an equal number of male and female participants because in past research I read that men are more likely to be depressed than women, so I wanted to get an equal amount there, so 5 and 5. Most of the participants' occupations in the past were teachers, secretaries, and business owners. For my materials, I created a set of 8 interview questions followed by a geriatric depression test. And the geriatric depression scale is basically a 30-question yes or no answer that not only targets depression, but it also detects the severity of the individual's depression. And the 8 interview questions that I created, those were mine. They were like personalized, more to get at the depression score. The geriatric depression score was mostly to detect the severity of the depression, and my personalized interview of 8 questions was more to get at, the more personal levels of depression. A few example questions of the geriatric depression score. Do you often get bored, and do you feel that your life is empty? And there's 28 more, that was just a few. So other variables I measured were living arrangements, whether that person lived with their spouse or a family or not, whether or not their spouse was alive, and then lastly, their relationship with their family, like if they get along with their family or not. So what I found, this basically just means that this was statistically significant, and this is the depression score on the side. So basically, for this specific graph, I found that the participants who lived alone had a higher depression score, and for this one, spouse, and if they were widowed or not, same thing. This just means that it's significant. And the widowed participants had a higher depression score as well. And then lastly, this graph gets along with their family members, does not get along with their family members, and the participants had a higher depression score that reported that they do not get along with their family. So that was pretty interesting as well. As far as my discussion goes, the higher levels of depression were found among individuals who lived alone, who were widowed, and who do not get along with their family. My hypothesis was supported because I predicted that there was going to be certain family and if they lived alone or not aspects that were going to be because of that. This parallels previous findings, and the elderly that were depressed were the elderly that lived completely alone. So the implications, since the elderly that lived alone are more depressed than if they live with their family, than their living spouse or family, it should be noted and attempted to maybe not have them live in a home alone, or just in general alone. So my limitations, one main limitation of my study was that I did not get as many participants as I should have. The number, it should have been a lot more, and I tried to get a lot more. And another limitation is that I think I should have gotten a wider range of participants. For example, different race, ethnic groups, as well as culturally and geographically. And then I should have had more questions on my interview. Not the geriatric depression score, my individual interview, my personalized interview. I should have had more deep personal questions as well, and that would have helped a lot. And thank you, that's my presentation. So, does anybody have any questions?
Did any of the participants have pets?
No, they did not have pets in the homes. Yeah. That would have been really interesting too as well to gauge.
I wonder, were you able to tell, or is there any of the questions that were on this scale about medications that some of your participants might have been on? Because you know that sometimes that side effects of medications can be similar to or look like depression, but maybe not.
Yeah, that I did not have any questions on there about medications, but that you bring it up, that's probably another limitation, because when you watch commercials on TV about certain drugs, a lot of the side effects are depression, and that should have been incorporated in it, but it was not. So, any more questions?
And this is something that I was asking you when we were practicing for your talk. So I'm wondering, like, if anything stood out in terms of specific quotes or experiences that might have led to the depression level for the participants.
The people that had very high, like, that expressed their satisfaction for not only their life but their accomplishments in life, they seemed very, like, giddy and upbeat. And the people that either had a widow or that, like, scored very high on the depression scale, they were very depressed, and some of them even started to cry when they were talking about their widowed spouse. So it kind of got a little bit, the tension started getting a little bit intense there. So,
what did this do for you? Sorry, I was, right now that you said that, in terms of what happened in your interviews, like, how did that make you feel, or?
It was sad. I tried my best to, like, make them feel better though, and just, but it made me sad a little bit. Yeah.
Chris?
Oh.
And how do you choose the interviews?
How did I what?
Select the interviews.
How did I give the interviews?
How do you select them?
How did I select them? I just went to the retirement homes in the area, and I just walked in and asked the front desk if I can just go around and interview them. And that was one of the main reasons why I didn't get a lot, because a lot of the front desk directors that are running the retirement homes, they said, I can't give authority, so you're gonna have to email this lady. So I emailed the lady, and a lot of them, like, kind of respectively turned me down. We can't really have that, and some people even, they didn't really want to get interviewed. So that was a real struggle. It kind of was hard getting the interviews, because not only did a lot of people want to do it, but the retirement homes said they didn't want me to do that. So I can understand that. So yeah.
Chris, why did you choose this research?
I've kind of always taken care of my grandma and grandpa, and, like, they've always been kind of like a big part of me. I've kind of always visited them in the home. They're in a home, and on, like, one side of my family, the elderly are in my elderly family are in a home, and then on the other side of my family, they're not. But I've kind of always been around a lot of old people, to be honest, elderly, like, that's just the way it is. So it was kind of always interesting to me and everything, so yeah.
So it's good to encourage them to have outside activities that will
Definitely, yeah,
control
exactly.
their depression.
Right, and my grandma on my dad's side is in a home, and her home has a lot of activities, but she doesn't want to do anything, and she's just I don't want to get into it, but she doesn't really want to get into activity. She doesn't really feel like it, so she's kind of like that too, a little bit, because she's a widow and stuff, so yeah.
Do you think that there's anything to do with if someone is a natural introvert and they're not a social, I'm thinking of my own grandparents and great-grandparents, that they're not a social person, they're more of an introvert. Does that, could you tell if that had anything to do with depression or no?
I think that personally, like introverts and like inside people that are naturally not social, I personally don't really think that's tied to depression, because that's just a natural personal view. Like that's just what you want and what you believe and don't want to get into social situations. And depression is kind of just like more of a genetic kind of factor, I think. If that makes sense. Yeah. So,
Did you consider about their financial statement?
Can you repeat the question?
Did you consider about their financial statement?
Oh, yes. Not directly, because that would be inappropriate. But like more so, like, are you satisfied with your life accomplishments? And also, I asked about their occupation. So that was kind of not a specific question about financial status, but there was a few lawyers and business owners, and then there were secretaries and teachers, and so that it was just kind of ranged. It was ranged in the list, so yeah.
I'm thinking for the future it might be good to look at physical ability as well, right?
Yeah.
Like to what extent does that, have to do with the extent to which they're able to do certain things as well?
Definitely, yeah. Yeah, there were a little bit of limitations in terms of like the medication thing that you suggested, and also maybe financially and physical limitations as well. And if that can, say someone was really active in their younger years and now they can't really do that, and then being active was very important to them and now they can't, that might be a big thing to consider as well. So, any more questions? Thank you.
Alright, hi, my name is Ivy Geiswhite, and I chose to do my project on the practitioner's perceptions of the effectiveness of therapy dogs. My research question was, how effective do the practitioners find therapy dogs to be? I picked this topic because I have always had a love of animals myself, especially dogs. I also know that throughout being here at Marymount, there's no real psychology classes offered on therapy dogs as a practice. And so I just thought that it would be interesting to do that, and all previous research done has really been focused on the patients and not the practitioners themselves. And the practitioners are people who work directly with the therapy dogs, either training them or bringing them to the various facilities to be implemented. And therapy dogs are trained to comfort and de-stress the patients in whatever situation that they may be in. Previous research. So past researchers have been done on the patients and how they were affected by therapy dogs. Like I said earlier, Marcus et al. In 2012 found that therapy dog visits to people in pain management facilities as well as in the waiting rooms could be helped out by therapy dogs, and they found afterwards that the overall pain levels had decreased and that the moods of people in general had also increased. Another study found that the anxiety levels of people had decreased after interactions with therapy dogs, and this was in a non-military organization. Other research has shown that people suffering with dementia symptoms could be affected by therapy dogs, and after 90-minute interactions a week for 6 weeks, they found that the symptoms of dementia had decreased by 50%, and that also the cognitive thoughts of these people had improved as well. So my study, I wanted to show how effective therapy dogs could be based on the eyes of the people that work with them, because if we focus on this, maybe if the patients thought like, oh, the practitioners like really believe in this treatment, that could help them out as well. Instead of just dealing with somebody who doesn't believe in it at all, that probably wouldn't help you. And with this research, we can hopefully begin to expand funding for groups that help train therapy dogs. With more funding, we can also help more and more people with this type of treatment. And we can also expand our understanding of the effectiveness of therapy dogs, and as well as people's understanding of effectiveness of therapy dogs in many different environments and situations. I predicted that the majority of the practitioners would find the treatment effective, and that would help contribute to the overall success of the therapy. And if they found the treatment effective, like I said earlier, the patients would probably feel better about using therapy dogs as a treatment method themselves. I used 7 practitioners in this study. 6 of them were female, 1 of them was male. Their ages ranged from 40s to 60s. They've worked with therapy dogs anywhere from 3 years to 15 years. 4 of them were in Southern California, 2 of them were in Northern California, and 1 of them was from New York. We have all worked with different types of patients to overcome a variety of different problems, veterans with PTSD to people with severe depression and anxiety disorders and whatnot. I recruited these people through my connections at Canine Companions for Independence, as well as through a teacher at the Zoom room that I happen to know. Also, the participants helped me recruit others, and that's called snowball sampling. I did a qualitative interview over the phone because most of my participants, I could not meet up with them in person due to location. I asked a total of 18 questions. 4 of those questions were background related. I asked them the perception of their effectiveness of therapy dogs on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being the least effective and 5 being the most effective. The various conditions that they find the dogs useful for, specific aspects that they've seen improvements in, specific elements that they've seen that help lead to the success of this practice, the different effects that dogs can have on different types of problems. And as a kind of exploratory question, I wanted to ask the practitioner if they had ever had an experience with a therapy dog themselves and if they had ever been helped out that way. Each interview lasted about 10 to 20 minutes on the phone. Their verbal consent was given, and they did understand that their participation would be completely anonymous. The interviews were also recorded when I was on the phone with them, as well as documented onto Word to ensure the quality of the interviews and that I wouldn't mess up anything that they had said in my research. And I used qualitative content analysis to isolate different key variables that would lead to my results section. So when I asked the participants what they thought was effective in the different types of conditions, 71% of them said that brain injuries had improved. 43% of them said that mental disabilities had improved. 29% said that language and just general helpfulness was improved, and 14% said that there was improvements in delinquency and depression. The participants also reported that the patient showed significant improvements in cognitive emotional abilities, physical abilities, and communication was last. According to the interviewers as well, some key elements that help lead to success is with 57% was the skill of the dog, 43% was the skill of the practitioner, the person working directly with the therapy dog, and 29% was the overall response of the patient and willingness of the patient to get better. Participants also reported that therapy dogs are usually more useful when dealing with veterans who are suffering from PTSD, when the patient themselves likes dogs, and when the dog helps to remove stress from whatever situation they might be in. Therapy dogs, they found, are less effective in Alzheimer's patients, and also if the person does not like dogs, they're probably not going to be very helpful. And some of my participants said that the therapy dogs are always helpful, but in a variety of different ways, and they could not pinpoint one specific way that they were most helpful. For exploratory purposes, like I said earlier, I asked the participants if they had ever been helped out by therapy dogs personally. 43% of my participants reported that the dogs had helped them out emotionally at some point during their lives. 29% of them reported that the dogs had helped them out physically and with practical needs, such as getting the phone for them or getting them medication when they were sick. And 14% of them said that they had never been helped out personally by therapy dogs. So my hypothesis was supported with a very high perception of effectiveness among the practitioners, because they all reported a 5 when asked to scale the effectiveness of therapy dogs from 1 through 5. My study also revealed specific aspects that would contribute to the overall success of the therapy, ideas about what this therapy could treat and how it would benefit everyone. My findings also relate to previous research done by saying that therapy dogs are an effective way to help treat a variety of different types of problems. Some limitations to my study include that I had a very small sample size of only 7 people, so the next research done should make sure to include more participants. I also got a majority of my participants from only 2 organizations, so that could have had an impact on my results as well. And all of my participants were Caucasian, so they were all from the same ethnic background, so that could have also had been a limitation or had an impact on my results. Like I said earlier, small sample size, 2 organizations, and not diverse in any way. Future research should make sure to include more extensive and direct measures to examine the effectiveness of therapy dogs, and they should also include an extensive list of interview questions. I'm sure there was questions that I didn't think about until after the interviews were over that also could have added to my results or affected them in some way. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions that they would like to ask? Yes.
You focus primarily on dogs. Are there other kinds of animals that are used as?
Yes, all kinds. I've seen research done on therapy pigs, cats, anything. But it's mostly run by dogs right now, I believe.
And did you learn anything about what kind of training you were given?
They train them, I think one person said that they were training their dog for 2 years, and they train them to just deal with anything from wheelchairs, loud sounds that they might hear in the ER, so that they're not affected by anything going on in their environment, and they're just there to comfort the person in the bed.
Can you, well, me first by saying I'm an advocate of animal-assisted therapy, but my concern is, so, like, if I'm a shoe salesman, I'm gonna go and tell everybody, like, shoes are great, everyone should have shoes. So if I'm a person who is a practitioner of animal-assisted therapy, my idea of how it's helping a client or someone might be biased compared to, like, the client's therapist or the client themselves. So how do you think that your research, like the value of the research in terms of the practitioner, why did you choose to do that versus like the client or the objective, therapeutic view? And then also like, why did you choose to ask the practitioners? Because I think there's value in practitioner like usage of their own therapy dogs.
I just thought that if the practitioners found that the therapy dogs were effective and that they honestly believed in the fact that therapy dogs could help certain people, that would also help the patients know that they were going to be helped. Because I know personally if I went to a doctor for a problem or a certain type of therapy and my therapist didn't believe in the type of therapy or problem, like that probably, I would be like, okay, well then why am I here?
Yeah.
There's no point.
So were you able to ask any follow-up questions? Because I'm super surprised that there was actually people who, if I understand correctly, were
animal assisted therapy practitioners who said that they don't, that they've never benefited in. Yeah, that was what
Yeah.
you mean. Were you able to figure out why that was, or why
They said that
it?
they were never in a situation where they needed it.
Huh.
So that's as far as I got with them. But most of them seem to say that they were helped at one point. Anybody else? Yes.
I mean, did you come across any standard certification for the classification of therapy dogs?
I just researched what the exact definition of a therapy dog was, and that was just to de-stress the patients and just comfort them in whatever situation they were in.
There is standardized certification. And I don't know if there's a difference, and maybe you can help with this, but like between the phrase therapy dog and animal assisted therapy. I know Love on Four Paws, which comes to Marymount twice a year during finals week, they specifically ask people to say animal assisted therapy dog, and I know that they all go through like a certain standardized certification. It's like a certain length of time, they have to pass certain tests, be able to like not react to certain noises and not react to like movements and things like that.
Have you ever yourself either benefited from a therapy dog or tried or had an animal that was a therapy?
I was rescued my dog, right now he's a dachshund, and I was going to train him to be a therapy dog, but he's a little bit too bitey.
Yes.
And he hurt me for that, so he almost.
I tried, it's hard.
Yeah.
We failed.
Well,
My dog and I failed.
Yeah, he's a rescue, so he's very attached to mother. Anybody gets near me and you're screwed. So. Yes.
Are there like certain like breeds of dogs? Like, because for example, like dogs that are notoriously like wild and energetic, like Dalmatians, can they be a therapy dog, or like a pit bull?
They
That's,
can be.
like, I mean, I wouldn't want a pit bull as my therapy dog. I'm just saying, like, personally, like.
It's mostly, I've seen mostly golden retrievers is usually what you'll find is a golden retriever, but any dog, if they do pass all the tests and they can be trained, can become a therapy dog.
Okay.
And I think it's becoming, sorry, this is just conversation.
Yeah.
But I think it's becoming harder to not allow, like, I live in a building that's no dogs allowed. I just moved into it. I had a husky for years, so I'm really sad I'm in a dog that doesn't, or a place that doesn't have dogs, but then, like 2 weeks in, somebody got a husky, and I'm like, what? How did that happen? And it's because it's an emotional support dog, and it's allowed in the building because it's an emotional support dog. So it's not access, it's not service dog, it's just.
It's under the housing act.
Right. Yeah. So the kid who was explaining this to me, because I was like, how do you have a husky and I don't have a husky here, was saying that that it was because he had the certifications, he had everything he needed, he had passed all the tests, and that was why he was allowed to have the dog in the building. So cool.
They have to. It's under the housing act. And when I was checking on that, when I was studying about that, the man that I spoke to at Fair Housing told me that someone had a tarantula that was a comfort animal. And they proved that it was, so it was soothing. I think it was an autistic child.
Probably soothing to the touch or different, yeah.
Any more questions?
interesting. Did you find? I'm sorry, no, I'm just. But why, or did you not know that like Marymount, we have like a partnership with the Love on Four Paws?
No, I did not
You
know.
could have talked to them.
I could have. I tried
Yeah.
contacting them actually,
okay.
and they were like, no, we're not interested at this time. So I don't know what happened.
Yeah, because they come out like a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. Happy Earth Day. My name's Melissa Gutierrez, and my project was titled First Impressions and Do Name Biases Exist? The reason I was interested in this project was because I saw a video that went viral about a young man who was applying to a ton of places and not hearing back from the jobs he had applied to. So I'm going to play a short video about his experience.
It was days tomorrow, and I had to drop a letter to get it typed. Every morning I wake up, go on Craigslist, and apply to as many jobs, every job that I feel qualified for. about 50 to 100 a day for months. No phone calls, no emails. One day I just thought, what if I tried Joe? Just remove the S in my name and maybe I can make some $. The Monday I decided to go from Jose to Joe. 7 days later, the next Monday, that's when all the responses started coming. That's when all the replies and emails. The position is open, that we want to meet with you. Call us back. I was applying for the same exact jobs, the exact same resume, the exact same experience, just a different name. Sometimes I don't even think people know or conscious or aware that they're judging, even if it's by name, but I think we all do it all the time.
So, Jose Zamora's social experiment led me to think about what he had said, and I questioned whether this was just a local thing or if it was on a global scale. So I looked into it and I found that Vandermeer and Burns had a study done in South Africa on black and white students. And so the black students and the white students were paired off, and they were told that they were going to be compensated for their work, but their partner was going to be absent. So the partner, they had no idea who the partner was. The only released information was a full name. So at the end of the project, they were asked, do you want to share your compensation with your absent partner, or do you want to keep the whole entire compensation to yourself? So the results showed that the white participants only distributed their compensation equally amongst themselves, while the black students were equally generous to partners of both backgrounds. So Gross and Mendez did a study at the University of Southern California. This was last year. And so they sent out emails to 1,871 legislators from both fictitious names, Jacob Smith and Santiago Rodriguez. The results showed that the state legislators were more responsive to the supposed Jacob Smith than they were responsive to Santiago Rodriguez. So it shows that there's a disparity in equity based on the names. Now, in the process of employment, studies have also suggested that there's a disparity in equity based on names, and they're specifically more in favor of non-ethnic names. So that led me to Watson, Thornton, and Appia in 2011. Their study included fictitious resumes. So they had responded to help wanted ads with both ethnic and non-ethnic names, and the results showed that the applicants with non-ethnic names received 50% more callbacks than the applicants with ethnic names. Bertrand and Montaigne also had a study that found that applicants with white-sounding names received more callbacks than applicants with black-sounding names when applying for jobs. So my research question was, do name biases exist amongst the Marymount students population when asked to review applicants for a job in two conditions? One with names, so disclosing full names, and the other condition being non-disclosing names. So this is giving them a resume and covering a name. The only information relevant is the qualifications and their past experiences on a sheet of paper. My prediction was that there'd be differences in the rating scores of the resumes and the ranking order based on the names and no-name conditions. So the materials I used was an actual job ad. The job was for an entry-level sales rep at Verizon Wireless. It listed the qualifications for the job, the actual job description, and other details. And I used 3 resumes under the name Jin Young, John Smith, and Maria Gonzalez. So the way I did it was, Young had good qualifications that were related to the job. John Smith, I purposely included typos in the resume. I included spaces and work experience that could not be related to the position. For Maria Gonzalez, I articulated a resume that was above and beyond for the job. So she had the experience, the GPA, and the educational background. My independent variables were releasing name, resumes with the name for group 1, and resumes without any information of a name for group 2. My dependent variables were rating the participants in 4 different dimensions, which was competitive drive, ability to work with a team, willingness to learn, and leadership potential. The scale was 1 to 3, seems capable, maybe, and does not seem capable. And the ranking was just rank number 1, your favorite, most likely to get the job choice, number 2, so-so, and number 3, least likely to get the job. So keep in mind that for the 4 dimensions, the higher the number is, the less likely they see the candidate available for the job. My participants included 34% male and 66% female. The mean age was 21, and the class standing was split up into 2% freshmen, 37% sophomore, and 34% juniors. 15% juniors and seniors, sorry. The ethnicity was mostly Hispanic and white, so Hispanic came in with 32%, white participants were 24%, Asian 18%, African American 13%, and other was 13%. 89% of them were psychology majors, while 11 were liberal arts. The procedure took place January 26th, Research Day at Marymount, California University, in the TDW room. The way I had it done was I had to step out of the room and recruit 5 students at a time and lead them into the TDW room. And they would take the survey for 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'd have to go out back and forth, recruiting 4 students at a time. I also did the study 2 weeks later in Dr. Lopez's research method class, and this is different because I came into a class of around 30 students and made my research, and it also took 10 to 15 minutes, but I didn't have to step out every so often, and I had all the students in one place at the same time. I gave them an informed consent form, and I let them know that they did not have to participate if they did not want to. The debriefing forms were handed to them after the study was completed, letting them know what the study was about. So the results were differences in total in rating scores. So for Young, his mean number was 1.28 with a name. No name was 1.46 and showed no significant differences. For Smith, there were also no significant differences, but for Gonzalez, there was a trend approaching significance with a p-value of 0.7 for both conditions, name and no name resumes. So that led me to research more into why Gonzalez stood out compared to Smith and Young. And I found that she was ranked lower in 2 dimensions, teamwork and leadership skills. So the higher the scale is set, it's the lower they see her, which is surprising because both had name. So the resumes with the names showed that the surveyors thought that she was not as able to work with a team, and she was not as able to have leadership skills for the job. This is showing her name. But when you covered her name, they thought she was a little bit more qualified for teamwork, and she was a little bit more qualified for having leadership skills. And also in ranking. So with the condition with the names shows that Young came in first place for 9 people, Smith was 3, and Gonzalez was 6. But when it came to covering up the names, Young was last, or second to last. Smith was the same, and Gonzalez was number 1 by 11. So my summary findings was that Gonzalez was rated low as a team player and having leadership skills with a name. So this is full identity disclosure, having a full name out. And there was significant differences in ranking order for both Young and Gonzalez. The results mirrored each other. So related to previous work, the results suggested that there's a disparity in equity based on names, and my hypothesis was correct. I did have a few limitations. Students most likely don't have any experience, in hiring or in reviewing resumes for jobs because we're students. There weren't enough participants, and the task was time consuming and it was possibly rushed because people had things to do and weren't taking as much time reviewing as they probably should have. The setting was not standardized. I did have 2 different types of settings, 2 weeks apart. I also believe that for future research, the resumes could be more diverse. Since I did only have 1 female, I only had 2 male resumes, there could have been more diversity, and as well as different types of ethnic names. And I just want to thank you for your time, and if you have any questions.
Always go. Why did you choose to differ the resumes instead of keeping them all the same so that you could isolate whether it was the name or not?
I wanted to see if they were truly looking at the qualifications when grading of the applicants versus if they were just skimming through and looking at names and no names.
I actually have a question on that first study you mentioned in South Africa. I was a little bit confused as to what that showed. That partner was absent, but I guess work was still provided. To me, it kind of just sounded like they were providing money to someone who just didn't do anything, so it was kind of labeled a partner.
So it's more like a class assignment, and so they had told them come to your class assignment. Your partner is so and so. This is their name. And then towards the end, when the assignment was finished, they were told that their partner wasn't coming.
But was work still provided?
Sorry?
But was work still provided?
Yeah, it's still provided. Okay. So towards the end, they say you can choose to keep your compensation, or you can split it equally amongst your partner, your absent partner.
Okay.
So yeah.
This is kind of a general question, but why, both in your study and then especially the video, why are they using the term name bias instead of racism? Because the name is implying the race of the person, and I just wonder why the softer approach. Yeah.
I think as in our society, I feel like we're easily offended by words like that. So going from being biased to you're racist, it's just so much more stronger to say. And I know I used the word biases because racism just sounds just so much more difficult to expose, I guess. I don't know if I would call it racism though, because it's a name. And another thing is your name does not imply your ethnicity. I was talking to someone outside of the tea house today. She was asking me about my project, and her name was an Hispanic name, but the woman was a white woman. So her name just happened to be an Hispanic name, her first name, which is Victoria, but her last name was because she married an Hispanic man. So it was ethnicity. So
I think you made an important comment at the end in your discussion, in that the sample that you used were not experienced in hiring, and so I wonder if a hiring team or an HR person would do the same and would look at it the same, and if the company itself would make a difference. Would the actual company be looking at names differently because maybe it's a Hispanic company, or is it in the deep south? Would location of the company make a difference, or if the HR people who are making this? So I think that would be an important area to look at, and a limitation in the future, to try to sort of eke that out a little bit more.
And also because you did find this in the Marymount community, what does this mean in terms of our views of racism or how we interpret names? So how can this be useful?
Well, first of all, we could be more culturally aware of others, and also possibly implement a class on cultural diversity or a course, if there is not one already, just to spread awareness of what's going on.
And to be able to have be comfortable with these conversations, right? Because I was thinking the same thing that Erin was, right? I don't know if we're comfortable calling it that, even though it is that, but I don't know if as a society we're really there yet to be able to openly talk about it.
Can I ask a question about your debriefing? So when you did the 5 at a time for, did you debrief each group of 5 as they left? Or did you not debrief until after all of them?
So everyone was given a debriefing form because I wouldn't be able to step outside the inside and administer the actual research without me in there. So I actually just gave them a debriefing form.
Because I wonder if let's say I'm with my group of 20 friends, right? I wish. And like I have like I go in with my 5 and then we figure out what it is and then I go tell my other 10, oh, it's about name bias. Don't write down, don't judge it, that maybe the study could have been affected if people who had already found out what it was went and told people that came back.
That's a good comment. The people who came in were mostly friends already there. So they would take it together and then leave. But I don't recall them being friends with people from outside. But that's a good comment, yeah.
Well, there's nothing interesting because when people are looking for somebody new, they're looking for somebody who does not look like me. But the thing is there's so many people, so many intercultural interracial marriages that we really can't make those kinds of assumptions. But the other thing is there's a lot of research on all kinds of things. So the people who have a diminutive form of a name or who maybe perceived as being younger, less experienced, people who have something like Jamie, they now can be interpreted either as a male or a female. It's been interesting because some of the things have said that people carry their own bias into reading the resume of the person and they have in their mind a male or they have in their mind a female and then they're kind of surprised to find out, well, actually it's the opposite gender. So I think that there's so many different things going on with it. It does show it shows the images that we carry in our head. We carry a Lou and a Mendes. We carry these different images in our head, or we carry, if we knew somebody who's a Jamie, who's a boy or who is a girl, then we may carry that image with us. And if we prefer a male to be or a female to be, we may. So I think it's a good study in that it shows that we carry a lot of those things in our heads. And it's interesting too that you have the 25 or 26% were Hispanic, the majority of your 36%
and they were Hispanic females.
Right,
So
and it
for
was a
them-
Hispanic female on
the
thing.
resume,
Yeah, that was
so,
interesting.
yeah.
Versus the research, which was like white and versus everything else.
So I'm Carlene, and thank you for coming today. I appreciate it. And my topic is marijuana usage and romantic relationships and exploring that. So the importance of my study. Marijuana is actually a very commonly abused drug in the United States, which I thought it's the most commonly, which I thought was interesting because I assumed it would be something else. Alcohol, because it's the leading killer of substances in the United States. So I was surprised that this was the most abused. It's also a gateway drug. It can lead you to do other drugs, and that's never good. Drugs are bad, okay? And it's been linked to depression, anxiety, panic attacks, which are no fun. No one wants to go through that. Another study found that it's linked to issues forming functional, intimate adult relationships, which is detrimental because when you get older, you have to have like a foundation for relationships, and if drug use is involved, then it can really mess with it. So my research questions. I wanted to look at whether or not there was a difference between smokers and non-smokers in their levels of satisfaction in romantic relationships. And also, among the smokers, were there differences in satisfaction in their relationships based on the kind of smoker that they are? Social versus dependent. Like, a social smoker is someone who smokes socially and obviously. And then someone who's a dependent smoker is someone who needs it to get by. Previous studies, empirical findings have found that high levels of marijuana usage can cause anxiety, agoraphobia, worrisome thoughts. Those are no fun. It's also been linked to avoidance tendencies in social situations, and when you're in relationships, you have to be able to talk about conflicts and the stuff that's going on. So if you're avoiding those topics, it's gonna obviously affect the relationships negatively. And another study found that adolescent marijuana users had difficulty with impulse control, sustaining attention, decision making, and short-term memory retrieval. That's not good. If you can't remember what you did yesterday, you know, it's like, wait, what do I do with today? Those were the studies that were linked to emotional and behavioral difficulties, and these are the studies that have been done previously, which relate to the romantic and intimate relationship part of the study. They've been found that young adult marijuana users were found to have lower levels of relationship quality with their significant others. So people who smoke a lot of weed, they're not as happy in their relationships with significant others. And it's also been found that a lack of strong social bonds with their significant others actually may lead to heavy marijuana usage, which is negative. Vargas, Carmona, and a couple of other researchers found that a positive correlation between substance abuse and a lack of intimacy in relationship. They found a so like the substance abuse goes up and they're not as happy in their relationships. So I hypothesized that non-smokers would be more satisfied in their intimate relationships than marijuana smokers. And the part where related to dependency and social situations. Among the smokers, the people who smoked marijuana socially will be more satisfied than those who are dependent on marijuana. So my method, participants, I chose to just limit it to Marymount students. That's why my study is different, because I focused on university students, and a lot of the studies that I read about were just randomly selected. I think that's the word. I don't know. I think there's another word that I learned about in research methods for that. The ages range between 18 and 36 with a mean of 20.9 and a standard deviation of 3.6. The majority of my participants' ethnicity was Hispanic, 17% African American, 14% Caucasian, 17% was mixed, 3% Armenian, and 3% unknown because they just chose to not put down their ethnicity. There was the main class standing was juniors, which I thought was interesting. 14% freshmen, 24% sophomores, and 17% seniors, and then again 7% unknown because they chose not to put down their class standing. So my materials and my measures. I researched a few scales, and I chose to use the relationship satisfaction scale, which measured satisfaction and like the quality of romantic relationships, and it was developed by David Burns in 1993, and it measured satisfaction along 7 dimensions. Some examples are communication and openness, degree of affection, caring, and intimacy and closeness. And the scale was on a scale from 0 to 6. 0 is very dissatisfied and 6 is very satisfied. The other survey I chose to use is the Marijuana Dependence Questionnaire Survey, which measured marijuana usage. And it was developed by Floria and Baker in 2015. And the first item on the survey asked whether or not the participant was a smoker. And if they were, then they would complete the rest of the survey. and if they weren't, then they wouldn't complete the rest of the survey. They would just, then they were debriefed. For the smokers, who completed the survey, there were 9 items measuring the extent to which one smoked socially. For example, I do it because my friends do it. It makes me feel happy. I use marijuana to help me think clearly, which I thought was interesting because let's be real. And then there were 21 questions measuring the extent of dependence on marijuana. For example, I smoke marijuana to deal with stress more and like make it more bearable. And I have trouble not smoking marijuana. Marijuana makes me feel paranoid. Those are all things that are examples of someone being dependent on marijuana. And the options involved for the scale were never, rarely, sometimes, often, and always. And then they would choose one for each question. Procedure. Participants were recruited on MCU's psychology research day, and they were asked screening questions as they would it was like during lunch and people were like walking by, and I just had to be like, hey, are you in a relationship? Like, take my survey. And they signed the informed consent, and then they were debriefed after they completed the surveys. And the incentive was candy and pizza and an entry in a raffle. So got people to participate. And the results, smokers versus non-smokers, I was surprised. The differences in satisfaction scores between the smokers, the mean was 5.1, standard deviation of 0.43, and the non-smokers, mean of 5.6 and standard deviation of 0.41. It was actually found to be significant through the t-test with degrees of freedom or something. 27 equals 2.8, and the Pearson, I don't know, 0.008. So you can see here, people who don't smoke are more, according to my study, people who don't smoke are more satisfied in their relationships than people who do smoke. And then the results for the social smokers, there was no significant relationship with it. Like, the people who smoked socially, there was no significant correlation between whether or not they were happy in their relationships. And then the results with the dependent smokers, there was a significant negative correlation between the satisfaction score and the extent of dependence on smoking. As you can see here, people who are dependent on marijuana, they're just not as happy in their romantic relationships. I know it was like, those were my hypotheses, but I actually was surprised because I kind of thought like, when I did the study, I was like, oh, maybe like this is a bad idea, like my results aren't gonna lead up to this at all, so I was really surprised. So the summary of my findings is that my hypotheses were supported, and more satisfaction in relationships among non-smokers and more satisfaction among those who are less dependent on it and just smoke socially. Also, it parallels other findings of less satisfaction among smokers. And what my study adds is the effects of the specific kind of smoking, and also, like I said, the university students. It's Marymount, so I thought that would be cool to focus on. Limitations of my study. I didn't control for medical marijuana usage, which is a really key part of marijuana usage these days, because people all over the place have med cards and they have significant reasons for their reasons for smoking. It may not be dependent or social, it's medical, so that's definitely a limitation. I didn't analyze the marijuana use by partners, so it depends, like I didn't ask like how much does your partner smoke or what kind of
like smoker is your partner, which is also something that I should have focused on. The sample size was really small. I only had 29 people, and the population of smokers was even smaller. I think I had about 10 people who were smokers, which is a small population size also. And then for future studies, it's just I could use better operationalizations of the variables. Like I could have asked different questions that were better, and instead of having 21 questions about the dependence aspect, I could have had even numbers instead of 21 and 9, about 9 questions focusing on the social smokers. So I feel like it kind of like skewed it maybe, but which is unfortunate, but oh well. And then more direct questions also, just more specific instead of just like, I smoke marijuana because my friends do it. I could ask more specific questions, like I'm in this situation and I smoke because my friends do it. Also, I should have considered, future studies can consider legal and societal views on its use. Like in Colorado, it's legal now. And that might be a good place to do a future study like this, because so many people smoke weed there, and it probably makes a really big difference. Like people are probably, and also the legal part of it is like a huge thing, because like that, because it's legal, it's looked upon as like a negative thing, and that's why society views it negatively. I mean, I'm not saying all of society views it negatively, because that's not the case. Like, I don't view it negatively, and I'm like all for it if it helps someone, but if it's illegal, people just kind of like stick up their nose and they're like, wow, you shouldn't do that. And it's like, I think that people should be able to do what they want, but then to take into account the fact that it can, depending on what kind of smoker you are, can really affect your relationships and lower the quality of them and satisfaction. It's unfortunate, but thank you.
Going back to what you just said about the legalization aspects of it, I think I'm trying to see how, whether it's legal or not, how that would impact if somebody is dependent on marijuana, regardless of the reason they take it, whether it's, well, perhaps medically, if it's changing a medical condition, but if it's a matter of whether it's legal or not, and they have a dependency on marijuana, wouldn't that still potentially affect the relationship according to your studies, regardless of the legality of it?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I'm just saying for future studies, it might be interesting to incorporate that and ask questions about that also. Because like in relationships, it's kind of like, oh, we're doing something illegal, or even if there is a med card, it's still like looked upon by some people as like, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I just think that like in future studies it would be good to ask about that.
Were you able to tell if it was only one partner in the relationship that smoked or both partners?
Yeah, I asked if their partner smoked also. A lot of people left it blank though, which I thought was unfortunate.
Because I wonder if that matters in terms of satisfaction. Like if you're a non-smoker dating a smoker, you might have a bigger issue with it than if it's two smokers dating each other.
Exactly.
They might not care as much.
Yeah, so that's definitely something to ask. I asked, but didn't
to
answer
assess or
it.
to see. My other thing is not so much a question but a comment. The research that said that marijuana is the most widely abused, but that's not the case. I mean, like alcohol and caffeine and tobacco are definitely more widely abused, but I don't know like why, if that was a certain population or a certain area or a certain age range.
No, it's just what one study found. Yeah, it was in like the lit review of a certain study, and
we talked about it too because we thought it was weird, remember?
Yeah.
And I think we were saying, oh, it probably doesn't include alcohol because we both agreed that
Maybe it's just like of illegal.
Yeah, I started having this conversation.
Okay, so you're saying,
For
just
sure.
related to other
Probably
illegal drugs.
illegal
because-
stuff.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, okay, sorry. Yes.
I have another question. How did the confidentiality aspect of this, do you think that had an effect on your answers or on numbers of students willing to participate?
Yes.
Because then they had, so if they had prizes or raffles, was it anonymous, or did you have the opportunity to see, you know, if Sally did one, I would know that it was her response. What was the control for anonymous versus
I mean,
identification
because,
of self?
like if they enter in a raffle, they have to write their name down or something.
Well, I just wasn't sure, how did you get the response back from them so that at no time you would recognize who the person was?
I put it in an envelope and then.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then I just like mixed it up, so.
Okay. So there was no.
No,
yeah,
I didn't, I
completely
mean, I knew some of
anonymous.
the participants, but I didn't, like, I mean, I know that some of the results are like, I don't know, I don't really understand your question.
I was just wondering if the people knew that it was anonymous, would they answer differently if they thought their names were going to be portrayed in identified in some way?
But they weren't.
Okay, that's what I was wondering,
Oh,
there was no
okay.
chance of.
Oh, no,
of
they didn't have to write their
identification.
name anywhere, no, it was completely anonymous and confidential. And like, if they wanted to enter in the raffle and write their name down, I wasn't looking at it.
Well, and you asked them if they were in a relationship, not if they smoked marijuana, right?
Yeah.
To get them together, so.
Yeah, cause if I had asked that, they would be like, gotta go. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just curious, you didn't look at any other, ways of using marijuana other than smoking?
Oh, what do you mean, like the ground?
There are other,
yeah.
there are other forms, particularly for
Yeah.
medicinal marijuana, there are other forms, but you
Yeah,
only
definitely.
address
I didn't do that.
smoking.
I just kind of, that's what I've been around. So, and it is like a personal study because I've been affected by this kind of thing. So, it kind of just focused on smoking because it's what I wanted to do, I think.
Yeah, I think it might also be interesting to see if there's any differences in how it's used.
Yeah, I think that would be interesting too because I think it would be totally different. Yeah,
And
for
also,
sure.
like, this is just a generalization, but what if people in general who have poor social skills choose to smoke marijuana as a social outlet, and perhaps would they already be disappointed in their relationship because they don't have relationship skills? Like, you could argue too that like maybe people who don't have good relationship skills are people who smoke marijuana versus people who smoke marijuana's relationship skills are diminished because of marijuana. Like, you don't really know which came first.
Yeah, I
the
think
chicken or
one
the
of
egg.
the studies like focused on that, one of the previous findings. Like it's like a lack of closeness basically like induced them to smoke more marijuana because like their relationship satisfaction scale or whatever, not scale, was already kind of like and like who knows what that's from, you know, like yeah.
In the research that you were reading, did it identify at all that the dependent marijuana users also involved other types of drugs, prescription drugs, Xanax and alcohol in relationship?
See, that's it's another thing to focus on too, because there's always, and that's why I think it was important for me to mention about the gateway drug, because it's like they're probably using other things too. But previous studies mainly found that it kind of just mentioned like substance abuse. It didn't say specifically like prescription drugs or even like you were saying like tobacco or alcohol. It didn't, because it didn't say that. It just said substance abuse.
And also, and again, you wouldn't have to deal with all of this if I wasn't sitting here in this room, but the other thing too is that like the gateway theory is also really controversial. Like, studies show it's not a proven fact that it's a gateway drug. There's a lot of research across seas that says it's not a gateway drug, and it's been more legal, you know, in some of those other countries versus here, and our research is limited because of the legality. So the gateway theory is controversial because people think that it's part of that old it's bad and wrong to do drugs and moral, you know, it's a scare tactic, and that research is still being done about the truth behind that theory as
Yeah.
well.
For sure.
Hi, my name is Irma Murphy, and I decided to conduct my research on developmental stages of psychopathic killers, and this is a Los Angeles case study, and I'm going to walk you guys through the developmental stages. So, what is a psychopath? A psychopath can be considered as an emotional predator who works against what is normally accepted by society but displays erratic or strange behaviors. Some of their characteristics consist of a lack of empathy, remorse, and use of aggression towards others in order to fulfill what is desired. So why does this matter? I believe our society is ran by insane people for insane objectives. I also think we are being ran by maniacs for maniacal fantasies and desires. The message that I hope to send to everyone is to never judge a book by its cover, because you never know who you may be sitting next to. So take that in mind. He says he loves you and kills you when your dinner gets burned. So previous studies relating to childhood mentions that criminals who have reported high scores on the psychopathy checklist have experienced some form of abuse and neglect from their primary caregiver. Pertaining to adolescents, other studies have proved that teens who have reported any form of traumas during their childhood have had high levels of aggression towards their peers in school. Pertaining to adulthood findings, additional studies have shown that gender was not a determining factor that predicted the severity level of pain and torture and sexual assault inflicted upon their victims. So my research question, I wanted to know what events, experiences, or chaotic environments are associated with the causes and effects of the bad seed planted in psychopathic killers. I hypothesize and I predict that killers in the Los Angeles County who have displayed psychopathic personality traits have been influenced by bad parenting, exposure to chaotic environments during their childhood, emerging into adulthood, and growing into adulthood with the same erratic, strange behaviors. And so, just so you know, 6% of the world population are born genetically psychopaths. Do you know what that means for the rest of us? So, participants, I picked three well-known, I picked three people for my case study, which is Richard Ramirez and Charles Manson and Randy Kraft. These people were once all incarcerated into the Los Angeles County prison system. Why did I choose these killers? So the reason why I chose these killers, which is Richard Ramirez, Charles Manson, and Randy Kraft, nicknamed Richard Ramirez is nicknamed the Night Stalker. Charles Manson was nicknamed Charlie Mack, and Randy Kraft was nicknamed the Freeway Killer. And I chose them because when I went to do my research and look up the most known killers here in the Los Angeles County, these were the people who were known to terrorize the city the most. They not only did they terrorize the city, but they caused people to have fear at night, not knowing if they were going to be the next victim or not. So my design and my materials. My data consisted of public records, case records, journal articles, and documentaries. In this qualitative content analysis, I looked for themes in a serial killing cycle of the following: fantasy, control, disassociation, and reenactment. My procedure. I obtained my records through contacting the chief of police, and I worked with them closely, and it took me over an estimate of 6 months just to get one case record. file from the Supreme Court in order to help me collect data. What I was looking for in this data was I was looking for traumatic events, chaotic environments, any records of reported psychological diagnosis specific to each individual psychopath. The form and the way that I collected my data was through a timeline format and a killing cycle guideline specific to each killer's psychopathic serial killing spree. Each killer, it took me approximately 48 hours total to evaluate them within a 2-week span. In-depth research in the lab every day, 4 hours. My measures included organized killer, disorganized killer, motives, triggers, fantasy, control, and reenactment. Topics and things that I use is that I wanted to define what serial killers were, who murderers were, visionary, hedonistic killers, and thrill-seeking killers and lust-seeking killers. And what that means is basically the difference between a serial killer and a murderer is that a serial killer is a person who kills 3 or more people within a 1 month span, and a murderer is a person who commits a crime, who commits a murder, but either they can be an asset to the murder or construct it or order it to happen. A hedonistic killer is someone who has problems with they get thrill off of killing others. Like that's how they feel okay with themselves is by killing another person, and that's what makes them happy. Next slide. So this is so within my study I wanted to create like general killing cycle. This is just a general killing cycle, but what I wanted to do was my ultimate goal was to create a cycle of each individual serial killer and show you guys what led up to the point of them becoming these psychopathic serial killers. And so, to me, in my opinion, it starts with a fantasy in their imagination. Then it goes to control, triggers, or the motives. Each serial killer has their own specific diagram pertaining specifically to them. And disassociation in the diagram would mean like they would rather, instead of owning up or admitting to their murders, they would rather disassociate themselves by either fleeing, going away, or hiding out somewhere, or just not taking ownership up to what they have committed. Reenactment plays a part in because it's whether they're able to control their fantasies or not, and so they reenact what they fantasized for so long. And in the middle here would be the type of criminal they are and the type of killer they are. So I will be breaking down each killer and defining them in their own specific murdering cycle that I've created myself. So start off with Richard Ramirez. His fantasy started with rape. He fantasized and imagined himself raping, robbing, and torturing women and having them, he wanted them to believe in Satan. He lived his eyes through Satan. His triggers were related to, he was influenced and exposed to pain and torture and rape from his cousin Mike that had just came back from Vietnam War and showed him the pain and torture that he inflicted on these women, these Vietnamese women from the war. And so to me, his trigger was his family because, if it wasn't for those type of exposures, I don't think he would have developed his psychopathic behavior so early on. Control. He was unable to control his sexual desires, which became dangerous at a certain point, meaning that all this right here that he's imagining, it's gonna come out soon, and it's gonna terrorize the city. And so what I came up with is that instead of him being able to control his fantasy and sexual desires that he had created in his head, he decided to reenact what he was exposed to at the age of 12, which is rape, torture, and pain on women. And so he wanted to his fantasy was to inflict rape, pain, and torture, and to support his drug habit that he had. And he's a disorganized serial killer. And the reason why he's a disorganized serial killer is because he was unable to keep he was able to be tracked down. He was able to be tracked down within a 1 year span of his killing spree. I mean, it may sound like a long time, but he left messy traces. He never cleaned up his evidence. He always made people always knew that was Richard Ramirez, who either broke into their home or killed them. And he's a serial killer because, as I stated before, he killed over more than 3 people a month. And if he didn't kill someone how he wanted, or if they didn't bow down, then he didn't feel accomplished. And he's a visionary because he's wanted to be seen as a Satanist, and visionary killers want to be seen as other people. And he wanted everyone to know that he was a devil worshiper. And so the next person that I did a killing cycle on is Charles Manson. His killing cycle started also with a fantasy, and his fantasy was to become a cult leader. He wanted to start a race war back in the time where there was the peace and love era. He wanted to destroy that era, and he wanted to create a peace war by having his most dedicated followers go out and kill for him. And so it led to his triggers, in my opinion, was his disowned mother and his rejection from fame. His mother, at a certain point in his life, sold him for a pitcher of beer, and he's always wanted to have this relationship with her. So his triggers, to me, in my jurisdiction, is family and fame. He wanted those. That's what he desired his whole life. Control. He came to a point where he was unable to control the thoughts in his fantasy, and so he created a following fan base and instructed them to kill. He wanted to see who was his most dedicated followers. He wanted to know who was down for him, just because of the fact that his mother disowned him at a young age and he was always rejected from fame. So due to the fact he wanted to feel wanted his whole life, he wanted to see who was really dedicated to him. And so then his cycle goes to disassociation. He wanted to hide out in the desert while he sent out his followers to go kill for him. He wanted to be seen as the new Messiah. The reason why he's a visionary murderer is because he wanted to be seen as a god, as opposed to Richard Ramirez wanted to be seen as a Satanist. And he's a murderer because he didn't commit crimes himself. And he's disorganized because he didn't plan out any of his murders. He killed all his victims by random selection, and he didn't know if they were actually going to be they were going to actually be killed or not. He didn't actually physically commit the murders. He just directed the murders. And so my next and final last participant that I chose was Randy Kraft. His fantasy started with sex, rape, sadistic. He had a sadistic mind. His motives was homosexuality. Due to the fact that he wanted to keep his homosexuality a secret, he had to kill all his victims in order for them not to come forward. And any victims that got away from him, he knew that they weren't going to say anything due to the fact in that era and that time, homosexuality wasn't accepted, as it is today. And so he wanted to keep it a secret. Then it came to the point to where, in his diagram, is control. Is he able to control his sexual desires? He wasn't able to control his sexual desires in his fantasy, which is sex and rape, to inflict upon his victims. And so that became dangerous. Anytime a killer's fantasies turn sexual, it becomes dangerous and threat to society. Disassociation. He did not want to be linked to any of his murders, but he was the most intelligent killer. He dumped all of his bodies on the side of the freeway, and it took them approximately over 11 years just to catch him. over a decade for this person to go on a killing spree and kill all these people. So in my opinion, he is an intelligent killer because he's organized. He never left a trace. He always planned out his murders. He is a serial killer because he killed more than one person within a month's span. Thrill. All he wanted to do was fulfill his sexual desires, but also keep them a secret. And he got a thrill out of killing people. He got a thrill out of seeing people pain and torture and in fear. That was his kick out of life. So Richard Ramirez, the parallels that I drawn from my study is that Richard Ramirez and Charles Manson, they were both disorganized killers. They were both visionary killers because they both wanted to be seen as different people. He wanted to be seen as a god and he wanted to be seen as a Satanist. They both experienced bad upbringings. He was, exposed to torture, rape, and, pain inflicted upon women at a very young age, and it caused him to build up a sexual arousal towards those events, leading to him wanting to have the same desires and want to do the same thing. Charles Manson, his upbringing was that his mother always disowned him his whole life. And so these are the parallels that I drew between these two participants. Randy Kraft is the only contrast that I have between all the killers because not only was he an organized killer, he only seeked thrill. He had no upbringing issues. You wouldn't even know that he was a killer. You wouldn't even think he's a killer. He was a successful computer programmer with a high IQ. Never left any trace and planned out all of his murders. My hypothesis was partially supported. Randy Kraft did not have any childhood or adolescence, chaotic environments, or traumatic experience leading to his psychopathy. It was more that when he was a child, he was brought with all right-wing, Christian ways to live through life, and didn't discover his sexuality until he went to college. And he didn't act out on his psychopathic behaviors until he reached college. And that's when he started to explore himself more, when he was able to leave his family from the right-wing ways of living. I think this case study can be useful because it could help law enforcement, not only law enforcement, but have an easier method to identify psychopathic serial killers in the future, and specific to Los Angeles County, because to me, if it takes you 11 years to catch someone with the same traces and the same patterns of the way that they're killing and dumping bodies on the side of the road, but you're not able to catch them, I feel like that there should be some better ways of going about catching these kind of criminals, because they're not noticeable. Randy Kraft was a successful computer program. No one would ever think that he would go out killing. And the only reason why he was able to get caught is due to the fact that he was pulled over for a DUI. And they found his murdering list on his seat. It's the only way they was able to catch him. Other than that, he was untraceable and untrackable. Why does this matter? I think this matters because not all psychopathic killers will develop in the same way over a period of time. They can be triggered at different times and act out on their psychopathic fantasies at any time in their life. Pertaining to Randy Kraft, he didn't act out on his psychopathic behaviors until he got into his adulthood, until he got into college. While on the other hand, Richard Ramirez and Charles Manson, they had already been showing signs of high risk of psychopathy, growing up, but no one put a stop to it. Limitations to my study included small sample size. I wish I would have had more people to evaluate or more killers to be able to get access to, but due to the fact that time was limited and I wanted to be able to do more in-depth research. And another limitation, it may sound erratic or crazy to you guys, but I feel like I wanted to meet with these people. I wanted to understand from them, how could you have the heart or, lack of remorse or lack of empathy to go out and commit these crimes against other human beings that are just like you? You know, just because you don't act like a human being doesn't mean you're not a human being. And so I felt like that was a limitation to my study, although, you know, due to, you know, approvals, I have to work with what I got. Adding to future research. I think this could add to future research by highlighting the parallels and contrasts that I found in the study, which is you don't know who you're sitting next to. You could be sitting next to the most best person you think in the world, but in their nightlife, they're going out killing people, committing these crimes. You never know who you're sitting next to. So I think that it would be helpful for future researchers to look at all characteristics of an individual before placing judgment, and create more killing cycles to help, you know, connect the dots to how it all started and where it's gonna begin. And I think that could be a good answer for future researchers. I like to be 100% evil, but I can't. So this is the end of my study, and thank you guys for listening. This is Richard Ramirez doing his goodbye. So. Any questions?
How did you choose this? What got you interested in a study like this? And do you plan to continue this study in some way later?
So what got me into this study was that I took a forensic psychology class here at Marymount, and due from that class, I decided that, wow, this is like an interesting topic that I wanted to look more into. And so when I started looking more into, I started figuring out like, well, these people are, you know, very abnormal, and they display very psychopathic traits, and I wanted to understand why. I want to be able to help figure out how to prevent these individuals from forming in the future. So it starts in the home, and not necessarily all the time, but most of the time it starts in the home with the upbringing. If a child has a good upbringing, it could lead to them having a good adulthood. But if they don't, it could lead, just like Richard Ramirez and Charles Manson, it could lead to them acting out on erratic, strange behaviors. And so I thought that, like, if I can be able to help figure out how these people became such brutal murderers, then, you know, I feel like it can help law enforcement be able to identify these people better without saying that everyone's a suspect. For example, if I see a person walking down the street in baggy jeans, a hoodie on and something, I'm gonna automatically think he's a gangbanger, but what if he's not? He's just an average man in his chill clothes on an off day walking down the street. And so I wanna make it clear to people that just because their appearance or what they look like is normal, that doesn't mean that they're always normal. The traits of lacking empathy and lacking remorse is more important to me. Yes.
In your research, did you discover if any of you had siblings, and whether or not they also were psychopathic?
Okay, so Richard Ramirez did have siblings. He had 4 other siblings, but they didn't have any traits. But he did grow up with an abusive alcoholic father who was an immigrant, and he would abuse the mother around him, and so it caused him to go and hang out with cousin Mike, who exposed him to all these things. And not only did he expose him to these events, he shot his wife in the head right in front of young Richard. And, you know, caused young Richard to go into a state to where he had to keep all of this stuff that he had learned and dealt and had been exposed to by his cousin to stay inside, because he promised his cousin that he wouldn't tell him, because his cousin got out of jail because he pled that he was insane and that he was a Satanist. And so that was the way that he pled himself, was that he was a Satanist and that he wanted everyone, that's the way he thought that everyone should live their lives. And
Charles Manson?
Charles Manson didn't have any siblings. He only had his mother, and he was transferred to live with his grandmother and his uncles. And a traumatic experience that he experienced was that his uncle made him go to school in a dress one time. But Charles Manson had always been like a problem child due to the fact that his mother had him at a young age. She tried to sell him for a pitcher of beer and just didn't she was never there for him, and that's all he wanted really in life, is just to be close to his mother. Even when she had got out of jail from her robberies that she had committed, he still wanted to be with her, but she disowned him and took her boyfriend instead. So, and then Randy Kraft, as I said, he had no trace. You're not gonna catch him. He took him over a decade to catch him on the spree. So, and yeah, he had a good upbringing. More questions?
We might have time for one more, and then.
I just have a comment. I'm gonna have a horrible dream tonight about
Okay, guys. Well, thank you guys.
Great job, everyone.
So the schedule says Mike, but I'm obviously not Mike. I'm Andrea McKinney, and this is my capstone. We're all in this together: belongingness and academic performance in a small collegiate environment. So I want to start off by explaining why this meant so much to me, why I chose this topic. I transferred here from UC San Diego, and whenever anybody hears about that, they go, "Oh, why? It's such a good school." And I usually just say, "Oh, it wasn't the right fit," but it was so much more. I originally went to UCSD to play water polo, and when I stopped playing partway through my sophomore year, I lost an entire social structure, support system, everything that a team provides. So I slipped. My grades fell. I didn't feel like I belonged. I didn't know what I was doing there, to the point where I realized that I had to leave that school or I was going to fail out. So I moved home, found Marymount, visited it, loved it. I mean, the people who I talked to clearly loved their jobs working at Marymount, showed such sense of community. I applied and I got in on a probationary basis, provided that I could keep my grades above a 2.0 for the first semester. Turns out I didn't need that probation. I flourished here, and that made me wonder, are my experiences of not feeling like I belong, so I do worse, similar to anybody else's? Which led to my research question of, how does the sense of belongingness impact academic performance on a small collegiate environment or campus? There were a couple studies that really influenced me. The first was Kennedy and Tuckman from 2013, where they explored a ton of different variables on and how they impacted academic performance. But I obviously focused on the belongingness aspect of this study. They noted that there was no prior research that directly linked belongingness to academic performance, but evidence strongly suggested that there was a possible link. So they hypothesized that belongingness would have a positive impact on short-term academic performance. They found first that belongingness did contribute significantly to predicting GPA, and they also found that belongingness had a prolonged indirect effect on academic performance. So if you felt like you belonged, you continued to do better. There were two flaws in the study in terms of my research. The environment's very different. I can speak from experience. This was studied at a large university, and I went to a large university. It's nothing like Marymount. And second, belongingness wasn't a focus in this study. They kind of threw it in at the end. They didn't develop a scale for belongingness. They used a scale that was developed for elementary and middle schoolers, and I don't think college students have very much in common with elementary and middle schoolers. So I wanted to focus on something else. The second was Lee, Noakes, Malak, and Fries and Chung from 2013 as well. So this is all really new research. And they hypothesized that social relations, academic motivation, alcohol use, and place attachment are intertwined. Place attachment and social relations are two huge parts of belongingness. Because if you feel like you belong, you're going to have friends, and you're going to have an attachment to where you belong. Academic motivation has been shown to correlate to academic performance. So I saw a lot of similarities with this. So their hypothesis that these were all intertwined was confirmed, but there was a difference in gender. While both male and females were found to develop higher academic motivation through social relations and attachment to the university, males also had the risk of having negative influences due to alcohol abuse, while females did not share that. This influenced my study because I didn't even consider looking at the different genders until I read this. This led to my hypothesis that I hypothesized that in a small university setting, an increased sense of belongingness will have a positive impact on students' academic performance as measured by GPA. So my materials were consent forms, a pen and paper survey that I devised, and debriefing forms. My survey consisted of 21 questions. 19 of those were closed-ended, and of those, 12 were on a Likert scale of strongly disagree, disagree, neutral, agree, or strongly agree. And then the 2 open-ended questions, one of which was GPA. Here are a few of my sample scale questions. They all had to do with belongingness. So the first 3 were, I feel as though my fellow students, campus administration, or campus faculty and staff are there to support me when I need it, and they had to agree or disagree, or neutral. And then the bottom 3 were, I think, the most important, as I wanted to know. I feel accepted as myself at Marymount. I do not feel as though I belong at Marymount, and I enjoy being a part of the Marymount community. This was my procedure. I recruited students at the Capstone Research Day at the main campus. I gave them informed consent forms where they had to read, make sure they knew what they were participating in, sign and return one to me. I gave them the survey. They had unlimited time to complete it. And then after they handed back the survey, I gave them a debriefing form that went more into depth about what I was studying. I had some ethical concerns. My main ethical concern was, how would students who have low belongingness react when they were forced to confront the fact that they didn't belong here? If somebody had a low belongingness and they may feel isolated and alone, and it could lead to a lower mood, and I was asking my participants to confront these feelings. So to combat it, I put contact information for counseling services and Dr. D, my advisor, on my debriefing form and said, please contact if you have any questions or you need any assistance. So as I previously said, I surveyed Marymount California University students on campus. Most of my surveys were conducted at the Capstone Research Day Fair, but others were conducted in class at club meetings, or if I just saw somebody who said, hey, you want to take my survey? And they agreed. I had 61 total participants, 24 male, 37 female, and the breakdown of the classes is as follows: 26 freshmen, 13 sophomores, 10 juniors, and 12 seniors. So this was my plan of analysis. I first just took the descriptive statistics, means, and standard deviations of what I wanted to study. I looked for significance, and then I'll get to the next 2 after I talk about my significance. So the mean sense of belongingness was 3.805 with a standard deviation of 0.747. So on my scale was 1 to 5, as I had 5 check boxes that they could say, and it lands somewhere between neutral and moderate belongingness. And the mean self-reported GPA was 3.376 on a 4.0 scale, the normal GPA scale, with a standard deviation of 0.489. There were some variations in belongingness by class standing. Juniors as a class had the highest sense of belonging, while seniors had the lowest, as in the far one for me. But there was no variation for gender, and Also, there were some variations for residents. Despite the variations that I saw, I did not immediately find a significant relationship between GPA and belongingness. They were not significantly correlated, and Pearson's correlation was 0.002 with a significance of 0.989. Since I could not find a reportable relationship between my variables, I decided to see if my questions that I created actually studied belongingness. So I checked all the correlations, and I know it's really hard to see here, but other than the negatively coded questions that I have, they are all, there's a positive trend of correlation. They all correlate with each other. I then proceeded to conduct a 3x2-way ANOVA and post hoc analysis, and I found a marginally significant difference between low and high belongingness on GPA. Unfortunately, there weren't enough individuals of each group sampled to complete the post hoc analysis of residence type. And I just showed my figure in with a little arrow to the one significance I could find. So my hypothesis was not fully supported by my research, but there was some type of relationship as shown by my ANOVA test. The unexpected finding that I had was there were class standing trends in mean and standard deviation where the juniors felt the most belonging and the seniors felt the least, which was surprising to me because you'd think it would go up as it went. But what I am supposing is if Marymount was originally a 2-year school, and so people have a tendency to transfer out after 2 years, so the people who are juniors either transferred in or really, really wanted to be here, which is why I believe that their belongingness went up. And I also believe that since I only surveyed second semester seniors, they're already looking past Marymount. They're done, they're applying for grad school jobs, they're ready to get out of here. So I had a few limitations. My first limitation was the small sample size. I couldn't do much studying much more tests because when I broke it down into groups, even though 61 seems like a lot, I only had a few people in each group, so I couldn't run as many tests on it, and there might be other possible relationships that I missed because of that. I only surveyed at the main campus, so I may have missed commuters. There may be a different sense of belonging at different campuses, and I may have missed more juniors and seniors because they are typically down at Waterfront. Finally, self-reported GPA is a bit of a limitation since people have a tendency to favor their GPAs. I mean, I've done it. You know, you say, oh yeah, I have a 3.6 when you have a 3.2. No big deal. So these are my implications. For campus administration, if there are such varying levels of belongingness and in residences and between class standings, is there a way you could outreach to people who have lower belonging? And is there ways that you can increase levels of belongingness overall with programs or events that are targeted to these groups? And then for students, is there a way to increase your own sense of belonging? Especially as seniors when you're already done and moving on, is there a way to keep your belongingness up to just get through? So my ideas for future research, the study should be conducted at multiple campus locations and at various times in order to reach an increased variety and greater number of students. Maybe reversing the study. If you're doing well, will it increase your belonging? And then the longitudinal qualitative study where track the levels of belongingness starting as freshmen, sophomore, junior, seniors, and ask them why it's changing, not just how it's changing. That's it.
that you felt you belonged here. Do you have any sense of whether your sense of belongingness has changed since you've been mostly at Waterfront for the last year or two?
Actually, since I transferred, I was a different major, and I have been lucky enough to have both Waterfront and main campus classes each semester, so I'm up and down. But I know if I'm at Waterfront more, I have a tendency to just come here and go home because I live in Long Beach and it's so much closer than, hey, you want to do something, I'm bored, or whatever. Just reach out to your friends, do your work. It's more easy to go home.
I think it's interesting, I think you said that the junior level had a really strong sense of belongingness.
Yes.
And then it lessened by their senior year. What do you think is the reason for that?
As I said, I think people who want to be here are like freshman, sophomore, you're developing a sense for the school, and you're trying to figure out if you like it. If you're a sophomore and you don't like it, you transfer out. And also, the community college people will transfer in as juniors, and they have to choose to go here from community college, so they'll also have that. And then I don't know if the senior one was excuse me. I don't know if the senior one was a fluke because I only surveyed second semester seniors because they're leaving. We want to be on. So I don't know if that had anything to do with it.
I have another question. I don't know whether maybe your faculty can answer this better than you. Someone said to me the other day that having a neutral choice in a scale like that can distort your data. Is that accurate? And could that have influenced the data you got? Does anybody know?
I don't think it may have influenced this one as much because you can feel like you neither belong nor don't belong. You can say, I'm here because I have to, I might as well make the best of it. And I think that's, I'm here, I should do as much as I can, but I don't really want to be here, and I think that's a neutral belongingness.
There's a tendency for people to choose the neutral one. People gravitate towards that. So they suggest that if you don't have that option, you'll force people to either choose the positive or the negative side. So a lot of people will recommend in survey construction that you don't have that.
That's our last survey we did, we took the neutral out.
Yeah. People tend to choose that.
Hello everybody and welcome. Didn't expect to see that many of you here, but thank you for coming. I appreciate it. So my study is third culture kids, an exploratory look into self-concept. My name is Jane Narayan, by the way, but most of you I think know that. So to start this off, let's get a little personal. In order for you guys to understand my drive behind this particular project, it's important for you to know a little bit more about me. So I am half Chinese, half Indian, and I was adopted from India when I was 1.5 years old. My mom was born and raised in France, and my dad was born and raised in India, so I'm half French, half American passport-wise. It's a little bit confusing. They moved to the States when they were very young, and I grew up in New York City, but as most do, we decided to try the whole living in the suburbs with the white picket fence, golden retriever type dog thing for a little bit. But 2004 was a life-changing year for me. January of 2004 specifically, because my dad found out that he was being transferred from Citigroup to Nikko Citigroup, which is the Japanese branch of Citigroup. So I fought and I screamed and I kicked, but nothing worked. And soon we were, giving up our house, giving up our dog, packing our bags, and moving to Tokyo from New Jersey. So that was a little bit of a change. So I was so self-centered, so impacted by the loss and the change. I had no idea that this apparently happens all the time, and not moving in general, but moving overseas specifically. I had no idea what being an expatriate meant, and before that I had no idea what being a TCK meant. Which brings me to my research question, which is how does the nature of being a TCK impact the formation of one's self-concept? So firstly, it's kind of important for you guys to know what a TCK is. So here's the definition. A third culture kid is a person who has spent a significant part of his or her developmental years outside the parent's culture. Sorry. The TCK frequently builds relationship to all of the cultures while not having full ownership of any. Although elements from each culture may be assimilated into the TCK life experience, the sense of belonging is in relationship to others of similar background. And people ask, why a third culture? You know, why not a second culture? It doesn't really make sense with this definition, but it's probably better explained through this Venn diagram, which just kind of shows the third culture kid model. And the first, part of it, the first component is the home culture and the first culture. So in my example, that would be the American culture. And the host culture, the second culture, would be the Japanese culture in my example. And the interstitial culture is just basically shared commonalities of those living internationally mobile lifestyles. So other TCKs like me. So not only did I grow up not knowing anything about this particular term, but I didn't know who was part of this awesome group. Now, side note, I did not coin these terms at all, but from foreign service kids to corporate brats, which I'm guessing is what I was, to military brats, to missionary kids, there are many different kinds of people that fit under the third culture kid model. But this is not to be confused with the cross-culture kid model, which is right here. This, is kind of the umbrella under which traditional third culture kids stand under, as well as, domestic TCKs who move from within their own country, but they move a lot. International adoptees, hi. Bicultural or multicultural children. So it's kind of a big little world out there. And here's the thing, TCK is a relatively new term. There's really a lack of knowledge and a lack of understanding about third culture kids out there. So I was looking at past research, and most of it is qualitative and exploratory studies. It's really important to kind of give every TCK experience and every TCK story like a unique perspective, because everybody's story is different, obviously. The term itself was coined in the 1950s, and it just kind of sprung back to life because of the recent, influx, I guess, of people that are getting moved to international jobs. So, most of the past research really made me want to take a biographical stand on this study. So, the study that I think I appreciated the most, though, was definitely the adjustment of expatriate teenagers. So, in this particular study, Weeks, and Willis Mueller identified 6 particular categories as a way to kind of organize the answers of 18 students that participated in their interview style study. So these 6 categories kind of ranged between individual adaptation, culture adjustment, and culture shock. They were created to develop a model, actually, to help teenagers with the transition of living abroad. And that's really what kind of launched my whole idea for this, is, the application of it all. And the fact that, in a school, especially like Marymount, where there's so many international students coming in, I just wanted to make sure that systems were implemented to make that transition as smooth as possible. Because I hypothesize that it will be harder for TCKs to form a proper self-concept due to the nature of their nomadic lifestyle. So I decided to take the case study approach to this, as I mentioned earlier, especially when it came to this particular subject, because it just kind of seemed imperative for this kind of research. It really was an exploratory study, and I really wanted to work with someone and just get to know them and, kind of do a one-on-one thing. And I really wanted to be thorough. So unfortunately my recruitment at Marymount didn't work out very well, but you know, that's kind of the beauty of being a TCK is I really wanted to have someone that I could sit down and talk to, and through the TCK community I did find somebody to participate, and so I just wanted to be thorough, and I wanted to do their story and, you know, their experience justice, really is, you know, what happened. And I mean, as most of you know me, I can talk till kingdom come, but I needed to find somebody that would do that for me as well. And, you know, being able to talk about your experiences is already difficult enough, but you know, being able to really share and open with someone that you might not be completely comfortable with, that was a, you know, big factor in all this. So I finally found her, which is good. She, you know, I put pen to paper, and I drafted a series of interview questions, and these questions depended on two variables, or two things, the establishment of trust and a good rapport with the person. That was really important, as I've mentioned. The common ground definitely helped, though, as a TCK. Having that background was kind of a launching pad for that. So I asked a series of demographic questions, age 21 years old, gender female, ethnicity Hungarian and Colombian. She was born in Hong Kong, and she was a recent graduate of Boston University. So I slowly transitioned into more in-depth questions, but I'll get to that a little bit later. I thought a lot about my interview, and I really wanted another piece and something to kind of tie it all together, and something visual, preferably. So that's when I stumbled upon the college life elicitation technique. So the CLET is basically something that I stumbled upon on my research, and it was in narratives of third culture kids, commitment and reticence in social relationships, in a 2014 study. And using this technique was kind of a way for participants to document verbal and nonverbal ways to explain their stories, which was really important because you can say a lot by what you, well, I guess you can mean a lot by what you say, but there's also so much more behind that, and I just wanted another aspect of it in my study. So this method was not only a tool for them to tell their stories, but to determine their sense of self and identity and where they place themselves. So the CLET was divided into 5 steps, which was then kind of broken down into 6 main themes. The themes are proximity, construction, congruence, positioning of self, silent voice, and dynamic conflict. And this is just for the collage. I kind of looked for themes in my interview as well, but it was mostly for the collage aspect of it. So it brings me to my procedure. I had a consent form, obviously, explaining a little bit about my study and alluding to what I will be doing. And I also had a debriefing script and a debriefing handout with contacts, just in case there's any need for follow-up questions or concerns. I conducted the best type of interview given the distance and time, which is a good old Skype interview. And I used a digital version of the CLET. I'm so sorry. So it was really important to prevent and prepare for any ethical concerns. I was really worried about that coming here and doing a study at Marymount, only because it's such a small school and it's a small community and people know each other, and I wanted to keep the anonymity of my subject, you know, intact. So this actually helped, finding someone outside of Marymount in keeping my interviewee anonymous. And so with an open mind and an honest voice, I then delved into the in-depth questions. So I have a few questions here to show you. Yeah. So really it was something that I really wanted to get involved with, and I wanted them to be able to connect with me and tell me things. And it went really well. I guess she was just in a mood that day to share and to, reflect, which is one of the actual elements of CLET. From the list, which has been, so what places have you moved to in your life? She was born in Hong Kong, and she was there for a year. She moved to Houston, Texas, and she was there for 2 years. She moved to Singapore. She was there for 3 years. She then moved to Miami and was there for 4 months. She moved to Rio de Janeiro, was there for 4 years. She moved to Rome for 3 years, and then Virginia for 1 year, and then Tokyo for 3.5 years. That's not bad at all. And she's half Hungarian, half Colombian. So I was really interested in seeing her attachment, to her parents' cultures and how that came into play, in her own kind of sense of self. The one that she felt most connected to, I feel, was definitely just the American culture in general, because that was something that she was involved with or in when she was older. She went to American schools when she was abroad. So that's kind of a common theme and common thread that went out throughout her life. Definitely, she said also she was not connected to her parents' cultures. Her dad, was Hungarian, but he had very little family in Hungary, and they didn't connect very well, they didn't talk. Her mother was Colombian, and she'd only been there a couple times. So that was really interesting to see, is that she formed attachments to these new places that they moved to, but not to, the foundation of really where she came from. I think, the one important question that I got a really good answer for was, how do you feel culture is important to you? And I think we all kind of feel this because it's Marymount and we're all international, or we're, global. So she said it's important to feel conscious of other cultures and to acknowledge other people's beliefs and traditions, because it's just a gift to be able to learn and know things about one another and, get to learn from each other. So I also kept it to very open-ended questions, like tell me about your experience abroad. That was important for me to kind of be able to kind of let her loose and see what she came up with. One of the big issues with TCKs is everybody asks when you meet someone, where are you from? And that question is a little bit difficult for us because, saying those things about you, it's a very personal thing to be able to share with someone where you come from. And I mean, I have no problem doing it, but some people are just a little bit more, closed off on that. And I think it lets people in, or it's a way to let people in, and people think that they're allowed to know more about you because they're giving them an in. And it doesn't matter as much as they think that it does. It's really important, it's really important to respect that, I guess, was one of the big things that came up. Another thing was, I asked, did you think that your college or university had enough resources to help you adjust or support you through your move here? And there was a big divide, she said, between the international students and the local students, and you're kind of in between. You're kind of in this place where you're coming back to your host culture, but you are an international student, but you're not, because you do know the American culture, and it's just it's broken up. So that was really interesting to look at. So in order to get into my descriptive findings and the interpretation piece of this research, it's important, I kind of missed something, I think. So actually, this is her collage. This is the CLET. And as you can tell, there's kind of pictures of places that she's lived. There's a lot of pictures of math. She is a math major, which is not something I identify with at all. I asked her to place herself in the collage and make sure that she found a place that she felt comfortable with. And this was the place that she positioned herself. And I think it kind of shows, I'll get into that, I think. But this is for collage. It's a good one. So, in order to get into my descriptive findings and interpretation piece of this research, it's important to define self-concept. Self-concept is the sense of being separate and distinct from others and the awareness of the constancy of the self. And it kind of came up where it was more cultural self-concept during my research and less just self-concept in general. I really wanted to understand how a person connected to their cultures, etc. So I used a semi-structured interview and the CLET. And for this particular study and for this particular participant, I kind of found themes, and the themes were not really happy. The themes were kind of isolation and dependence on constants, you know. She had a real self-isolating view kind of on things. Not only did she mention isolation specifically in her interview, but she also, she had a dependence on constants, like math. Math is something that has one answer, and it's right or wrong, and it's black or white, and I think that she positioned herself in that place, right here, as a way to kind of keep things constant. Deloitte is down there because she's starting a job in July, so maybe that was her way of, you know, kind of showing that, I don't know, she was ready to just start a new chapter in her life and, you know, kind of meld all these things all together. My hypothesis was supported. My hypothesis was it would be harder for TCKs to form a proper self-concept due to the nature of their nomadic lifestyles. And really my conclusion is the fact that, you know, the third culture kid lifestyle is something that is just really seen as like, you know, oh, you get to travel places and you get to experience different things and it's really lucky, but people also need to realize how much kind of loss and, you know, isolation that comes with it. It's difficult to kind of explain just in a 15-minute presentation, but you know, it's something that's important, I guess, for people to know. And one of the limitations of my study is definitely the fact that I only interviewed one person, and that's kind of jumps off to ideas for future research. You know, it really is important to learn how these models might fit colleges and universities to help support students and help them, you know, have a better transition here. And without my help and support from Marymount, I don't think I would have had, you know, such a smooth and important transition back into the American lifestyle. So, you know, my implications, again, college and universities, and how that is very important to just kind of find a model to do that. Hopefully we'll find one here at Marymount. And really, you know, this topic is so near and dear to my heart, and it made me kind of open my eyes to the fact that TCKs, you know, it doesn't matter how many places that you've grown up and everything. One of the things that my participant said in her interview was the fact that she really connected most to other people that were living that lifestyle, that had lived abroad or that had traveled, that you had commonalities with. So, you know, it doesn't matter how many places you've grown up in or how many cultures you're tied to, you kind of have this similar experience going if you're a TCK, and you bond about similar trials and tribulations. So even though we might feel isolated, we still kind of always have each other to kind of leave it on a corny note. So it's important to just appreciate the ride and the bumps in the road, and with that I'll leave you with a slightly introspective quote. In a multicultural, diverse society, there are countless ways in which people negotiate the everyday lived experience and reality of diversity. And that's
We have time for maybe one or two questions, quick ones maybe.
Sorry.
I get a quick one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jane, that was wonderful. But my question is, you came from a French Indian background. She came from Hungarian and South Colombian.
Yeah.
Does the countries of origin dramatically impact any of the cultural adaptation procedures?
Well, I thought that it would, but I think that it just depends person to person. You know, she didn't have any relationships with those home cultures. Not home cultures, but, you know, background cultures. And I do. I have a big, you know, my first language was French, my mom is French. So it just depends, I guess. And that's kind of the beauty of a TCK is everything is just really unique. So, you know, can't really find like threads of commonality between all of them. It's difficult.
One more question? Anybody else?
Jane, what recommendations would you make for Marymount in light of the fact that certainly, as you've mentioned, this is a growing population?
Yeah. I guess just maybe more awareness. I think awareness helps in every situation. You know, I think we know a lot about the international students, and that's really, really good. And I was an international student, and I had a good transition here. But I think that maybe there's kind of a little pocket that might be left untouched, and that's the TCK pocket. And I don't know how many TCKs are really here. I don't know how many people are willing to share their experiences. So, you know, maybe if they pop up, then something can kind of be implemented to make that transition easier for them. Counseling services are always very nice. So.
Thank you so much, Jane.
Alright. My name is Ali Robles, and then my project was on social networks, a comfort blanket for self-disclosing thoughts and emotions. Growing up in a time where social networks really became popular, I was able to experience what society really accepted as the norm of what to disclose and how much and what that was going to be accepted as. Personally speaking, I always had a friend or two that disclosed just enough information to make me ask myself, why would they ever post that? And although that question always popped up in my head, I never really thought about that until I became a psychology major and started to learn about what it was that drove people to do what they do. Once I became a psych major, my question went from why would they post that to what is it exactly that drives some individuals to disclose personal thoughts that most wouldn't feel comfortable with reading. Another trend that I would see on social networks was a drastic difference between their personality online and in person. The more these questions popped up in my head, I found that the perfect time to answer these questions would be for my capstone presentation. With the questions that I would ask myself from time to time about social networks and some research that I did the first few weeks of my senior year, I came up with my research questions. What is it that makes some individuals more inclined to self-disclose thoughts and emotions on social network sites more than others? Another research question was, at what point is self-disclosure of thoughts and emotions not okay to post on social networks? In the 2013 census, it was found that roughly 3 out of 4 American households use the internet, and it was especially high in households with people ranging from the age of 15 to 34 years of age. More specifically, 91% of that usage was meant for communication purposes, making it the top reason why individuals use the internet. With the growing number of internet usage, especially in the younger population, it is important to understand the role that social networks have on human communication. Before I go into my research project, let me define what a social network site is. Social network sites such as Facebook and Instagram have been defined as social communication resources that allow individuals to create profiles that can either be public or private, depending on their discretion. It allows them to create a list of users that they wish to make connections with, and it allows people to see the list of connections that they have made. Along with the lists that they display, they also display things like age, location, gender, interests, and an About Me section. Another feature that most social networks provide with their users is a messaging feature, which either can be private or public for other people to see on their profile, or like comments, wall posts, stuff like that. In my first article finding, Monago, Taylor, and Greenfield created 2 categories of social network friendships: superficial friendships and closer friendships. The superficial friend category is made up of individuals you only met once, met in a different country, friend of a friend, acquaintance, casually dated, and classmates. The closer friendship category is made up of friendships such as best friends, very good friends, love interests, roommates, and family members. They found that as the quantity of social networks followers increased, the quantity decreased. And subjects reported that 51% of their Facebook friends were superficial. In 2006, a college student's average social network size went from 137 to 3 years later, it rose to 440 friends. Although the average college student's social network tripled its size, it was flooded with superficial friendships. With superficial friends taking over a college student's social network followers, where they hardly have any face-to-face interaction with them, it would be easier to skew their image since they don't really know how they truly are, than where it would be with mainly close friends where they truly know how they are and they have a regular based face-to-face interaction with them. In 1975, Rubin developed the phenomenon known as strangers on the train, which explains that people are more inclined to disclose personal thoughts and information to people they have met and they're not likely to see in the future than closer friends, just because they don't have to talk about it again in the future and they won't feel judged or anything like that. Furthermore, even though an individual's list of connections can become a large list taken over by superficial friendships as opposed to a smaller list with closer friendships, the size of their social network audience will increase their life satisfaction and self-esteem. In 1959, Goffman developed the theory of self-presentation, which explained that individuals will present themselves to impress their audience in 2 ways, either through verbal communication or through nonverbal cues. And although Goffman developed this theory over 50 years ago, it's still present today in social networks. The Big Five inventory describes neurotic individuals as depressed, stressed out, emotionally unstable, and moody. It also describes them as having low levels of social support. Because social network sites give total control over how they can present themselves, this could be of interest to neurotic individuals, and it allows them to self-express, and this could it could help their low level of social support. In the instance where an audience has a favorable view of them, they could do things to keep up that favorable view. So if an audience has, they see them as giving, they could post pictures of them working at a soup kitchen and post post updates. Or if they don't have a favorable view, they could go about it 2 ways. If they have high self-esteem, they can lie about it and they could try to disprove their negative image. So if they're seen as introverted, they could post pictures at parties and all that stuff to prove that they're actually extroverted. But in the instance where they don't have high self-esteem, they could kind of compensate for it. So if they're seen as introverted, they could show their creative side. Goldner termed the norm of reciprocity in 1960, which explains that individuals will feel the need to return a service or a favor or self-disclosure, for example, given to them by another individual. So if an individual discloses thoughts and emotions to their friends, they expect them to disclose at an equal level in return. Emotional intelligence is a construct composed of several dimensions of unique social abilities. One of the commonly used conceptualizations of emotional intelligence breaks the construct into 10 distinct facets. Emotions within the self, emotions of others, regulation of emotion within the self, regulation of emotion in others, flexible planning, creative thinking, mood redirection, and motivating emotions. Because an individual who scores low on emotional intelligence is not as successful at recognizing emotions as those who score higher in emotional intelligence, it can become tricky as to how much they're able to disclose personal thoughts without other people becoming uncomfortable. Although there is substantial literature that has reported that individuals feel more comfortable with disclosing personal thoughts behind a computer screen, my research project took a step towards understanding what differentiates between individuals who post likable posts and posts that will be considered inappropriate and will make people feel uncomfortable. My study also furthered research on what impact personality types such as neurotic people make on social network site usage. To further the existing literature regarding individuals being more inclined to disclose personal thoughts and emotions, this study looked at future face-to-face interactions and if that had an effect on how much exactly people disclose on the internet, specifically on social networks. I had 3 hypotheses. My first one being that it is hypothesized that individuals who score high on neuroticism will be more likely to use Facebook to fulfill the lack of social support they might feel in person. The next one being that I hypothesize that people who score low in emotional intelligence will they'll overshare emotions and thoughts just because they're not sure, they don't know how to tell like what is appropriate, and they'll be more likely to share inappropriate posts. And then my last hypothesis being that it is hypothesized that individuals will be more likely to disclose personal thoughts and emotions if their social network followers mainly consist of superficial friendships and people who they don't have much face-to-face interactions with in the future. Alright, I had 35 subjects, all recruited at Marymount during the Capstone day, which people received emails about, and like it was just through word of mouth. All subjects participated voluntarily. There were 21 females and 14 males with a range of 18 to 33 years of age and an average age of 21.63 years. Out of the 35 participants that voluntarily filled out my survey and scales, all 35 completed it. Not completely, but they did go through all of it, giving the study a 100% response rate. Only subjects who used social networks were included in this study, and there was no compensation. Subjects were given the social network usage survey, which included questions such as age, gender, their usage, the type of posts they post, and then their future face-to-face interactions with their followers. The unipolar Big Five marker scale, which was a modified version of the emotional intelligence scale, just for length purposes, a pen and pencil to fill out the survey, and a consent form and a debriefing form. Marymount, California University students were informed about the Capstone survey day, and subjects were recruited in front of Chapel Circle. They were also given an informed consent form to read and complete, as well as an opportunity to ask any questions. Once we got past that, I handed them my 3 surveys. There was no time limit, but it was approximately about 10 minutes that it took to complete it. After they completed it, I gave them a debriefing form and they went on their way. They were thanked for their time and their papers were all put in an envelope for anonymity purposes. So some of my example questions were, if you're friends with family members on social networks, how often do you have face-to-face contact with them? Again, just to see how much face-to-face contact they actually have, to see how much they would disclose. Another one, they were asked to check if they've posted comments regarding my political affiliation on a social network. Another one, I go on social network sites when there's no one else to talk to, and I'm aware of the nonverbal messages other people send. The majority of my survey was on a Likert scale, ranging from extremely inaccurate to extremely accurate. And like I said, the only one that wasn't on the Likert scale was where I asked them to check what type of posts they make. So my results, after looking at my hypotheses and analyzing my data, I found that it wasn't neuroticism that affected why people use social networks, but it was gender as far as all of my participants. 21 women reported using social networks to get away from things that were bothering them, as opposed to 14 men. When looking at all my data, I found that none of my hypotheses were supported. I did not find a relationship between neuroticism and using social networks to fulfill their lack of social support. I found no relationship between emotional intelligence and sharing inappropriate posts on social networks, and I didn't find a relationship between further face-to-face contact and being comfortable with disclosing personal thoughts and emotions. One limitation that I came across was that my sample size was not big enough and that there wasn't an equal amount of males and females. I felt like that would have gave me more results. I also found that my biggest limitation, which might be why I didn't find, why my hypotheses weren't supported, might have been because it was a self-report, and most of the time people, although it's anonymous, they just want you to think the best of them. Another thing being that my survey was 3 pages front and back. I wasn't able to get as many participants as I wanted, although I was surprised that I did get 35. I felt like if I would have created a shorter survey, I would have definitely been able to get more participants. Although we're all too familiar with being able to put information out to the internet, most of the time we don't really think of the consequences and think about how once you put it out there, it's out there to stay. And this could hinder things such as applying for jobs, or it could just really upset people that you have relationships with. Another thing that I feel like is a good message to take home is that a lot of people only feel comfortable with sharing how they really feel on the internet, so a lot of the times we kind of just brush what people say under the rug and don't really take them too seriously. And unfortunately, sometimes it's just too late once we realize that they were really trying to get help from other people. For ideas for future research, I just definitely a bigger sample size. Maybe if you do an online survey, people will be more honest with their responses, and also going to different schools I feel like would help be a more diverse sample size. And that's it.
So Allie, what do you think is the stereotypical perception of people who do, let's say, share some of that information on there? And what would you say would be a more typical, when you look at things as far as from a qualitative point of view, have you heard any stories from people saying why it is they disclose information?
People don't really talk about why, they just talk more about the fact that they do it, and a lot of people don't like it, and I find it funny because we're supposed to be their friends and we're supposed to be there for them, but we're complaining about them being really truthful about what's going on. Everyone's so worried about posting only the positive things in their life, so I just think it's kind of funny.
Hi everybody, my name is Greg Proctor. This is nice, it's all familiar faces here. That makes it a little bit less stressful for me. So the topic of my project is social media's influence on alcohol consumption norms in college students. So why this topic? Just to give you a little bit of background about myself and why I'm passionate about this topic. I grew up in a household and a family tree that had alcoholism all over it. I had a lot of family members suffer with abusing alcohol, full-fledged alcoholics. Really, I saw from an early age what alcohol could do, the effects that it could have, and I was also told from an early age what that meant for me, that I could be predisposed to this, and if I chose to go that route, it's very likely I'd end up fighting the same battle as my family members that way. That all being said, I get to college. I went to the University of Arizona right out of high school at age 18, and everything that I had seen and everything that I had been told wasn't as important to me at that time in my life as feeling a part of something, feeling like I fit in, and kind of adhering to what I felt were the social norms back then. And drinking was a big part of that, and academics was not. So to date myself a little bit, there was not any social media at the time that I went to college my freshman year. So my perceptions on social norms came from what I saw in the dorms or at parties or what my friends would talk about. There was no social media to influence that in any way. And again, with why this topic, I've been working in the treatment field since I personally got sober a little over 6 years ago. So I really have a passion for working with addicts and alcoholics and helping them out. And that's part of my future aspirations, but not just working with people that are in recovery, but figuring out ways to have interventions and prevention of this as well. And I think college is a really good place to start. So that was a bit of my background, so that's my experience, but I had to find out if it's really an issue on college campuses. So we know there's drinking in college, but how big of a deal is it really? So I found some alcohol-related incidents, some statistics here. These numbers are an average of the estimated statistics from 2005 to 2013. So anywhere from about 1,600 to almost 2,000 during that course of time. We see kids, between 1,600 and 2,000 students would lose their lives every year on college campuses from alcohol-related incidents. And then you can see these numbers that just get so large, I can't even wrap my head around it. There's almost 100,000 sexual assaults involving alcohol on college campuses, and over 500,000 unintentional injuries. And injuries not just being, cutting a finger or like spraining an ankle, but these are things that actually require medical attention that people have to seek. Now, what I found interesting, and again, this came up a little bit later in my study, in no way does it imply causality in any way, but an interesting association that I found is that in the 3 years prior to this, 2001 to 2004, all those numbers were between 27 and 30% lower than they are now. And if you weren't aware, Facebook came around in 2004, and that's when it became a public social media avenue for people. So again, just an interesting bit of statistics I found. So what causes all these alcohol-related incidents? What causes people to drink when they get to college if they haven't, or what causes people to keep drinking? I think we all have experienced that little bit of freedom, and I put that in quotes because whether it's real or imagined, we're not under our parents' wing anymore. People aren't holding our hands as much as in high school. You get to college, you have choices that you can make that maybe you couldn't make in high school. And things are available that might not have been available in high school either. College comes with a totally different level of stress, for sure. There's peer pressure, and there's social norms, and there's a lot of different reasons why we might choose to drink when we get to college. So defining social norms, there's a lot of different definitions. I even looked at what's straight out of the dictionary and dictionary.com, and I didn't feel like it touched on what social norms meant, as well as Wesley Perkins in a study that I researched in, because he specifically puts the word group in there. And I think group, society, culture, I think those are important things to touch on when we talk about social norms, because things just don't compare outside of specific groups. Here at Marymount, we can't look at a culture that does rites of passage with young men putting bamboo through their lips or ears or things like that, and we say, wow, that's so weird, but it's not a violation of social norms. That's normal there, so we have to compare apples to apples. So where do the perceptions of social norms come from? I think we all know that we're influenced all around. There's TV and movie and music, and people talking, and social events. So everything that we see influences our perceptions. But for the purpose of my study, I wanted to focus on something that wasn't there when I first went through this, and that's social media. And for the remainder of the presentation, anytime I say social media, I'm referring specifically to Facebook. So that was my study. And going into some past research, I found this study to be really interesting because what Huang, Fujimoto, and Valente did was they created a fake social media environment. So it looked like, if you remember MySpace, what MySpace looked like, but it had some functionality of Facebook. And they would have the participants sit down, go through a bunch of profiles online, and nominate friendships, kind of like a friend request, where they say, this person looks like someone I want to be friends with. They'd go through that, they'd come back and see if they had any particular nominations themselves and decide if they wanted to accept it based on the person's profile. So afterwards, they got to see if their friendship nominations were accepted, if they weren't, and if they received nominations or not. And then there was a survey that had varying questions from Likert scales to descriptive statistics, open-ended questions. They were just asking how they felt about it. If someone didn't receive any nominations, how did they feel, and what might they change in order to receive the nominations they wanted from the friends that they were nominating that didn't reciprocate. And one of the biggest findings they had were that these participants, and they were all high school students, said that they were likely to increase their alcohol use if the people that they nominated or had nominated them drank more. So their alcohol use would increase And again, that's just their self-report on what their perceptions would be on their own behavior. The next study was simply that the hypothesis was that the more time spent on Facebook, the worse participants' self-esteem would be. And the reason that these researchers felt that way is that past research had shown that people generally believe that people have better lives than they do when looking on Facebook. It's called negative self-comparison. So we all have those friends that seem to be in Hawaii every week, or at a nice restaurant, every weekend, posting themselves at parties, and it's like, wow, they have really wonderful lives. Like, this is, what am I doing? I'm here watching, Netflix. So, and what they found was that they measured self-esteem just in relation to time spent on social media. So they'd ask how much time they spent on social media every week, and then they used the Rosenberg self-esteem scale, which many of us are probably familiar with, but it's just a Likert scale asking how much they feel they relate to a particular question. I feel worthless at times. I agree, I strongly agree, things of that nature. And the hypothesis was supported. They found a negative correlation between the two scores. The more time people were spending on Facebook, the lower their Rosenberg self-esteem scores were. And just one more smaller study that I found was just the hypothesis by Lewis here was just that social norms would be a more accurate predictor of alcohol consumption than anything else that was in the study. And he had stress, peer pressure, freedom, a few of the other things that I mentioned as why we might drink when we get to college. And the participants just self-reported on why they felt they drank. A lot of open-ended questions. Why did you, if you drank over the weekend, what made you do that? Did you plan on it? Did you just end up somewhere where people were drinking? Were you influenced? And the results found that students kept and sought out, so meaning they had friends that they felt drank like them or behaved in the same manner, and they also wanted friends that they felt drank in the same manner that they did. So, my question or hypothesis. To begin with, what I felt was missing in all of the research that I was looking at was there was a lot of self-reporting, a lot of questions that were being asked, and people were giving their perceptions of how things influenced them. And that can be tricky when you're asked, like, how does something influence you? You might think it influences you one way. Okay, so on to my question and hypothesis. So my question started off the first semester here with just, I wanted to know what the real relationship was between social media and the perceptions that we have on how much drinking is done in college. And my hypothesis was that students viewing a Facebook profile that contained alcohol-related content would perceive the average alcohol consumption by students to be greater than those who viewed a Facebook profile that did not have any alcohol content. And very quickly, just a little why should you care about this study? And the first thing that I came up with is that through no action of your own, you could be an alcohol-related statistic. So one of those numbers that I put on one of my first slides, we can be as responsible as we can possibly be. We can be safe, we can drink responsibly, we can get taxis home from wherever we are, but we're in a population of people that isn't all behaving in that manner. So perceptions affecting behavior really does matter, especially in college towns and college areas like this. And the cycle is just going to continue unless something is done about it. So when people come to college, if someone's already someone that drinks alcohol, and they come and they misperceive these norms as people are all drinking, then there's no need for them to slow down. They feel like they're normal, they're doing exactly what everybody else is, so let's just steady course of the drinking as it was. And if someone comes to college on the other hand that isn't a drinker, well, they're going to see the same misperceptions most likely, and that might lead them to feeling they need to match those social norms to fit in, and that's one of the things that I felt like I experienced. So to my study, I recruited 40 people, all Marymount, California students. The majority of them were female, ages 18 to 21, and you can see the breakdown in ethnicity, and majority of people marked that they were Hispanic, white, Caucasian. And the materials I used, I had a consent form. I had 2 Facebook profiles that I created, one which contained alcohol content and one that did not have any alcohol content. I had a 3-part survey, and then I had a debriefing script where I let people know what the study was really about, and then also my contact information, especially in case this survey brought anything up for them and they wanted to have an avenue to go and talk about that. So the procedure I used, I recruited participants on campus out of convenience. I used the Capstone day. I found students in my classes, library, student lounge, cafeteria, all those very convenient places that we have to find students on campus. I would hand out a consent form. I would randomly distribute the survey with instructions, and what that means is because I had 2 different profiles, I had them all shuffled up into a folder, and I didn't want to know who's getting which profile either, so I would randomly take one out of the folder and give it to them, so that there would be no influence there. And then again, the debriefing script afterwards, I'd hand them and let them know what I was looking for and what they just participated. So here's what a profile looked like that did not contain any alcohol content. This is what they would see before taking the survey. I used a guy and a girl in the picture and a name that could be ambiguous either way. I didn't want to have to create too many profiles and have male, female, alcohol content, no alcohol content. It would just get very convoluted, so people can decide for themselves whose profile this is. And I'd have Facebook updates there that are just very, very general about being happy for the holidays and seeing family and I'm going to a movie tonight and things of that nature. And on the other hand, there's the profile that did contain alcohol content. It's the same couple, but they're at an 80s party of some sort, I think, and they're drinking. The cover photo is, what we've all, those Corona ads that we've all seen, and I made updates that are, just talking about needing a drink or having hangovers, and just really putting alcohol in their face if they're going to do this survey. So there's 3 sections of my survey. The first section was more about descriptive statistics and demographics. There's 6 to 7 questions per section. And the ones I really wanted to gather for data from this section is just wanted to know if people taking the survey drank themselves, how many drinks per week, and one that I threw in there for some supplementary statistics at the end were, do you ever drink when you don't feel like it? The second part is I wanted to get participants' perceptions on what the typical student looks like. So does the typical college student drink? How much do they drink? How often? Things of that nature. And the third section revolved around the student in the Facebook profile that they just viewed. So I wanted to know if they felt that that student drank. Yes, no, or not sure. How many days per week? How many drinks per session? So some of my results, like I said, I had 40 people in my sample. 97.5%, so that was 39 out of 40 participants, said they believe that the typical college student drinks alcohol. However, of these 40 people, 62.5 of them said they drink alcohol themselves. So right off the bat, my first statistic is showing some discrepancy in what's real and what perceptions are of the typical student. Going to my hypothesis and the statistics backing that, when asked if the student in the profile that they viewed drinks alcohol, the people that viewed the alcohol profile, 20 out of 20 said yes, that person drinks. That was not unexpected or groundbreaking. I really threw alcohol in their face with this one, but it was 100%. And another interesting note as far as the typical students go, if they viewed the non-alcohol profile, only 15% felt that student might drink. And as you can see down here, I also had not sure in there. So there was yes, no, and not sure. So they just answered that the typical student drinks, but then they got to see this profile that didn't contain alcohol, and that started kind of messing with their perceptions. They just didn't know exactly what to put there. So these numbers really backed the fact that the manipulation worked in my experiment, and that what profile I gave them really did change what their perceptions were in that moment. And to drill down a little bit further on those statistics, the people that viewed the alcohol profile, when asked how many days per week that person drank, the mean was 4 days a week. So I felt that was pretty high, that they felt just seeing alcohol in a profile, I felt like I bet that person drinks 4 times a week. And of those people, 70% said in those 4 days they're drinking 3 or more drinks every one of those days. So that felt significant. And for those that viewed the non-alcohol profile, they were more down around a day, a little over a day a week. And that was only taken from people that said that they do drink or not sure. If they said that person doesn't drink, that data wasn't counted there. And 100% of the people viewing that survey said in the times that person does drink, they're drinking 2 or less drinks every time. So definitely in moderation there. Some of the interesting supplementary statistics that came up that I wasn't planning on doing an analysis on, but that was interesting, is I looked at the ethnicity of the people that were participating in this experiment, and 90% of the people that marked down that they were white said that they also drank. So 9 out of 10 drank, and then the next highest group was those marking down that they were Hispanic, and 61% of them said that they currently drink. When asked the question if you ever drink when you don't feel like it in the first section of my survey, 36% of the people that said they do drink responded with that they do drink at times when they don't feel like it. So to me, when I'm looking at social norms and pressures and what causes this drinking, that was a pretty high number to me, that over a third of the people that drink are drinking at times when they don't really want to be drinking. And another interesting point there is anyone that marked down that they were Asian or Pacific Islander, that was the only group that said no across the board. There wasn't one person that said that they drink when they don't feel like it. That was the only group that responded that way. And differences by gender, drinking when they don't feel like it, obviously it was a much bigger number for males. 58% of them said they drink when they don't feel like it, to only 15% of the females. And in summary, my hypothesis was supported. Again, it wasn't groundbreaking by any means, but it was cool to see that the manipulation definitely worked, because the people that viewed the profile with alcohol really perceived both the frequency and the amount that this person was drinking to be much higher than the people that viewed the profile without alcohol. And some ideas about the limitations of my study and future research. I felt the participants in general might have been a limitation in the fact that I gathered all these surveys from people that were here on campus. So people at Capstone Day, people in classrooms or the library, the cafeteria. These people are already, at least on the surface, engaged in being on campus and being in school. I think it might be necessary to get to get more accurate data to find students that are enrolled in college but aren't actively in an academic setting. Go to the dorms, go to social hangouts, just see what other perceptions are out there besides people that are already here. I felt like the age clusters that I made was a miss that I really regret this. I asked people to put down if they were between 18 to 21, 22 to 25, and so on. I really feel like for the purpose of the data I wanted to analyze, it would have made a lot more sense just to have them write in what their age was. Then I could have compared better people that were of age to people that were underage, freshmen to seniors, and really had some better data to work with at the end. So that's something I think would be important to look at in the future. And as far as the order of the packet that I gave them, I had everybody look at a profile, whether it was alcohol or non-alcohol content, and then they went through all 3 sections of the survey. I feel like what would have been better is to have them do their demographics, have them give me their perceptions on the typical student, and then see a profile and answer questions about the profile. I have a feeling that seeing, especially the packet that contained all the alcohol content, that could definitely influence someone's perception of a typical student before they answer. The good news is 39 out of 40 said that the typical student drinks anyway, so I don't believe it was impacted in the sample, but especially for a larger sample in future research, I think that would keep any influence before the packet was handed out. And implications. I think that understanding how influential the perceptions on social norms are and where they come from, especially in this age of social media where, like we've seen in other presentations today, people are just posting whatever they want, whether it's real or fake, they're putting perceptions out there. And I think if students really understood that these perceptions they're seeing about these norms aren't necessarily accurate, that could change behavior. I think this could assist schools in developing drug and alcohol programs, figuring out what reaches students, what's interesting, what engages them, and just utilizing social media's look to catch attention. So we see these things about this size in the hallways, right? They say, recovery meeting on campus or something like that. How many times we walk by that and not even notice it? What if there was a big poster instead that looked like a Facebook profile? I'm guessing people walking down the hall would take a look at that, and regardless of how the content's laid out, might catch people's attention. That's just something that can be utilized in this age of everybody utilizing social media. So my take-home message is that we contribute to perceptions on social norms all the time. All of our actions and our words and our Facebook postings, and everything we do contributes to perception. So it's just important to be mindful about what we're putting out there, like you had in your presentation. And the follow-up to that is one of the foundations of psychology that we learn, right, is to question things. So question the perceptions. Social norms are not always what they seem. We see things that might not be accurate, but even if they are accurate, you don't have to conform to something just because it's a norm. If it's not a healthy choice for you, like this typical students drinking, you don't have to drink just because it's a norm. Be true to yourself and make your own choices. That's the end.
Questions for Greg?
This concept of Facebook and its impact on self-perception, ego, and confidence and that sort of thing, I find is amazing to me. Then it wouldn't be part of your study, but then wouldn't it lead you to this big data research that suggests that there may be a benefit for people looking at how often they spend on Facebook may actually be directly or indirectly how they feel about themselves?
Yes.
That's incredible.
So now one of the studies that I had here was about the correlation between time spent on Facebook and self-esteem.
Right.
That the more time they spend on Facebook, the lower their self-esteem on this particular survey. What wasn't looked at necessarily, I guess it could be looked at in reverse, is do the self-esteem study, figure out where their self-esteem is, and find out how much time they're spending online. So there's a correlation there, one way or another. So, but it's, there's also other studies that go the other route with that. Now people spending time on Facebook have higher self-esteem. You can basically find what you want to find as far as that research.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do find that interesting. And there was other studies about depressive symptoms that come from spending time on Facebook, and there's a correlation there too.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Hi everyone, I'm Athena Chiappos, and my topic is the effects that Tinder has on sociosexuality. Alfred Kinsey introduced us the term sociosexuality as to describe the individual differences in people's willingness to engage in casual sex. Simpson and Gangstad, they created a short report measure of global sociosexual orientations, which was the SOI in 1991, which assessed sociosexuality, indicating high scores in an unrestricted sociosexual orientation, and which basically means having a promiscuous mentality or behavioral tendencies, and then also low scores indicating a restricted mentality or orientation, which meant less promiscuous behavioral tendencies. This specific orientation inventory became the standard operationalization of individual differences in the study of long-term versus short-term mating tactics in evolutionary psychology. So the SOI is used for many different reasons. Some include mate choice preferences, courtship behavior, and romantic relationship stability and quality. A limitation from the history of the SOI was that there was an exclusive focus on sociosexual orientations as a unitary behavioral tendency. So what they wanted to do was create a differentiated perspective on sociosexuality, because human sexuality is a topic that was kind of an unknown territory back in the day. So Alfred Kinsey acknowledged aspects of sociosexuality as overt or covert, which basically is the same thing as the mentalities that were previously mentioned. Their aim was to develop a broad measure of global sociosexuality. So there was an amalgam of past sociosexual behaviors in the 7-item inventory. The first and third item were focused on the behaviors. The second item was focused on future behavioral expectancies. The fourth, frequency of unrestricted fantasies. And then the fifth, sixth, and seventh were attitudes towards sociosexuality. This became the global conceptualization of sociosexuality because it happened to fit well with the evolutionary psychology of human mating during that time. So there tended to be more of a focus on environmental and personal factors that determine global sociosexual orientations than the evolved psychological mechanisms that allow individuals to choose what their specific mating tactics were. So what did they do? They wanted to characterize how global sociosexual orientations emerge from different psychological mechanisms. And this was an aid for future study, like my study. And basically they found that there are 3 components in global social sexual orientations. The first, social sexual behavior. Second, social sexual attitude. And last, social sexual desire. So, an individual differences in social sexual behavior in social sexuality are behavioral. Basically what that means, some people they have sex on a regular basis, and some people they have sex very seldomly or never. The history of social sexual behaviors reflects his or her overall allocations of effort in short-term versus long-term mating tactics, basically investing in a committed relationship or just finding a variety of partners. The biological life history theory studied the meaning that past sociosexual behaviors basically reflect an individual's personal experiences and life history in the mating game. And then that only indicates how a person's personal behavior tendencies would be. And that also led to the developmental inclination and outcome of an individual when they're trying to fulfill their social sexual desires. Naturally, we question whether their motives are based on personal or external behaviors or social and non-social behaviors. So we go back to Maslow's motivational theory, where he tells us that, or he suggests that needs are essential in the structure of human nature itself, and that they are biologically and genetically based and also culturally developed. So for sociosexual attitude, a disposition is a person's inherent qualities of mind and character. So what if your disposition is towards uncommitted sex? So basically, there were many factors that influence individual differences in attitudes, including various sociosexual ones, like cultural values, which is like chastity or freedom, traditions like religious affiliation, and then institutions like marriage systems. Basically, they reflect the reproductive demands of the environment and can thereby reinforce the adaptive degree of social sexuality in populations. Basically, it just provided a means of influence on like what people believe in and like what the population believes in with how sociosexual attitudes should be. Sociosexual desire is a motivational state that is characterized by heightened sexual interest, and it's often accompanied by subjective sexual arousal and sexual fantasies. For example, you guys have all seen those Carl's Jr. commercials, how it's just all about the sex and all that stuff. So unlike general sexual desire, unrestricted sociosexual desires comes with a sexual attraction that is specifically targeted at potential mates who don't really believe in committed relationships. So these are just examples of advertisement that is everywhere. American Apparel, just like how sex sells, pretty much. So, for certain incentives, specifically uncommitted sexual partners, give sociosexual desire a clear motivational component that makes it more concrete and somewhat vague concept of general sexual desire. Sociosexual desire is thus the motivational disposition to allocate mating efforts in long-term versus short-term mating tactics. So basically, research shows that men have unrestricted fantasies more often, are willing to have sex with strangers, wish for a larger diversity of future sex partners, and men will be motivated to have multiple uncommitted sexual relationships owing to their unrestricted sociosexual desire. So, but their behavioral success will be limited by their ability to find potential mates who have the same mentality as them. So what past research basically ended on by saying a quote, as long as heterosexual men and women who desire different degrees of variety and commitment in their sexual relationships live in a population with roughly an equal sex ratio, it will be impossible for every man and every woman to translate their sociosexual desire into behaviors. Until now. So, online dating is far from new. Basically, what our society has made, a computer-guided mathematical equation that helps people find love. The only thing that all these online sources found was that physical appearance is the only thing that matters. When you're trying to match with your lover, you basically just look at their pictures and make a connection through that. So basically, OkCupid, eHarmony, Match, their main focus is to help you find true love. But Sean Rad, the co-founder and chief executive of Tinder, says that's not how we think about meeting people. Not like a computer-based way to like match you with the love of your life. So, research shows that when people are evaluating photos of others, they're trying to assess compatibility on not just a physical level, but also a social level. So when someone wears, what someone wears alongside with their virtual cues in a photograph, that can tell 1,000 things about a person. A photo of a guy at a bar with his friends sends you a message, but that message can be completely different than a guy in like a picture with his dog at a park, just because based on their pictures. So Tinder believes that these social cues are the key to online dating. Basically, some stats about Tinder, if you guys don't know what it is. Over 1 billion swipes are happening daily. There's 50 million active users, and on average, 90 minutes a day are spent on the app, about 8.5 minutes for female and 7.2 for male. So, what is Tinder? Tinder is an online dating app that finds you potential matches based on the proximity of you. GPS finds your location, Facebook creates a profile for you, but don't worry, nothing on Tinder is going to be posted on your Facebook, so it's like a secret. It's a secret society. The profile is made up of your name, age, photos of your choice, and any pages that you like on Facebook. Tinder then finds you potential matches, and then you can base that on the potential matches by narrowing it down by distance, age, what you're into. Basically like super easy and quick. And then if you're interested in someone, you swipe right on your phone. And if you're not interested in someone, you swipe left, saying no thanks. It's like shopping, okay? If they've also liked you, bingo, yay, you guys can start messaging each other. And then the connection just goes on from there. Here's just a little funny video that College Humor made on Tinder, about Tinder.
There once was a beautiful girl who was known to swipe left all day until she found a charming prince who was only a mile away. The prince was none too picky, but this one was out of his league. He'd never seen a maiden so fair, plus he hadn't had sex in a week. And so their courtship did blossom. They planned to meet up that night. She donned her prettiest dress and a pair of control tights.
Tinderelli, show some cleavage, Tinder.
The ball was full of creepers. They scoped her low and high. She couldn't find her handsome prince 'cause her battery just died. The prince was so distraught, alas and alack. Of all the girls he'd messaged, she was the hottest who wrote back. So he took out her selfie and he searched far and wide, from the girls doing shots to the ones smoking outside. The prince felt defeated and also pretty drunk. But then out of nowhere, he saw his one true love. She snuck out that morning at 4:30 a.m. and they lived happily ever after because they never spoke again.
So that's just a little idea of what people see Tinder as. What it was saying, present day Cinderella doesn't wait for her fairy godmother to fix her up. She uses Tinder. It may not end happily ever after, but it's good enough for tonight. So, one thing for certain, a man's behavioral success will depend on his ability to live up to the mate choice preferences of a woman. And a woman's preference is determined by the reproductive demand that's imposed by environment. So after future studies and research, they created a revised sociosexual inventory, which by creating this, you can now strongly support global sociosexuality for not being a unitary construct, but have different components that make unique contributions to the understanding of sociosexual orientations. So the purpose of my study was to see what motivations Tinder has and the effects of sociosexuality. This will also generate a personality profile by understanding one's sociosexual behavior, attitudes, and desires. My research question, does Tinder have any effect on sociosexual desire? My hypothesis was broke down into two main hypotheses with a third little one. Unrestricted mentalities will lead to someone's willingness to engage in casual sex. Men and women are both prone to having unrestricted mentalities because of their disposition towards sociosexual desire. It's motivated by the app Tinder because of how easy today's society has made and accepted uncommitted sexual relationships. So my procedures include the IRB approval, and then we had a survey distribution day, which it was just a piece of paper and a pencil. Participants were notified that the participation was completely voluntary, and complete confidentiality was maintained to the participants, and then a short debriefing after they participated in the study. So, I had 150 participants, 59, yeah, a lot. 59 males and 91 females with a mean age of 23 that ranged between 18 and 36. Materials were just the survey itself, but the survey was split up into a few scales. The first one being the revised sociosexual inventory, which was a 9-item survey. Basically, the first 3 items, they would determine sociosexual behavior. So for example, the question would be like, how many different partners have you had sex with in the last 12 months? And they would answer it on a scale, a 9-point scale, honestly. The second part was, the next 3 items were to determine sociosexual attitude. For example, sex without love is okay, and then you answer that on a 9-point scale. Last one was sociosexual desire, and to determine that, they would answer questions like, how often do you have fantasies about having sex with someone you're not in a committed relationship with? 1, never, 9, 3 times a week, I think, or at least once a day, on a 9-point scale. We also had a personality profile, which was a 16-item questionnaire broken down into 2 parts. The first one was the preference and motivations with regard to short-term versus long-term dating, basically asking questions like, I prefer short-term sexual relationships. And then the next one, and they would answer that on a 7-point scale. And the next 8 items, they were self-perceived mating success scale in regards with Tinder. So members of the opposite same sex that I like on Tinder tend to like me back, and they would answer 8 questions that are about Tinder. I also had a demographics that just asked brief questions, and then a consent form following the script. So, my overall average, because the test was broken up into 3 scales, the overall mean for the SOIR was a 4.56, which basically meant that they would answer neutral or slightly agreeing to sociosexual desires, behaviors, and attitudes. The next Tinder scale was a mean of 4.91, which basically meant that they were neutral or slightly agreeing to their success on Tinder. And the last one for the mating scale was a mean of 2.80, which basically meant that the mean slightly agreed slightly disagreed or somewhat disagreed with their success on the scale. I also broke down my results into gender groups, and so you can just see here Men with the SOI, with their behaviors, attitudes, and desires, they had a higher mean compared to women. But on Tinder, girls had a higher mean compared to men. And then same thing with the mating, men were higher than female. I also broke it down into sexual orientations. In the 150 participants, I had 135 heterosexual, 11 homosexual, 3 bisexual, and 1 pansexual, just so you guys have an idea of my participants. I also had 11 different religious affiliations. My top 4 were Christian, Catholic, no religion, and spiritual. So basically, I asked my participants if they were sexually active, and 118 participants said yes, 32 said no. And in the results, it just shows that for the people who said yes, they had a really high overall mean. And this wasn't broken up between genders. This is just like overall for those who said yes and no, being sexually active. You can see that they're like pretty high scores based between the overall. And then for activity on Tinder, I only had 60 participants that were active on Tinder and 90 participants that were not. It's the same thing, it's just the scores that are showing for overall. So, as a whole sample for sociosexual attitudes, behaviors, and desires, desire was positively correlated with behavior, and attitudes were positively correlated to desire. Basically, when we broke it down into gender groups, females were positively correlated with behavior, and men were only positively, desire was positively correlated with behavior, and then sociosexual attitude was positively correlated with behavior for men. So with using the app Tinder, for overall, we see that the equal variances assumed were not significant, but then you can see that they are significant because looking at females and males with the other overall SOIR inventory, the females, they had a higher mean than compared to just like people who aren't on Tinder. And then the men, there was no significance. There was actually no difference if you're on Tinder or not. Men just still have the same attitude. So limitations for the study, basically I needed more male participants. Another problem was I honestly think some people were lying about their sexual behaviors. My data was skewed to the lack of participants that participate in Tinder, and then the male and female was grouped together. So for my first hypothesis, unrestricted mentalities will lead to one's willingness to engage in uncommitted sexual relationships. Like I said, they were broken up into those 3 parts for behavior, attitude, and desire. As a whole sample, there was no significance, but behavior has more of effect than attitude. So we know that with a higher behavior, it makes a higher sociosexual desire, and that proves the significance. When I broke it down into gender groups, men's attitude predicts how many sexual partners they have, and for females, behavior predicts their sociosexual desire. Just for future studies, you can't understand desire without taking account to attitude for the woman. So is it motivated by the use of the app Tinder? We used a t-test, and with the activity on Tinder, we split it into male and female. We split analysis into gender groups. So with the 91 female and the 59 male, when the analysis was split into the groups, we saw that the sociosexual desire predicted sociosexual behavior, but this was only because there was such a small amount of men in my study. So if there was more men, we would probably maybe see a difference. So even though there was a very small correlation, we see something that makes more sense after splitting them up into gender groups. The online dating phenomenon has really encouraged risky sexual behaviors. So with what my study found, more so in females than in males, girls, they act more promiscuous with apps like Tinder or something, and then men, they just have the same motives whether they're on Tinder or not. So whether Tinder is used For late night rendezvous or finding your soulmate, it lies just in the eyes of the swiper as it does in the people who choose to represent themselves. Tinder is just a misrepresentation of social sexual desires, attitudes, and behaviors. And that's it.
We have time for like a super quick question because we're already into Calvin's time. If people have a question.
It's all good. You said, Athena, you said
Yeah.
that you thought that your participants were lying about their
Yeah.
sex drive. What made you think that?
Well, because when I was looking through my data, I asked the question if participants were sexually active, how many partners they had sex with in the last 12 months. People would say that they're virgins and then have sex with like 9 people. So that's, I don't know, I feel like my population could have definitely made a difference, my participants would have definitely made a difference if I focused not just in college, because I only distributed my surveys like with these students. So, yeah.
Thank you.
All right. So my name is Calvin Williams, and my project was on my Driven Forward, the impact of motivation on college students' perseverance. So for my particular question for researching, figuring out why in particular, why motivation and why persistence is what contributing factors actually influence persistence in college students. And just to narrow it down for my particular project, I'm mainly focused on intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, since there is a myriad of different influences that can go into persistence. So before we do, just so you know, if you do not know the definitions, here are the definitions here. First being intrinsic motivation, which is defined as performed an activity or goal that's satisfying for the individual instead of for a separate purpose. So for example, graduating from college, being a top student, playing the piano. So with intrinsic motivation, it comes from within more so it's internal. So an intrinsically motivated person will most likely engage in the activity often just for the fun of it, and more so persist as well, since they are engaged and they enjoy the activity. Next, with extrinsic motivation, this is defined as engaging in a goal activity that has an end result of an award. So being, you participate in a survey and then they'll give you a coupon to go and do this or something, some type of incentive for you to do it. That goes into extrinsic motivation. So why persistence? Off of personal interest actually, because at the end of my junior year, I started to kind of feel like at a loss of words, as well as demotivated because of the fact of how hard and going into a college is, and then figuring out particularly why am I still here? Is there a reason for me like even still being here besides graduation? Like what is like my true motivation? So figuring that out. And also asking fellow students and friends about how they were feeling about their persistence and stuff towards school, and just getting different questions from them saying that, well, maybe I might just end up taking a semester off because it's not kind of working for me. I don't know how we're feeling. So seeing there are different types of motivations as well coming into that. And why is this important is that so that universities could understand and they can see from a particular aspect of what really motivates a student to persist, as well as letting the individuals know too of their strengths and goals and being more conscious of it. For this first particular research that I looked into, they were examining the views of the students when it came to their extrinsic reward history during childhood. So there was 136 participants, undergrad students, and what they did is that they had them complete a large packet of a survey which included scales pertaining to their award history, their achievement, and their motivation. From their first part of their results, what they looked at is they wanted to see how much intrinsic rewards were being allocated throughout their childhood. So from elementary, they found that about 90% of the participants were allocated some type of extrinsic reward during their childhood. Through middle school, 81%, and on to high school, 75%. And they found that particularly that teachers were the ones giving out these rewards versus parents giving out the rewards. So the teachers gave them more rewards to the students. In the big, large things of the ends of their results, they found that participants were overall more extrinsically motivated rather than intrinsically because of the reward history. And they found that 77% of the students reported that this was an efficient way of motivating them while they were in school. Which also I found something interesting as well with this is that when they asked students after, those who were intrinsically motivated, they thought that getting a reward was a bad thing, versus those who were intrinsically motivated found that it was a good thing. Thought that was very interesting. And for my next research, which was done and conducted by Lee, he looked at the relationships between motivation, flow, which I'll talk about next, and procrastination. And what he did is he had a same thing with college students. Most of these we have kind of ranged from college students to children. But yeah, 262 participants from these ages, ranges from there. And with the 20-minute questionnaire that they had, it pertained to different scales, going from a flow scale, procrastination scale, as well as achievement and a motivation type scale. And from the results at the end of this, what he found was that procrastination significantly related to amotivation. So you not being motivated shows whether you go procrastinate. And that he also found that there was a negative correlation between procrastination and being intrinsically motivated, saying that more that you procrastinate, more you're and extrinsically motivated. And an interesting find after I looked at that in particular is that procrastination, from what they said, procrastination was more of a predictor of a student's flow experiences versus rather than intrinsic motivation, which I thought was interesting. So with that, we come to the concept of flow, which is actually one of my personal favorite concepts by, his name is pronounced Csikszentmihalyi. Yeah, you probably wouldn't know from all the words and all the different letters in there off of the English, language. So with this concept, when someone experiences flow, they are in a state of concentration that involves deep involvement in the activity, so being engaged in that activity, which have examples of concentrating on current tasks or even losing time and consciousness, not like you're feeling like you're in a different state, you're not even where you're at that you are now. So you want to ask, how does a person experience this? So when flow happens is when skill is equal to the challenge of the activity. So when you equally have the same skill as the activity that you're engaging in, and it's moderately, challenging, you're more likely to stay engaged and persist as well in the activity. And two conditions for where it does not apply is when either or is higher. So when the skill is higher than the activity, the person becomes bored and withdrawn. So they don't really see much interest in the activity because of the fact that they already are overskilled in. And the next one would be when the activity is higher than the skill, a person becomes overwhelmed. So that means they fear the skill or they feel the activity and they try their best to avoid all possible modes of doing the activity. Now coming to my hypothesis. I hypothesize that college students who have more intrinsic and extrinsic motivators will display higher levels of persistence than those college students who have fewer. So an example will be obtaining a 4.0, buying a new car, getting your dream job, just to show an example. Now the importance of why we should look at this, because existing research has shown, basically showing separate concepts between intrinsic and extrinsic motivation, keeping them separate concepts as well. And other various influences on persistence, which in my particular case, I just wanted to narrow it down, so I'm focusing on intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. And like I said, what my study looks at is a combination of the two, of adding in, if you're both intrinsically and extrinsically motivated, is that a difference between just being either or? And how persistence is influenced by these two. I'll do it that way too. Okay. My participants, college students from Marymount, of course, Ages range from 18 to 38 with a mean of 22. And almost close with the percentages to male to female, so fairly close, which is good, and a total of 50 students in overall. Not 150 like your participants, but 50 students. Just more background and kind of demographic on the students. Majority of the sample identified with being Latino, and another big part of that percentage was African American as well, from this pie chart. For my materials, like everyone else's presentation, started off and had a consent form, and I passed out a survey that I created. Also created an online survey as well to get to other students who could not come. Pencils and paper, and a debriefing form after the survey was done to see if there was any ethical issues or if anything needed to be addressed after the survey. So examples of some of the questions I had on the survey. First one is, how much did you enjoy school? Just ranging from either you hated school, it was somewhat you hated school, or if you loved or enjoyed school. Just to really seriously get an idea of what they really felt about coming to school. Another question was, have you set any goals or outcomes for your classes this semester? Just kind of geared towards if they have the mindset of, if they're engaged in school and if this is the thing that they're wanting to do, so it's either yes or no. Another examples of questions that I had also was, overall, how satisfied are you with your efforts with school so far? Since we started doing data collection in the spring, it's more so to get an idea of what was going on in the beginning. So either it went from very satisfied, somewhat satisfied, at the end, very unsatisfied. And for my whole project, I really mainly basically focused on number 6 in particular, which I have on another slide if it's too hard for you to read, but I'll be able to pull them up for you. But was actually asking what were the reasons, what motivated you to go through school when it became difficult. So they checked all that applied to them. So these were the list of motivators that was there on there. So to graduate, satisfy parents, get 4.0, avoid getting bad grades, accomplish personal goal, and improve self-motivation, and so forth. My procedure, like everyone else in particular we did, is that I approach students at Waterfront and main campus, mainly during the senior survey day. And a little note to add too, that I got from Dr. D, was that our methods of sampling that we used was convenient sampling, since everyone's there for us there at that particular event for us to come and fill out our survey. So we had them fill out a survey in a consent form, and they just began to do it. Either they did the online or physical, to note that only 5 really did the online, and majority of the ones I got were more physicals. And it's about 2 to 3 minutes to complete the survey. It's like 10 questions front and back. And the students were debriefed after the fact if any ethical issues did come up from the questioning of the questions on the survey. And for those who were there at the senior capstone day, they actually received a raffle ticket and candy for participating in any one of the surveys. So for my results, for my first question of how much you enjoyed school, majority of students, 51% said they somewhat like school. Which I don't know, in particular if it's just, they just putting it down because, or if that's really actually how they feel. Same thing with how many classes they're taking this semester. Majority of everyone's taking 5 or more classes. Have you set any goals or outcomes this semester? 86% said yes, 14% said no. And overall, how satisfied are you with your efforts so far? Between somewhat satisfied and satisfied is how they felt when it came to that, 36% to 34%. And funny thing on this is I have an extra question that said went from very satisfied to very unsatisfied, which is pretty crazy. Nobody picked it, so it doesn't show up. So before I go there, disclaimer, during my data collection and figuring out getting my participants, I found that I had no particular questions that measure persistence, but instead I found relationships that can predict persistence. So the rest of this project will look into those relationships. Okay, so the first one was goal commitment, and here we did an independent samples t-test, and for the set goals group, you see there's a median of 5.41, and the no goals group showing in between the median as well too. With here on this table, the p-value, if it was less than 0.5, it showed that it was a significant difference between there, but if you see off of the p-values here, it shows that definitely that there was no significance between the relationship between the motivators and how many goals that they would have set. And for my next one, these were other two relationships I looked at. I looked at the number of motivators to enjoyment and the number of motivators when it came to satisfaction with their effort. So that question is either if they were satisfied, unsatisfied. I looked at those. And here we did Pearson correlations to see if there was a correlation relationship between those variables. And same thing with here. On here, it shows that if the p-values were higher than 0.5, this is how they were for all the correlations. And basically, it's showing that there was little to no kind of correlation between how many motivators you had and if you enjoyed school, or how satisfied with your effort it was when it came to the number of motivators. For my additional results that I looked on after looking at those relationships, I looked at gender, and it showed that there was a significant difference between gender, showing that female students had more motivators than male students, showing off with the means of 6 and 8, and showing that it was significant with the p-value. With age, it showed there was no difference between the number of motivators when it came to age, seeing that it balanced out, since the median age was about around 22. And with ethnicity, there was a small significance between ethnic groups, and the two main ethnic groups were between African American and Caucasian. And it showed that Caucasian students had more motivators than African American students. So overall, there was just that small difference. So ethnicity could play a role in how many motivators a student would have. So for my conclusion, it was not supported off of the fact that I did not have anything to measure persistence, but I got to look at different relationships that could predict persistence. And to go ahead and wrap up with these findings, basically showed that there is no relationship between the motivators and goal commitment off of the fact that there was not a good divide between the amount of people who answered yes or no. So it was kind of already a flux between that. 41 answered yes versus 7 to that answered no. With motivators and enjoyment, it showed there was no relationship between that. That can be for a number of reasons, being that maybe this might not be the right environment for them, psychology plays. There's just a lot of different influences that could have went into that as well, that not only being the main one. As well as motivation and satisfaction with effort. Same thing, didn't find a relationship between the two, because then it could also be a relationship between different influences on that, and this is not being the main one. So for my limitations, as everyone has stated, small sample size, only being here at Marymount, and no questions to measure it, as well as the amount of time that we had as an overall theme with doing the project as well. I felt that was also a limitation along doing it with that. And the sampling bias, which could come with having that convenient sampling method, which also too, with students already being at school, you're already in that environment where maybe they already might be persistent already, so that's where that bias can also come in as well. Implications from the data is that if not already done so, can implement some events that can like increase like awareness to like what student motivation is. Maybe some students may not in particularly know maybe what is their fit or their motivation, as well as like seminars on like what persistence and motivation in school looks like and could be. So for future research, from one of my additional findings, they can look and kind of run a research based around differences in gender, seeing if persistence is higher in males and females, or the number of motivators, and that kind of running that more so with the difference between genders, as well as having a larger sample size. Also seeing the differences between class standings, so seeing if a freshman is more motivated or more persistent than a senior or a junior or sophomore and so forth. Also to incorporate scales within my surveys as well too. It being that it was pretty small, but to also so that I can gauge and measure persistency. Maybe also doing interviews in a particular way to maybe kind of keep it a straightforward look at maybe how they are persisting and maybe looking at the comparisons of what they come up with. As well as GPA, showing if you had a higher maybe GPA, does that likely influence your persistence or how motivated that you are in school. And basically my take-home message from all of this is just finding out, basically being aware of what persistence does. It's very critical nowadays to kind of understand what really keeps you going when you get up in the beginning of the day, just to keep moving through life. And just being aware of those type of motivations so that you can come back and do some introspection on that. And with that, that's it.
Questions for Calvin?
Sally?
Calvin, what did you learn from either your own research or research that other people have done that you will carry with you when you teach in the fall?
More so is kind of just from each one is kind of that each person is definitely different, and they have their own separate motivations and reasons why they're doing it. It's just to more so kind of have that talk with them, as well as to understand like in particular what are your strengths and like what are you really motivated to do, what is your interest in particular. And from past research, some of them have like shown like other influences as well as being like that interaction with like teacher and student, as well as outside with friends and family as well, being a culmination of putting their persistence and things together. So
you mentioned before the study on flow. Do you feel that that really that helps along with school as well, where it's the skill of taking a class versus like one's like their engagement in it?
yeah.
Like that also.
Yeah, I definitely think that this would apply because it's dependent on the person. I mean, some people experience flow in math, and some people might experience flow in like just English with words. So it depends on how the student goes along with that. So if they just see themselves engaged in it, and it's just something that they particularly like, maybe end up becoming a major in particular, I could see how that definitely works in with that.
Okay. Thank you all for coming. I'm Becky Hano, and this is my capstone. Job satisfaction of student workers on campus versus off campus. As young adults enter the realms of higher academia, college, they face taking many responsibilities and opportunities onto themselves. One such occurrence is taking a part-time or full-time occupation in the real world. As these young scholars become employees, they also become subject to many workplace phenomena of interest to this study, in particular, job satisfaction. Comparing levels of satisfaction of off-campus student workers and on-campus student workers could really shed light upon the current dispositions of the up-and-coming workforce, I feel. This was done by using a survey that measured the overall job satisfaction of these student workers from a pool of students from Marymount, California University, who so graciously let me examine their students. Research into the effect of the organizational environments upon the adult mind is not a new concept. There are many studies centered upon this inquiry. One particular field of interest is the phenomenon job satisfaction and its role in employee behavior and emotion. Several studies put forward that job satisfaction not only has direct links to employee emotions and behavior, but also greatly affects the workplace setting. Those are several studies that I found. I will go into them much more in my paper, but for sake of time, they're just referenced here. In contrast, this investigation only came upon a very few amount of studies that not only talked about student workers, but even compared their levels. It was a very worrying lack. The only 3 there. Purpose. The aim of this study is to delve into the question, if broadly, of the initial disposition of the next generation of professional workers by doing a comparison of the levels of job satisfaction of university-level off-campus student workers and university-level on-campus student workers. My main research question is, do student workers experience job satisfaction like their adult counterparts? My main hypothesis, I hypothesize that students who have jobs on campus will have a higher level of job satisfaction. I chose this because the few studies that I did find who talked about the subject only centered on university level student workers, and there was a complete lack of any insight that I could gain access to or find that talked about college age student workers or college age who worked off campus. So with the lack of evidence to support another view, I chose this stance. Procedure. Participants were chosen from a pool of Marymount students. Data was collected one of 2 ways. The first way was participating in Research Day with many fellow researchers where I advertised my study to those applicable. I gathered most of the data this way. The second way was through a variety of private interviews with select individuals who expressed desire to participate and were applicable to the study, and this was over a couple of weeks. This was the last 10 or so % of data collected. My method. The overall job satisfaction survey as it was used in dispositional effects on job and life satisfaction, the role of core evaluations. This is the first study that I found that used this method, and I liked it, and I tracked it to its source, which was a short 5-item survey that had been taken in part from the Brayfield and Roth 1951's measure for job satisfaction. That is the source, as I could tell. Also, due to the extremely narrow focus of my study, an extra question was added to the 5-item survey. One which asked participants to clarify if they were an on-campus worker, an off-campus worker, or if they had employment both on and off-campus labeled as both. The items were on a scale of 1 to 5. On a Likert scale of responses from 1 to 5, where 1 or 3 of the responses equal to completely disagree and 5 meaning completely agree, with 2 questions with a reverse scoring, where 5 was completely disagree and 1 was completely agree. And just so what I just described makes a bit more sense, here's an example. One of the questions that many students answered: most days I am enthusiastic about my work. This is one of the the straight scale, not one of the reverse scoring. They could have answered completely disagree, neutral, agree, and completely agree. They had to choose one of the answers. Results. A total 49 questionnaires were distributed. 100% of the questionnaires I sent out came back with valid data that I could interpret. About 41% of participants classified themselves as on-campus, an equal amount labeled themselves as off-campus worker, but a surprising amount of 18% of participants clarified themselves as both. I will admit now that even though I add the option, I did not expect to get any response for both, because I did not think there was many students who had both on and off occupation, because being a student is a full-time occupation itself. But it did make for an interesting bit to discuss in my discussion. Results continued. It was found that on-campus workers, that the mean satisfaction of on-campus workers was about 3.01, while the off-campus workers, the mean satisfaction was about a 2.93. For workers who fell into the both group, mean satisfaction was a 3.25. What this means is this signifies that the average level of overall job satisfaction felt by student workers was in the neutral range of the scale overall. Correlation was tested between job satisfaction and employment, and the correlation was not significant. The difference is not significant, even though there is a difference. Discussion. The hypothesis was supported of my study, but further investigation shows that due to the low difference and low correlation between the reported levels of overall job satisfaction, there is no significance really to the finding, though it is interesting to note that on-campus workers did in fact feel a little bit more job satisfaction overall. It is important to note that the average levels of overall job satisfaction reported by all groups were within the middle ground of the spectrum. And I do add a bit more discussion about individual answers in my paper that does discuss how the majority of answers did seem to center around the 4.32 range. There were a few outliers, but not to the point where it affected the results. Due to the outcome, it can be proposed that student employees, no matter the location of their occupation, on average feel no significant levels of job satisfaction, but also they do not feel any significant levels of job dissatisfaction on average. So, yes. It is also noted that the data collected for the both grouping reported the highest score of overall job satisfaction in either of the on or off-campus employee groups, the groupings that were interested to study. That was an interesting turnout. I did not anticipate that at all. Limitations. The extremely focused attention of this study causes for an exclusion to the possible reasons and factors why student workers feel such neutral levels of job satisfaction and dissatisfaction. The exclusion of this third group of students, those who work both on and off campus, from the main focus of the study, so that also affected the validity of the study in a way. Because although I included this third grouping, as I said before, I did not anticipate any answer for that grouping at all, let alone the amount that I did. And the possible participation of the students affected the validity of my survey because it was not prepared to answer their questions. Their overall job satisfaction answers could be affected by that they just grouped their mixed feelings of both occupations, or they could have just chosen one that they preferred and answered it like that. So their answers are a bit confounded in that way. So that's a big limitation for me. And these are all the references I used for my presentation. Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
I had a question, also a comment on your last point about the confounding of those two groups is a good one, because that's something that could be improved on. But also as a mitigating factor about satisfaction is about pay rate,
yes.
and also like the number of hours they work. Did you examine those at all to see if those were factors?
No, like I described before, my main focus and the focus of that survey was just their overall feeling of job satisfaction, and that is a really big limitation that I caused due to my ignorance of the multitude of factors that could affect the student's job satisfaction. I just picked the overall feelings, and there is no clarification of why. It could have been possibly that particular day they didn't enjoy their job. It could have been the environment that affected their answers, because there was two different types of ways that I gathered the information. So someone who was relaxed in a private setting with just me might have had more time to go over their feelings for their occupation, instead of somebody who was in the middle of a fair with 5 other people asking them to sign a survey as well. So that could have also affected their answers, let alone their job, their hours, how tired they felt that day, the particular events that just happened. Maybe they had just gotten off work. So there's a lot of limitation and confounds to this survey that I found. It was just the overall feelings as a whole that I.
Did you share where you work on campus?
No. I am an on-campus student worker.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you share where you work?
Oh, I am I work for General Services. I am the
Switchboard.
Yeah, I'm the switchboard. Most mornings, for the majority of my time here, I've been the one who answers the phone in the mornings. Good morning, Marymount, California University. So that is me. And that is also one of the main reasons why I chose to do this study, because I wanted to know the overall feelings of job satisfaction of my fellow coworkers. I personally have a high level of job satisfaction due to the opportunities that the school has given me, both in a workplace setting and outside the workplace setting. And I just wanted to see how everybody else is going.
Okay, so good afternoon, faculty, staff, and fellow students. My name is Maxine Vasquez, and I'm going to be presenting my research project titled Getting More Z's, How Sleep Quantity Impacts Academic Performance. So sleep is important for everyone, whether it's carrying out daily activities, maintaining a healthy mood, or achieving peak performance. But it's especially important for college students who are attending classes daily, studying regularly, and participating in co-curricular activities. However, the sleep duration has actually decreased. The sleep requirement for people ages 18 to 23, usually in college range, is 8.4 hours of sleep, but college students are actually reporting less. They're reporting 6.1 to 7 hours of sleep per night. So this leads to my research question, which was, how do sleep patterns impact the academic performance of college students? So past research has identified different sleep patterns, different sleep hygiene practices, and different sleep quality, but my research wanted to look at specifically what are the aspects of sleep that are leading to poor academic performance. So looking at past research, I first looked at a study conducted by Brown et al. In 2002, and he really wanted to look at how inconsistent sleep schedules lead to poor sleep quality. So they found that poor sleep quality leads to cognitive difficulties, poor problem solving, and attention difficulties. And poor sleep quantity, or partial sleep deprivation, which is less than 6 hours of sleep, can lead to attention deficits, concentration deficits, memory deficits, and critical thinking deficits. So you can see how this would play a role in academic performance. If they're not paying attention in class, if they're not having good critical thinking, then they're not going to perform well. Another study conducted by Oimper in 2012 wanted to look at how later class start times impact students' performance. So they found that later class start times actually lead to longer sleep quantity, better sleep quality, and less daytime sleepiness. And her study looked at middle school and high school students who usually have very strict required sleep schedules. School districts usually set, an 8 o'clock start time, for example. So they usually wake up early on the weekdays and they sleep in on the weekends. Well, this change from a required sleep schedule to a preferred sleep schedule has led to increased sleepiness, decreased motivation, depression, truancy and tardiness, and greater dropout rates. But you can see how this could apply to college students. If college students are choosing schedules that are more consistent on the weekdays and weekends, then it will lead to increased motivation, increased average grades, and less tardiness and truancy. So I also looked at a study conducted by Taylor et al. In 2011, and he wanted to look at whether evening phase preferences influence psychosocial functioning and also greater grade point averages than morning phase preferences. So first I want to define what a circadian phase preference is. It's individual differences in your daily peak performance, your alertness, and your body temperature. And there are two types, morning phase preferences and evening phase preferences. So evening phase preferences have been associated with napping, oversleeping, missing class due to oversleeping, daytime sleepiness, sleep disorders, poorer memory, decreased academic performance, and procrastination on assignments. And morning phase preferences have been associated with better daytime functioning and alertness. And the National Sleep Foundation estimates that 59% of adults between the ages of 18 to 29 do identify themselves as night owls or having these evening-based preferences. So even though it's not significant, it still is, more than 50%. So just something to take in consideration. So I then hypothesized that poorer sleep quantity will then lead students to have poor attendance, poor attention, and greater evening-based preferences, which would lead to poor academic performance. So my methodology. My participants included a total of 67 students from Marymount, California University with age ranges between 18 to 57 with an average age of 22 and a standard deviation of 5.11. It included 67% females, 33% males, 28% Caucasian or white, 45% Hispanic, and 27% other. And convenience sampling was used, and there was no incentive for participating in this study. My materials included a consent form, which provided them with the opportunity to drop out at any point, to inform them that participation was completely voluntary, and to just give them a brief statement about the purpose of the study. I also used a survey which I created myself that included 20 close-ended questions and 3 open-ended questions, and also a debriefing form which further explained the purpose of the study and provided them with my contact information in case they had any questions. So to test my independent variable, this is an example of my sample survey question. I began by asking them how many hours of sleep did they receive in the last 24 hours, and answer choices ranged between 1 to 2 hours of sleep to 11 to 12 hours of sleep. To test attention, I asked them how often do they feel excessively sleepy during class, and the answer ranged from never to always. And I also asked how often do they have difficulties concentrating during class, which again, the answer choices ranged from never to always. When looking at class attendance, I also looked at thinking back to last week, Monday through Friday, did they miss any classes as a result of oversleeping? And if yes, how many classes over the course of that week did they miss as a result of oversleeping? And that ranged from 1 class to 8 classes. When looking at class attendance, I asked them, thinking back to last week, were there any classes that they skipped as a result of feeling tired? And if they answered yes, they could choose between 1 to 8 classes again. When looking at phase preference, I asked them, considering there are morning types of people and evening types of people, which type would they consider themselves? And that ranged from definitely a morning type to definitely an evening type. And I asked 3 questions pertaining to academic performance. And the first one was, during the semester, how often on average do they spend studying, ranging from 1 to 2 hours to 11 to 12 hours? Thinking back to their last exam, what grade did they receive? And that ranged from a 93% or above to a 89% or below, or 59% or below. And lastly, I asked them what their current overall GPA was, and that ranged again from a 4.0 to 3.7, all the way to a 1.0 or below. So my methodology, 47 students were asked to participate during the Capstone survey day, and 20 students were approached during their child and adolescent development class. I provided them with an informed consent form. They had a brief moment to ask if they had any questions about the study. I would receive the informed consent, place it in an envelope to ensure anonymity and confidentiality. They were then provided with the survey, which they had no time limit to complete. They were then provided with a debriefing sheet, which further explained the purpose of the study and thanked for their participation. So the results. I found that 54% of students received less than 7 hours of sleep, while 46% of students received more than 7 hours of sleep. And when asked their overall GPA, 15% of students answered between a 4.0 and 3.7, 51% between a 3.6 and 3.0, and 33% was below a 3.0. When looking at the hypothesis, again, I hypothesized that poor sleep quantity would lead to poor attention, poor class attendance, greater evening-based preferences. 81% of students answered that they sometimes, often, or always felt excessively sleepy during class. 69% of students answered that they sometimes, often, or always had difficulty concentrating during class. 14% of students skipped 1 to 3 classes as a result of oversleeping. 12% skipped 1 to 3 classes as a result of feeling tired. And as far as phase preference, 33% identified as morning types and 64% identified as evening types. So as you can see, they leaned more towards the evening type. So when looking at sleep and attention, students with less than 7 hours of sleep answered more often that they felt excessively sleepy during class. But this was not statistically significant because only 5 more students answered that they, with less than 7 hours of sleep, answered that they sometimes, often, or always felt excessively sleepy during class. And you can see that with the total right there, how there's only a 5-person difference. So it wasn't statistically significant. When looking at difficulty concentrating, students with less than 7 hours of sleep answered that they more often had difficulty concentrating during class. But again, this was not statistically significant because only 5 more students with less than 7 hours of sleep answered that they had difficulty concentrating. When looking at attendance, students with more than 7 hours of sleep answered that they skipped more classes, which was 5 classes, as a result of oversleeping. But students with more than 7 hours of sleep skipped 4 classes. So again, there's only a 1 class difference between those 2 groups. And students with less than 7 hours of sleep answered that they skipped more classes, 5 classes, due to feeling tired. But again, this wasn't statistically significant because students with more than 7 hours of sleep skipped 3 classes. So again, the difference was 5 classes versus 3 classes, so it wasn't significant. When looking at sleep and phase preferences, students with less than 7 hours of sleep identified themselves more as evening type people. So you can see how students with less than 7 hours are leaning more towards that trend. When looking at GPA and attention, students with below a 3.6 GPA were more often to answer that they sometimes, often, or always felt excessively sleepy during class, and students with a 3.6 to 3.0 GPA were more likely to answer that they sometimes, often, or always had difficulties concentrating during class. And you can see that trend here, how there are more numbers, or higher numbers, in that spectrum. When looking at their overall GPA and how many classes they skipped, students between a 3.6 and 3.0 were more likely to skip classes as a result of oversleeping, and answered more often that they felt tired. And with GPA and phase preferences, students between a 3.6 and 3.0 identified more as evening types, and you can see here how that has a higher number than the rest. So my summary of findings, it was expected that poor sleep quantity would lead students to have poor attendance, poor attention, and greater evening phase preferences, which would lead to poor academic performance, but this hypothesis was not supported. Students with less than 7 hours of sleep actually reported having higher GPAs than students with more than 7 hours of sleep, and you can see that right here. They had 8 versus 2. So the relationship to theory, the findings are inconsistent with the literature. The literature consistently shows that people with morning phase preferences are more likely to have higher grade point averages, and students who receive more sleep more frequently will have better grades. And students with partial sleep deprivation will have difficulties with memory, concentration, attention, critical thinking, but the participants in the current study didn't show significant problems with their attention and concentration. There were limitations to the study, for example, the small sample size, students from a small private university, and self-reported sleep quantity and self-reported GPA. So ideas for future research would be to include a larger sample size, students from a large public university, and the GPA could be acquired from the university registrar just to ensure that everything's correct. So there is an implication and take-home message that these findings can be used by researchers to further understand why students are receiving less sleep and to conduct more research to understand and see if less sleep is actually improving their academic performance rather than being detrimental to their academic performance. That's it. Thank you. Questions? Yes.
Did you have any ideas about why maybe less sleep leads to higher grades, or maybe not leads to, but their correlation there?
Yeah, it actually found that students with less sleep were studying more than 7 hours per week, and they actually were more likely to report that they had higher than 90% on exam grades. So maybe they are just spending more time doing school-related work, and that's why they're not sleeping. Yeah,
that makes sense.
Yeah. Anything else?
Yeah, this is more of a suggestion for future studies than a question, but for the next study, you might also want to ask what the past year's sleep pattern is beforehand. When I was doing my master's, I was doing an average of 4 hours per night, and then coming here, and then for the PhD, I was doing 7 hours per night, which was a blessing. So that contrast effect was actually different. I was doing a lot better.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and also, it's not just hours of sleep, but also quality of sleep as well. And a person who quote never sleeps, close quote.
Yeah.
I definitely don't get a lot of quantity of sleep, but but my quality has improved over the years, so I see a difference in that. So.
Yeah, and quality can also lead to like REM sleep, and how if you're more likely to concentrate because of that REM sleep. That makes sense. Yeah. Sally? Oh, go ahead.
That some of the research has shown that even starting in high school now, some of those classes where they're starting at 7 in the morning and they really don't work. And so some of the places they found has been less delinquency, less coming to school late if they start at 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
And of course, certainly if you're in a large university, you can schedule maybe more classes toward the middle, later morning. But when you are smaller, you don't have much flexibility. So that might be something looking at in the future. And I think not just for you, but I think at the university also.
Yeah, and I actually found that school districts are delaying those start times due after finding those findings. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi everybody, thank you for coming to watch my capstone. I really appreciate it. I did mine on subliminal marketing and consumer response. So this is going to be all based on subliminal messages and in a way what is capable as far as manipulating people into buying things. This is important for people to know, and it's a hot topic too, a lot of research on it. So to begin, I would like to point out that it's enough of a hot topic that there have been bans on it. Even though it's still legal in the US, it's been banned in Belgium, the UK, and so far that's it, but other areas like Australia have talked about banning it. And the UN concluded that it's a human rights issue, and it's an invasion of privacy. Because if you don't know that you're being manipulated, that's against your human rights, and so that's why it's become a problem, and it's a hot topic also. Because if you don't know that you're being manipulated, how are you going to consciously make any decisions? So to define the terms, marketing is the action of promoting and selling products with or services, and this is part of market research and advertising, which is also a big part of the psychology field now for market research. And subliminal messages are words, images, or sounds that might appear in television, radio, shows, movies, print ads, or music. Usually when subliminal messages are seen or heard, they're not recognized for what they are, and that's why they are called subliminal or subliminals. They might be ignored by the conscious brain and be on the level of conscious perception. Previous studies on subliminals. Images manipulate the consumer's automatic arousal system regardless of the technique used. So this goes into levels of subliminals. There are more conscious high levels, such as here's Pepsi products, buy it.
And then there's more subconscious levels, which you might hear about in, oh, play this song backwards and it talks about this message. That's more of the subconscious low level. And then what was found in previous studies was that females tend to be more affected by emotional processing. So if there was an ad that said, buy this makeup because it'll make you feel beautiful, they would be more inclined to do it. Versus men, who are more affected by cognitive processing. Buy this car, it has better mileage on it, and economically, or for the price, for the mileage, it's better. So that would be more effective for men. So my research question was, do subliminals influence people's consumer behavior? And I hypothesized that it would be more likely to report that people exposed to subliminals would be more likely to report consumer-related words. And when I say that, what I'm talking about, and I'll pass this around, the last 9 questions on this survey that I handed out were word associations for people to fill out, and I thought that if I exposed people to a subliminal, that they would be more likely to say words related to shopping or wanting or needing a product. So for my participants, I used 50 students from Marymount, California University, and I put them into 2 groups. There was a control group and an experiment group. 30% male, 70% females, and the median age was about 20, and it was students between 18 and 36. And I also thought this was interesting to put in because it could be relevant for limitations, was that the majority were single, Hispanic, freshmen, and either liberal arts or psychology majors. So since most of the people were female, it could have an influence on the way that my findings ended up. For my materials, I put on 2 20-second video clips, which I'll show you in a minute, one a control group and the other an experiment group. And then the questionnaire, which is being passed around. The first half of it is getting information on demographics, age, gender, marital status, things of that sort. The last part, which would be the last 9, were word association, completion, fill in the blanks. And with those, I was able to get various words, and so what I had to do was code to get some more defined answers. And when I coded the answers for the fill in the blanks, I came up with these categories: food, shopping, exercise, mood, people, motivation, and body. And so for example, food, fill in the blank, I would get words like milk, water, cheat meals. For the shopping category, people might fill in want, need, buy. For mood, it might be happy, tired, sad, and so on. And then my independent variable would be the subliminals in the video. The dependent variable would be the consumer's behavior through the word associations. So the first 25 students I took on Monday, and then the second group of 25 students I took on Tuesday, because it was a little bit hectic getting a group of people to come in and watch a 20-second video. So it took me 2 days to complete rather than 1. And I would take people 2 or 3 at a time to come watch the video, and then afterwards they would fill out the survey. And for my 2 groups, well, it all started over. I need to mention too, the control group had no headphones. So that is the group with no subliminals, where my experiment group did have headphones. Wearing the headphones was a more low-level, subconscious way of triggering, trying to get people to buy or report more words associated with shopping or wanting or needing a product. So here are the 2 videos that I showed.
Exercise is the best stress reliever ever invented.
Always find time to exercise.
Exercising is fun and revitalizing.
Exercise is the best stress reliever ever invented.
Being fit makes me happy.
So with this video, this is the control video because nobody in any of these has the headphones on them. And I went to 24-Hour Fitness. I had a list of positive affirmations for working out or being healthy. and I asked people to read it. The first time, not with the headphones, the second time with the headphones. The second video is exactly the same people, same order, same words, everything, except they have the headphones on. Because I didn't want there to be a lot of change. I wanted to have more accurate findings. Here's the second one. This is the experiment.
I'm working time. I have 4 kids. I always have time to exercise. Exercise is the best stress reliever ever invented.
I always find time to exercise.
Exercising is fun and revitalizing.
Exercise is the best stress reliever ever invented.
Being fit makes me happy.
Most people, after I showed them the video, wanted to know what I was testing for, and I did give them the debriefing and everything else, the subject consent form. They didn't realize it until I showed them both videos, and even then they still didn't catch it. I'd have to show it to them 1 or 2 times because I wanted them to know what I was doing. Even after explaining it and showing it to them, they still sometimes didn't catch it. So it possibly may have been that it was too subconscious for people to realize, which in my results I found was the case. And in my results, there were the 7 categories again for the word associations, the fill in the blanks, and MO might have been move or more, SH could have been shape or shop, and then that's how I was able to put my categories in. There was no difference in the consumer-related words between conditions for shopping. So people that had reported that they did shop a lot, also in both groups equally, as you can see, it was exactly the same. There was literally no difference. The numbers came out exactly the same. So it had no effect at all. And I think that's because people that are already inclined or primed to shop are going to do it regardless of you pitching at them or not. And then there was also an association between the number of shopping words and the frequency of shopping per month. And then participants in the experiment group mentioned words associated with people more than participants in the control group. So what that means is that people that watch the video with the headphones on the word association fill in the blanks mention people-related words more. So for example, professional or buddy, community, bully, composer, children, mother, mom, mob, chica. Those were words that people mention much more than in the control group. So for the people words, here's the visual for you. And this is the number of times that they mentioned it. In the non-subliminal group, it was quite low. So maybe 1 time they would say a people word in the whole fill in the blank. Where in my subliminal group, when they would fill in the blanks, it was, like almost 3 times as many. And so there was a significant difference between the 2. I also found, switched around, that my non-subliminal group mentioned motivation words much more than the subliminal group. And I think that that's because the headphones may have been, although it was very subconscious, something of a distraction. So the motivation words by the non-subliminal group, they were much more influenced by people just blatantly saying, working out makes me happy, working out makes me feel good, or I feel good every day because I exercise. They were more moved and more influenced by people just telling them things than by people wearing something. So the more conscious level is much more effective than the subconscious level. And for my findings, the control group reported more words associated with motivation, while the experiment reported more people-related words. And across the conditions, shopping was the same. So if they reported that they shopped a lot, they also mentioned shopping words equally as much in both groups. There was no difference. And then, as I was saying before, I think that that's because with the experiment group, they were distracted by the headphones. Where in the control group, they were able to focus on the positive affirmations being said by the people speaking in the video. And then across the conditions, as I was saying before, they were already primed to shop, and so they will just continue to shop. And then for future studies, and I was thinking about what would and wouldn't work, what I would have done differently. Subliminals are for the most part too weak to be observed, and that's what I learned doing this, was that if I'm going to try to influence people, it would be better to do it on a much more conscious level by simply saying or suggesting, buy these things, or this is a great product, or it works for me, something of that sort. Simply wearing the product doesn't do anything. People are maybe more distracted by it, but they're not wanting it or influenced to change your behavior because of it. And then people in the control group have their own responses, can resist attempts of subliminal influence. So people make their own decisions even with a suggestion. So even if you do pitch at people on a higher level or lower level with the subliminals, people in the end are going to do what they want to do, and they're going to make their own decisions. You can pitch at them all day or wear a product and hope that they notice it. But in the end, people are going to do what they want to do. They're going to make their own decisions. People think for themselves, and that's refreshing. In my limitations, I think where it was mostly, my sample was not that large. It was only 50 people, and it was 70% women, and mostly Hispanic. So I think in the future it would be great to have a larger sample size that was much more reflective of the population. Or for marketing purposes, whatever the population is you're wanting to market, get that type of sample. Conditions switched between the days, and so on Monday I had my control group, where Tuesday I did my experiment group. That might have changed things, and so I think if I was to do this again, I would have mixed it up a little bit more. And then also the free will. People will decide if they want something or not. And then people on average are they're gonna just make their own decisions for what they believe is best for them. And I need more direct measure for consumer behavior, more direct questions on the questionnaire. On the one that I had passed around, something that I shouldn't have done, which I realized after the fact, was that I should have just blatantly asked them, do you want to buy headphones? What is your favorite, or what do you need to work out? Or if you could buy something right now, what would it be? I didn't ask that, and I think that it worked against me. And in the future, I would suggest that they do that. And I'd like to thank the psychology department for holding psychology research day, because it would have been incredibly difficult to get people to come and watch a 20-second video in a separate room at lunchtime if they hadn't. And all the incentives, the pizza and the tickets, were really helpful too. And also 24-Hour Fitness for allowing me to go in and film, and the participants for helping me out with the clips and volunteering. Oh, and then I just had a concern to say. I'm taking right now social behavioral sciences writing class, and I'm realizing that I should have perhaps taken it before, because I would have been much more ready and prepared for Capstone. In a way, I feel like I almost worked backwards, since my hypothesis and my results were different. It wasn't what I expected to find, and so I feel like I had to work backwards. And I wish that I would have taken this class before, so I could have had better direction with my literature review. And there's a paper again, and that's it. Are there any questions?
Other questions, bro?
Yes.
You found that there wasn't a great difference in in the actual your messaging, but you mentioned in the beginning that it's a hot topic. It's been banned in Belgium, and also the UK.
Mm-hmm.
So would you expand on, if you could, on the reasons why it's been banned in those countries?
Yes, they did it because they felt it was a human rights issue. They didn't want people to be taken advantage of or manipulated by large companies for the sake of money, their own reasons. They really felt that, there are a lot of studies on this that prove it and disprove it, and there are just from the 50s and 60s mostly. And now it's starting to get more research again, but there's both sides. that prove it and disprove it. And there doesn't seem to be a definite answer. And even with mine, I got, with the shopping, it was the same on both. And then with the other two, it was different. I can't honestly say that there is one better or worse way, but I do know that by suggesting things out loud on a more conscious level, that it does have some sort of influence on people. And whether they're aware of that or not, people need to have their rights protected, even if they don't know. Just because someone doesn't know that they're being taken advantage of doesn't make it okay or right. People, and if it is in our government's interest to protect us in that sort of way, then that's a good thing, because some people may not know any better, and it would be good for them to have their rights protected in this sort of way, because it could lead to other problems later.
Was it difficult to code the wordings at the end to put them into different groups? How did you do that?
What I did was I went through the words, and with and that's how I had to come up with my categories, is that I went through it several times, and then I found, well, let me get some categories out of this, because there was a trend, and some words didn't go to anything, like a number, like 3, like, well, that's not a true category. So, and I wanted to stick with the idea with the supplemental marketing and then consumer response, and so that's how I came up with my categories were food, shopping, mood, body parts, person words, and exercise words. So they filled it in. For example, exercise words came up a lot for my control group. Walk, move, burn, build, motion, change, building, proactive, pro-fitness, shape, progress. But also, some of these words crossed with other categories. So motivation word could also be progress. And for those, I would just also account it for that one. So if it was very obvious, I would take it. For body parts, there were shape, build, butt, shoulder, mouth, chest, and that's how I was able to categorize them. I had to go through it quite a few times because I wanted to be accurate, and if I count it for this group, I need to make sure that it goes to the other, or, just to be accurate. It took a while to go through it, to figure out how to code it.
All right, everybody, I'm going to begin my presentation. My name is William Harjani, and I'm going to be talking to you today about a study I did titled Mindfulness in the Classroom. So I just want to be clear that mindfulness is not a new age term. This is not something that is a fad. This is a term that dates back thousands of years as a mental discipline in northern India. The word, it comes from a word called Sati Sampajan, which is a Pali word, a dead language from India, which directly translates to awareness of an individual. So what is going on around this individual? Circumspection. What is the whole picture? Where is this individual? What is the context in this individual, and how does he relate to it? Discernment. What information is appropriate for this individual and relevant, and last but not least, retention. So what is mindfulness? So more currently, Dr. Black in 2009 wrote a paper. It was basically like a lit review, or I guess a case study of more relevant terms of mindfulness and how we use it today. Mindfulness is our word. And he defined it as paying attention in a particular way, on purpose, in the present moment, and non-judgmentally. So basically, to sum it up, mindfulness is the practice of observing your thoughts, your feelings and your emotions without acting on it, sitting with it, being with it. So 3 examples of some current research about mindfulness. Dobbin and Hutchinson in 2013 did a study with doctors, and doctors are, I would say, maybe at the top of the pyramid of professionalism as far as dealing with people. These are medical doctors dealing with people and also creating revenue. They're very important in our society, and this leads them to a lot of stress and a lot of pressure. Using mindfulness exercises, Dobbin and Hutchinson found that these doctors, after taking these workshops on practicing mindfulness, were relating better to their patients. They were also reporting lower levels of stress. Duncan and Bardock, 2010, studied pregnant women. They found that the use of mindfulness lowered levels of stress, both prenatally, while they're pregnant, and after birth. And this is important because mindfulness this is painting a picture of the importance of the tool that mindfulness is mentally in different situations, lowering stress, pressure. All right. So Ferris, 2012, studied students in mindfulness. She found that mindfulness directly lowered stress. Once again, lowered stress, and these students also reported higher levels of academic success. What is mindfulness doing to our brain? What is happening in our brain when we are being mindful? So I just want to bring in this word neuroplasticity, which is basically our brain's ability to make neural connections and grow. Essentially, it's our brain's ability to grow. Now, 3 more examples of these studies with neuroplasticity and mindfulness is, so Ballantyne in 2007 found that our brain's quality of neuroplasticity allows us to alter our own brain functioning with focused attention, because how we focus our attention has a direct connection to how our brain physically organizes and reorganizes information. This research suggests that just the act of being mindful and attentive to one's own brain and nervous system can improve retention and memory. Retention. Ness in 2015. So these are all new studies. I just want to really let you know that this is a new, should I say, interest in contemplative sciences, or should I say, how our brain learns and functions. So Ness 2015 found that mindfulness activities meant to stimulate creativity and neuroplasticity increased student scores on standardized tests. And this brings me back to, there's this, I don't know if you'd call it like a meme or a cartoon, but there was this man sitting at a desk, and he's got a suit on, and in front of him he has a giraffe, a fish, a monkey, several different other types of animals. And in back of them is a tree. And he says, okay, just to be fair, I'm going to ask all you animals to climb this tree. A giraffe can't climb a tree. If anything, only a monkey can out of those. But one thing that all these animals do have in common is a brain. And that's kind of what unites us into this. Okay, so all that research kind of led me to my question. Is the practice of mindfulness exercises before and during a lecture related to retention of information rather than traditional lecture class? So my hypothesis, mindfulness practices implemented before and during a lesson in an academic setting will raise information retention rates among students when tested on this information later. And why? Well, because when students are relaxed, we're saying mindfulness relaxes us. And like the studies we saw in neuroplasticity, that when we are relaxed, this allows our brain basically to grow and learn. So why? Because when students are in relaxed and focused mental state, information will be better encoded into long-term memory. All right, so my participants were 37 Marymount, California University students. They aged from 19 to 27. And all participants were either in a psychology, research methods class, or a statistics class. Their majors included 45% of this 37 were psychology majors, 16% were liberal arts majors, 8% were business, and 5% were biomed. So my materials. So I had a group A, which was my control group, and I had a group B, which is my experimental group. Now both groups received the exact same PowerPoint presentation in exactly the same format, in exactly the same way. Except for my experimental group, Group B, I implemented 2 mindfulness exercises. One of which was a breathing exercise, and the second was a visualization exercise, where the students were asked to visualize the information that I had presented to them. So my pre-test and my post-test consisted of 10 questions. Each question was worth 1 point, of a total of 10 points. And a sample, 2 sample questions from this test was, what parts of the brain make the triune brain? Which was a multiple choice question, by the way. And then a true and false question, careful focus of attention amplifies neuroplasticity. And then I asked demographic questions in my post-test. These questions included their major, their ethnicity, age, and gender. So my procedure. On the first day I entered the classroom, A and B, I introduced the study and gathered their signed consent to allow me to do this. I then distributed a pre-test to gauge to have a baseline and to gauge their existing knowledge on this information. In Group A, I started right on the lecture. It's a PowerPoint lecture. I timed it to 15 minutes. In Group B, I timed it to 17 minutes because both of the mindfulness exercises were 1 minute. I also told my students that exactly 1 week later, I would be testing them on this information. I didn't want to keep it a secret from them. I wanted them to know. I wanted them to try to remember any way they could on both A and B. So my results. There were no differences in Group A and Group B on the pretest. So both classes scored similarly on the pretest. So basically, they knew about the same amount of information. Now, students in both Group A and B significantly scored higher on the post-test. So there was a learning did occur. Both groups learned. But group B, my mindfulness group, scored significantly higher. As you can see, from 6.9 to group A to an 8.3 to group B. And by the way, the 8.3 is the average score of out of 10. So what the results mean? Well, both groups did similarly on the pretest. Both groups improved from pretest to post-test, but group B, who participated in the mindfulness exercises, scored significantly higher on the post-test. So my hypothesis was supported with more retention of information by using mindfulness. I do have to say there were definitely limitations to my study. The first, I would say, would be the sample size. I only tested 37 students. And there's too many confounding variables that I feel can go into that. Secondly was most of my participants were psychology majors, so they already had an interest in should I say, the soul science, or an interest in how our brain works and functions, which can affect their retention because they're already interested in it. Both classes were at 2 different times a day. Group B was actually at 8 in the morning. The mindfulness group was at 8 in the morning, and group A was right before lunch. It's also important to note that group A, this was just the lecture, had just finished their midterm exam before receiving their post-test. So this needs to be replicated. Future studies should take into consideration the limitations. These findings can be applied to the field by giving students insight into themselves, how they receive and output information, and how they can better optimize these functions. Now, we see a lot of college graduates graduating from college without jobs, and this mindfulness practice, which can be implemented in every class, from statistics to research methods to art of being human, to every class, can help their brain function, really, and help them connect the dots to where their place is in society. Also, students who are struggling with academic-based problems and self-esteem issues can find more success in school. And that's my presentation. Any questions?
Phil, could you go back to the slide from your procedure where you had the blurbs about the mindfulness? I was curious about why you chose to have the test be about neuroplasticity and not course material.
You know what? I don't know. I guess what I wanted to see. I think this information is so important for humans to know. I think this is something that we should be teaching in elementary school. We should be priming them throughout their life about this information of how our brain works. This is all new information that's not found in textbooks. So I guess I presented them this material to, in some ways, educate them or to see if they already knew. I think it's essential for everybody to practice these kinds of things.
I agree. I think it would have been, I wanted to see this again because I wanted to see if there was anything in that second one that maybe somehow gave the mindfulness group an edge in answering some of the questions on the post-test. You've put in there, picture your brain, and I wondered if maybe that somehow gave them an advantage that you didn't, anticipate.
Mm-hmm.
I would have been really interested to see if you tested them on research methods or statistics
Yeah.
and how they encoded the material during the lecture of that whole class period. I would have been interested to see that.
Well, I would feel blessed and honored to come back and maybe try to, work with teachers and try to maybe create something like that, or create a club where we can have students, do that with the class material. Yes, Sarah.
Did you pick mindfulness because that's something you practice personally, or is it something you're just interested in? How did you come up with this idea?
I guess, I sit in the back sometimes and I see everybody on their computer, or people, or after class, people not really caring. And this is more of like these institutions, and this is not just my opinion, this is like of my peers too, but these institutions are becoming just a vessel of I don't know. People are coming in through these doors, and the MCU is different because I think this organization is definitely, it's different how it's structured administration wise, and I'm very blessed to be here. But most institutions, there's just a disconnect. People are going through here. Their student debt is up in the roof. We're not educating people properly. We're not educating people properly.
I had a comment, I guess, back on Ben's point about the actual topic of the actual content.
Mm-hmm.
When I saw the actual a PowerPoint, my thought was that everyone, the courses had I guess it was more they were like a playing field was actually level, because people who are more advanced in stats or methods, they do better on the pre-test or post-test because of their advancement. Whereas here, I didn't know about this actual topic very much. I'm assuming the class did not as well. So having it be that everyone sort of walked in not knowing much, it's sort of it's a different kind of control for the impact of the pre versus pro, because it's sort of fresh knowledge for everybody of sort. So it can be about anything, but it's still so here because it's your own interest, but it's gives it a kind of a different kind of a playing field.
Oh, yeah, it's great perspective for sure. Any more questions?
Just an observation, if you will, because I think many of us have had you in class, and we've seen you practice that mindfulness. Because we can see you as you're going like that, and you're gathering your thoughts, and you're getting prepared, or as you're really trying to focus. So I think it does work very well for you. I think that there are a number of different things where people could use some of those techniques, and maybe in a variety of different kinds of ways. But I certainly respect what you're talking about also about not only mindfulness, but it has so many other different things. Your focus, you can call it many different kinds of ways, but making it an intentionality of focus in somebody's classroom, and I've seen you do that. So.
Yeah, and like to go on to what you're saying, we're going to 10-second tangent, but think about our brain. And this is coming from the classes that I learned from cognitive processes and physiological psych. But if you think about our brain, everybody's brain, our prefrontal cortex is right here, down right here, prefrontal cortex, which is right next to our limbic system, which connects to our cerebral cortex. So mindfulness can be a tool to really to keep all those balanced in all the brains. Can you explain that right? Okay. But yes.
Level playing field.
All right, any more questions? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming down today. My name is Doris Antunes, and my title for my topic today is Acculturation and Adjustment, the effects of acculturation amongst two minorities, Mexican and Asian college students. Now, I'm gonna give you first a bit of a background of how I came about my topic. And what I've noticed in the greater Los Angeles area, there's not much information when it comes to acculturation and to minorities of Asian and Mexican college students, how they feel and how they adjust to the host culture. I did find that there was other information in the western region of the United States, but not much here in Los Angeles. And this is where I go into my research and why I decided to do the research, because it was important for me to find out if these two groups are being affected or not. So let me start by stating that Guppa and Leon Valentine in Canada in 2013 found out that immigrant students and students from immigrant families have a hard time adjusting. It was also found that other families, like Mexican students, have similar problems. So then this is what continued to boggle my head and ask, what's really going on? Because these studies were conducted within like Texas, Arizona, Nevada, Northern California, but not here in Los Angeles. There were also studies conducted in South San Diego, but again, they were not focused where I believe that we have two major populations occurring. So then, one way to understand how acculturation works, there's Barry's model. In Barry's model, there's 4 ways to understand or explain how acculturation can affect a person and which range they fall. There's a positive effect and a negative effect. So then there is assimilation. When a student assimilates, that's when the student adopts the host culture. And that's where we want usually our students to fall under. There's integration, and that's when they perfectly balance both cultures, their heritage culture, and in this case would be Asian and Mexican, and the American culture. There's rejection. When they fall under rejection, the students are only accepting their culture while living in the United States. And this is where may come a problem with them when they enter the university level. There's migrational level, and at that point the student find themselves confused. They're not adjusting to their culture and the American culture, and that is also a problem. So here on this table you will see where there's a positive outlook and a negative outlook, and depending on their scores based on the Barry's model, you can see that they will fall into one of these 4 topics. It was also found that Gappa and colleagues found that within their research that there was also found that acculturation can also result into depression within the students. And this is the problem, and this is where I'm questioning what happens to these students. Why are they falling into this group while living in their host home? It was also, and other researchers found that an increase of suicide can also result within this topic. So acculturation not just goes into depression, but it also increased the risk of suicide. And then this could be because the 2 groups that I'm talking about here have a stigma when it comes to seeking counseling and seeking help. Their heritage culture doesn't believe much, and there's been other studies that suggest that found that they're not encouraged to continue to pursue help when they come across a problem of their personal heritage or feelings, just feelings themselves. They have a hard time expressing it, and there was research found that Asians have a stronger influence of not expressing their feelings. Now, the importance of my study is just to find out, one of the things was because there's not enough research. That's where the point started. Not enough research to find out where Asians and Mexican students fall into in the greater Los Angeles area. So it's one of the main topics why I decided to do this research. Also gender difference. There hasn't been a research to suggest that because they're females or males, can the student result differently? Do they adapt to stress differently? Do they adapt to acculturation differently? And if so, how? And does it even matter? Do they rate differently? Also, not enough information within the Los Angeles area. So my research will focus in 3 top topics. Finding out acculturation has a strong effect on Asian college students compared to Mexican college students. To identify host or heritage culture contribute to less depression in Asian college students, and this is because they score in between. And then to find out if gender also has a difference in their results. My hypothesis, I have two. The first one, first generation Asian college students will show average levels of acculturation if they do not identify themselves with the host or heritage culture when compared to Mexican college students, and gender differences could also explain why. Now my methods, I was approved by REB to go ahead and send out my survey. I conducted it the day of the survey, first survey on this campus, the main campus, I'm sorry, and then there was two surveys that I issued out. First, I have to ask the student if they were comfortable taking an exam, a survey that asked questions about their culture. Once they say yes, I asked them if which culture they identify themselves. So my question was, do you find yourself under Asian or Hispanic Mexican? Once they told me where they identify, I issued them the survey. The first survey, that's the SAFE R, is the Social, Attitudinal, Familial, Environmental Acculturation Stress Scale. That one was for the Asian students, and the PAS, the Psychological Acculturation Scale, was for the Hispanic Mexican students. And then these two surveys have actually been used previously with other researchers and the other studies to find out where two of these ethnicities fall under when they're being assessed of their stress of depression level due to acculturation. I did make sure that they all got consent forms at the beginning. I did brief them at the end, and there were extra credit compensated based on classrooms when they approached my table, and there was a few raffles going on. Now here's an example of the first survey. This is the SAFE R example for Asian students. Now these questions were randomly selected. They're not in the same order the survey that were on the sheet. It's a total of 16 questions, and the scale ranges from 1 to 4. 1 strongly agree, 2 agree, 3 disagree, and 4 strongly disagree. And let me read to you the first 3 questions. The first question is, I feel uncomfortable when others make jokes about Asian culture. Then from here, the participant had to answer 1, 2, 3, and 4. The second question, it bothers me when I think of my limited English. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. My family members do not understand my American values. So based on these results, out of 16 questions, if they scored towards more strongly disagree, that meant they were more of the American culture. If they were strongly agree, based on the questions, because we have negative and positive questions, then the student will fall into more of their own culture. They were still proud of either the Asian culture in this case. This, for example, would be the PES for the Hispanic/Mexican survey. And in this one, the scale level was from 1 to 4, 1 only Hispanic Latino, 2 to 3 neutral, 4 to 5 only Anglo and American. The first question, again, randomly selected. This is not the order that were on the sheet, and there were 10 questions. With which group or groups of people do you feel you share most of your beliefs and values? The next question, which cultures do you feel proud to be part of? And the third question, in which cultures do you know what is expected of a person in various situations? And on this one, if they say 4 or 5, it always range into American. Here's the neutral where they're unsure where they belong, in their heritage culture or the American culture. My group variables, first generation Asian college students, first generation Mexican college students, males and females. My predictable variables, ethnicity and gender. And my dependent variable, the 2 surveys, the SAFE R and the PAS. And again, what I was mentioning earlier, if they had lower scores, it meant that it was heritage, culture, and proud. Mid-level score, that's where they found themselves in between worlds, like Papa and her colleagues have mentioned before. That's where the acculturation problem happens, because they don't fall in either or culture. And if they score higher, that meant that they accepted their host culture. And my demographics were a total of about 60 participants. When it came for Asians, I had a total of 31 college students ages between 18 and 25, males and females, that indicated they were first and second generation. For Hispanic and Mexicans participants, I had 29 of them that identified themselves between the ages of 18 to 40, male and female, first and second generation. But in my research, I focused on the first generation throughout the whole process. So the plans of analysis, the means and standard deviations were computed and reported. Group differences of acculturation levels predicting depression levels were analyzed using independent sample t-tests. Group differences of acculturation level predicting depression levels was then conducted using an independent sample t-test. And here's my table, and I could probably just explain to you a bit more how this reads if you're not familiar with reading a table. So the first one there's 3 tables. The first one has to do with the SAFE R and the PES with ethnicity. There was a total of 30 participants that identified themselves. The mean was 2.10. The standard deviation was 0.08. For Mexicans, there was a total population of 28, a mean of 2.09, and a standard deviation of 0.94. On this particular comparison, there was no difference within the 2 groups. They actually scored the same. In the second table, I have the surveys with based on ethnicity and gender. For male Asians, I have a population of 16 students participants that identify themselves, a mean of 2.220 and a standard deviation of 0.80. For female Asians, I had a population of 11, a mean of 1.80 and a standard deviation of 0.75. Male Hispanic, 11 was the population, a mean of 2.25 and a standard deviation of 0.78. For female Hispanic, I had a population of 17, a mean of 1.70 with a standard deviation of 0.77. In this particular table number 2, when it comes to surveys, both of the surveys compared to ethnicity and gender, both of the female of each group score similar. If you notice, 1.70 and 180, and the males score also similar to each other. That means that the females are closer to the ethnicity group, even though the scores are lower. Because if they were scored higher, they're more into the American culture. But in this case, the males are actually higher than the females. So the females are having a difficult time adjusting to their host culture. On the third table, I wanted to know if there was a difference with first generation and gender. For male, 27 was my population, a mean of 2.22 and a standard deviation of 0.80. For females, 28 population, a mean of 1.75 and a standard deviation of 0.75. In this particular table, there's about 27 male participants that identify themselves as first generation. Not everybody was willing to check off a lot of the questions, so this is more of what I found. Now, the ethnicity difference I mentioned earlier, for the first table that I was talking about, there was, when it comes to ethnicity difference, Asians compared to Mexicans, the acculturation levels did not predict depression for Asians or Mexicans. For gender differences, line test was not violated, so equal variances are assumed. The independent sample t-test between gender and the SAFE R and the PS, the 2 surveys, were found to be significant. Now, my limitations. There were a few limitations that I realized that I noticed once I had finished and I gathered all my data. First of all, I realized that the SAFE R and the PAS did not ask the same questions, did not have the same level of questions. One had 16, the other one had 10. The questions were both negative and positive, but they didn't ask exactly the same questions. So that's what was one of my limitations that I found, that there should have been an equal survey in order for me to conduct and find out if there was a comparison within the two groups. And then also, I would say that my total number of participants wasn't large enough. In other surveys and other research that I found, I noticed that they were surveying over 100 participants, college students. So when I had a total of 60, and in reality I had 30 for each group, or close to 30 for each group, of course it made sense to me then after that this is why I couldn't find a comparison. There was not enough information for me to even compare. And then it made sense. I didn't ask the right questions, but I just didn't have enough participants. Also, I also read in other research that issuing the participants a survey that they felt comfortable with language could also help me. And in this case, because I'm asking Asian students, Asian participants, and Mexicans, it was easy for me to explain it in Spanish. If they didn't understand in English, I speak Spanish. But when it came to Asian participants, I didn't quite meet their standards to explain. So it was very chopped English, or I had someone else attempted to translate. And that was difficult. And I think that would have made a difference if the participant felt more comfortable in their language to answer a question that asked them how they feel in this country, in their host culture. So, like I mentioned earlier, for ethnicity differences that were not found, the Asians had a mean of 2.10, like I mentioned earlier, a standard deviation of 0.80, and Mexican participants had a mean of 2.09, a standard deviation of 0.94. On the average, they had a similar result, just like the table showed. Based on the whole ethnic population for Asians and Mexicans, there's a similar spread in identity, heritage between filling in between, or host culture. So this, we continue to go to the next one. So this much talks about of how if I had a larger population, I could have probably found better results. Now, when it came to finding out if there was a difference within genders, the ones that I was able to find was that even though it was a small range, it still a range of difference between male and female. Females still score lower, and according to Barry's acculturation model, and in this area, they fall into, they're filling in between two worlds. But also, it also means that they are having a conflict with the new host culture, that they're being more proud about their heritage culture, so they're not letting it go because they're finding conflicts with adjusting. And now, in Barry's model, like I mentioned earlier, when the female students end up ranging more of the marginalization, and that's when the students may feel confused and reject on both heritage. And that's where we don't want students to fall under, because this becomes an issue. And according to previous studies, depression and suicide rates are increasing due to this. But of course, this is only once you ask them, how do you feel, and are they willing to even say how they feel. Now, adopting the host culture and heritage culture may be a projective factor, like I mentioned earlier. And it has been found that there is a study by Escobar in 1998 that says that this is common, this happens. Females can score in that area just because they are still protecting themselves from not knowing where they're adapting to. They're new, for example, in LA, in Los Angeles, they're having a hard time even if they're Mexican, but they're new to this location, and they just can't seem to find themselves with the American culture or their own, or Asians too. And this is more into the university level. Once they reach, and universities being that they're Americanized, this becomes an issue for them too. Now, this is pretty interesting. The regression model identifies a person's race. And if the person identifies themselves this was created to help Black students grow and identifying themselves. And I think that if my research had something similar where it asked the Asian and Mexican students where they identify themselves, that it can help them also understand where they fall into or where they range, besides asking them how their acculturation level is, or where they are they more adapted to their heritage culture or their host culture. By if for future studies, if there would have been a study out there already, or a model indicating how Asians and Mexicans can identify themselves, like the Negression model, then I think that it could also help a person identify themselves and help them get through a struggle where they can find themselves dealing with identifying themselves in a culture, emotional problems. Here's a bit of how that works. So this is pre-encounter, encounter, immersion, and internalization. This is when the person knows and this is only for the Negression model. The person knows they're African American, they hate themselves, then they hate everybody. First they knows them, they hate everybody, then they hate they don't understand who they are. Here, there's a lot of hate going on. So, I don't know if you can tell, but this is more a lighter color because they're just not hating themselves being African American, but they're hating other ethnicities, and this is more geared to like white, Caucasian. And then once they're on this level, identify themselves, that means they're bicultural. They understand all cultures themselves, their race, they're happy, and this is where we want people. So I think that if my survey had a second survey that asked them how do they identify themselves besides they said that they could have taken an Asian or Mexican culture or culturation test, this could also help us see where they fall. Because if they fell here, but even though they feel Americanized and they're on this level, then this can be a conflict too. So not always adapting to their host culture is a good thing, because also we want to know how they identify themselves. And so throughout this whole process, I found out that Asian college students, immigrant families, and first generation Mexican college students have, I couldn't compare them because of my population, but throughout this process, I found out that there's more to asking them. How do they feel? Are they accepting their new host culture? And are they more proud to themselves? And in this particular case, because I had low scores, I think that if I had the right tools to assess them, I would have better results. And at the same time, I think that the question is not anymore how do our students feel, but it's to me now I see that what is it that the universities are doing to help the students? Are the universities given the right resources for them to deal with their emotional struggles? As it is, a lot of universities, they have a common resource, which is like a library, learning center, recreational center, they have sports organizations, but are we actually helping them in the psychological health? And if we are we giving them the right resources? Besides giving them a counseling center, are we giving them also a counselor that can help them understand their language and their culture, or are we just giving them a counselor or a psychologist that can just understand their language? Because there is a difference. And according to all the studies that I found, it is important to have had similar background with a student in order to understand them, and they feel comfortable enough for them to explain how they feel and if they fall within any range. So at the end, I think this is important for universities to know, because if they know where the students fall, and being that a lot of schools, like in the greater Los Angeles area, have a high rate of Asians and Hispanic students, then it is important for them to also look into the psychological health and see, are they also helping them in that manner? So, and that's it. Thank you very much. Does anybody have a question?
Question?
Yes.
Earlier, like earlier slide, you had mentioned immigrant students. So are you finding those as those who go into college out of a U.S. High school, or are those people coming, to the U.S. for the first time and in college as well? That's a different kind of
right. So this particular research was more of the students that come into this country by their parents. So their parents immigrated to this country, and now they're living here. So that was the kind of population I was looking for.
And also, I read about past, research. It was applying to K through 12 years of the college experience.
Yes.
And so did you find that was the case as well, or?
Yeah, actually yes. I read a lot of K to 12. There is a lot of research on that because many of the students are having a hard time adjusting. There's a lot of bullying going on, is what I found too. And they do have similar results, but also at the same time, if at the younger level, K to 12, the students have a community that they can, like there's a culture center in their community, and their older siblings go through it, and they go through it, then by the time they get to the university level, they don't have a hard time dealing with acculturation. And then in other studies have found that if the student lives in a community that doesn't have a culture center for them to understand that there's other people with similar identity problems or acculturation stress, then when they get to the university level, they are having cultural problems. So I did see a lot of research like that too.
Doris, you know, in my travels, everyone has a different definition of what Asia is. So what was your definition of an Asian person?
What do you mean?
Well, Asia includes India, you know, parts of the Middle East. I mean, Asia is a huge, huge area. So what was your definition of Asian?
In my particular box where it asked for Asian, it did not, I think it's better if I say it did not include a Filipino. It did not include Thailand. So it asked if there were Korean, Japanese, Chinese, and I can't remember what was the other one. But I did find out that I have to exclude Filipino and few other groups because overall that wasn't the group that I was looking for. So if the students, when I actually, there was I think 1 or 2 surveys that a student did not fill out either or, and they just put themselves Caucasian. So I think I didn't ask if they fell into one of the groups I was asking for when it came to ethnicity. So maybe it could have been that they were one of the ethnicities that I didn't mention, so they didn't check it off, and they just checked off American. But they still completed the survey. I noticed that the survey was completed.
So can I follow? So how come you excluded Thailand and Filipino?
When I looked at overall, what falls under Asian category, according to the researchers that I've used for my research project, those were the ethnicities that they focus when they call Asians, that they title under Asians. So I wanted to make sure to follow the same format all the way through, because if not, then I'm adding something that the other research didn't use on their surveys.
Interesting, and I have another question. So just the flip side of that, then, because in your presentation you mentioned Mexican and then also Hispanic. So what was your definition for that group?
I had 2 definitions. The first one said if you're Hispanic/Mexican, and that means the Mexican descent, regions of Mexico country, and so on, right? And they name other states. The second box said Hispanic only, and that's when it said Cuban, Puerto Rican, and so on, that are not Mexican or from the Mexico. So then I noticed that people would check one or the other. So that's why my population was exactly 30 of Mexicans, because there were others that were Hispanic. So I couldn't ask, one of the things I learned that I cannot ask the person if they were Mexican. I had to ask the term correctly was Hispanic/Mexican. So I had to be careful to not insult or touch certain people in certain areas, because it's not easy to ask someone, are you Mexican? Because you can only take the survey.
So are you saying that if someone checked off that they were Hispanic, as in Cuban or Spanish, should you not include them in your research here?
No, because this was more aimed to Mexican.
Yes, okay.
Right. Any other questions?
So in other words, it wasn't so much your personal private decision, it was more looking at things the way the research had been done before and wanting to basically follow some of those different guidelines that they had.
Yes.
So that you could do a comparison in your
Yes.
studies.
Yeah, it was very important for me to follow the same process, because for just 2, I guess I couldn't, there's no way I can make up a category, because then I can't compare it, and I don't have background information to even consider to compare it to, or to say, this is what other researchers have done before. So it was very important for me to really look into their research and find how they conducted their surveys and how they identify their participants, because it makes a difference. If I would have just asked for Mexicans, not Hispanic, and other surveys would have been created under Hispanic, there's no way I can compare that. It would just not make sense. Another question?
I guess a comment.
Yeah.
A lot of times, a question as well is that much more contemporary, research is sort of like seeing the Asian thing, not about Asia, but about which region of Asia you're from initially. So, the categories that are emerging are Asian is one, and then you'll have like white being option for the Middle East in India, and then Pacific Islander being another category as well. And so there's a bunch. So as we move forward, people are sort of beginning to self-identify within that one as opposed to Asian broadly.
Yes. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes.
Doris University is very proud of you.
Oh, thank you.
Do you have some guests here today?
I do. I have my sister for support and my student worker.
She gave a great presentation earlier.
She told me.
Thank you, Doris.